Marriage is the graveyard of hope. That saying didn't always have such a dark meaning. It was originally a poem about transcendent love. But for this guy, marriage isn't the joy of a lifetime, it's a symbol of misery. An uncomfortable family life, where the relationship between husband and wife gets worse every single day. He has to pretend to be nice, no matter how much he's taken advantage of, and all he gets in return is disgust from his own kids. He's not planning on living in that kind of hell, so he's enjoying the sweet single life, ignoring his friend's sadness. Still, in his carefree existence, he can't quite figure out why this lady wants to marry him. The easy and happy times he's been having are about to vanish, because this woman, who's shown up in his bachelor life, wants to change his fate forever. And that's because she, known throughout the empire for her ruthlessness, wants to bring this free spirit to his knees. At first, this notorious bachelor didn't even understand what she was going on about. In the upper echelons of society, the gentleman's carefree lifestyle takes a wild turn when she shows up. She's known for being absolutely ruthless, and yet she proposed marriage to him, the incorrigible playboy. From this vision of an unflappable, strong-willed woman, the young man wakes up in his room. For months now, he's been having the same dream, where he keeps proposing to some girl he doesn't even know. Even though it was just a dream, it felt like a freaking premonition. No way that's happening, the dude thinks. It goes against everything he believes in. I mean, it's a marriage proposal. Hearing that Mr. Raven was awake, the butler knocked on the door and asked if he could come in. He wished the master a good morning and asked how he had slept. But Sir Raven wants to know if there's anything he can do to make him happy. Nothing gets past him, huh? Actually, his father wants to see him. In that case, the young master asked me to let you know he'll be there as soon as he's ready. Soon, young Raven showed up in his father's office, and the old man decided to get straight to the point. His father wants him to marry Princess Charlene. Hearing that, the kid thought he was joking. There's gotta be a reason why Dad picked her. It's because Charlene was born into the Duke's family of healers, who are responsible for healing and cleansing the entire empire. On the other hand, the Dyer family fights monsters and gets hurt all the time, so Raven has no doubts about why his future wife was chosen. Only there's one problem. This girl is famous throughout the empire for making men cry. Even though he's never met Princess Charlene in person, she's way too well known in high society. She's a real looker, but her personality could use some work. The youngest son confessed his feelings to her, and she told him to scram. He'd be nothing more than her lapdog, and she's a man-hating ice queen, the most ruthless woman in the whole damn empire. It seems unreal that a woman like that, one of the most formidable ladies around, actually agreed to marry him. Funny thing is, if she's known as the one who makes guys cry, Raven's got a rep for making the ladies weep. This is the opposite of a serious relationship. Both of them are infamous across the empire. But it's already decided. It's His Highness's order. Raven can't just break off the engagement like he usually does. Dad probably knows he's into casual flings with girls. According to His Majesty, wanting to get married isn't a good enough reason to weasel out of this, especially since if Raven dumps her, Dad will marry his sister off to Marcus L. Furious, the young guy argued that they're way too different in age, like a kid and a parent. Suddenly barging into the office, the butler meekly apologized for interrupting their conversation. So Princess Charlene just arrived. When Raven found out the butler escorted her to the garden gazebo, he knew his father planned to keep everything from him from the get-go. Without the power to defy his father, the young man has no choice, not if he wants to keep his sister from marrying that creep. Now all he can do is greet the girl, who's got a reputation for not being a fan of guys. Looking at her, Lord Raven felt something weird inside. He was super curious to see her up close. Her refined features, her soft skin. Looking at her, it's hard to believe she's the most ruthless woman in the empire. The second the young heir of the Duke's house laid eyes on her, it was like a breath of fresh air hit him. Stunned by her beauty, he couldn't even speak, just stood there frozen, not even blinking. The figure standing before him looked exactly like the girl from his dream. Unbelievable. They're so alike. Raven couldn't help but wonder if the girl from his dream had actually come to him. No way, they just met today. The guy introduced himself as Raven, Dayer's eldest. To break the ice, he offered her a seat and a cup of tea. She gives off this ice queen vibe, but he thinks she's not as bad as everyone says. Raven thinks he can actually reason with her. He wants to hear it straight from her. What does she think about their engagement? Turns out, Charlene's totally cool with them getting married. A girl who hates guys wants to get hitched? Raven knew right away that was BS. When he pressed her for the real reason she wants to marry him, Lady Charlene jumped up from the table. Talk about a killer first impression. It's all because she wants to bring the Duke's heir to his knees. Raven didn't see that coming. He was instantly hit with a wave of panic and confusion. Almost immediately, the young master realized he'd grabbed the lady's hand in the commotion and apologized right away. Contrary to the rumors, his reaction is pretty innocent. He comes off like a puppy dog to her. That just makes the cunning Charlene want to tease him even more. There's definitely something off about this girl. Deciding to get back to the main topic, the young master announced that he's against their engagement. He thought Charlene was against this marriage too, just like him. And now it's super important for him to know why she agreed to it. Asking about it, the young man was ready to hear anything, but definitely not that this intimidating girl had a thing for him. It's not the first time Raven's gotten a confession. The real feelings hidden behind kindness are often pretty messed up. Wanting to marry Master Raven, the girl's goal was to be safe and secure, since he's loaded and a knight too. And his unique good looks. It would be awesome to make him her man. In the end, Princess Estrella and the people around her never change. Raven didn't know her game, or why she was trying to cozy up to his family, but there was no way she was marrying him. Sucks for her, but he'd decided he wasn't gonna marry a girl who was head over heels for him. Charlene's face didn't even twitch. She didn't try to argue or stop him. Truth was, His Majesty was officially done talking to her. He apologized and took off, but he was totally smirking. Looked like he'd won back his bachelor status. Still, Charlene was an amazing girl. He'd probably never see her again. On his way out of the garden, the young lord suddenly felt a killer pain in his chest and doubled over. Seeing Raven in trouble, a girl who was nearby rushed to help him. Luckily, he's all right. But since she showed up, he figured he'd ask what's going on. Turns out the first squad that went to check out the Forbidden Zone reported running into some seriously high-level monsters. The squad that kid sent into the Forbidden Zone should have wiped out those monsters easy. And since the monsters hadn't shown up since they were subdued, Raven decided to head out right away. The monsters in the Forbidden Zone inspire fear and dread. They're super dangerous and aggressive, and their looks scream pure evil. Taking down this kind of freaky beast is proving to be a real problem. This thing crawled straight out of the abyss, staring into the eyes of these demonic creatures with their burning gaze, filling the soldiers with terror. They gotta hold out until the captain arrives. Just when it looked like those hellspawn were gonna finish them off, the heir to the throne appeared in the darkness like a gift from above. It's an honor for him to protect his brave soldiers. They did a hell of a job. That's the power of a guardian. A good heart, a unique talent, and unmatched swordsmanship that cuts down demons. He ordered the second and third squads to check if there were any monsters left. As for the squad's casualties, nobody died, but some of them are seriously messed up. But there's no guarantee they'll even be saved if they head back right now. That's why Lord Raven ordered the first rescue squad to return to the estate immediately with the wounded. He was saying the others would be waiting there, when suddenly he noticed petals slowly floating around him. Just then, a soldier screamed. Something happened behind the Guardian. Somehow, Lady Charlotte ended up here, all alone on the battlefield. After their conversation, she was going home, but then she overheard them talking about monsters. So she used teleportation to see things for herself firsthand. One of the wounded soldiers had miasma spreading through his body, but the young healer immediately started to cleanse it all away. Her healing magic is like a spring breeze, plucking petals from flowers and releasing them into the air. Under the influence of her incredible power, all the wounded started healing right before their eyes, their injuries vanishing without a trace. Everyone's been healed thanks to one person. The Duke's healers are top-tier divine power users. But she's got so much divine power, she could flip the script in seconds flat. While she was healing everyone, the princess got so caught up, she didn't see that nasty monster creeping up behind her. Surprisingly, she didn't even flinch. Stone-cold face, she just smacked the monster with her palm. She didn't stop there, she finished off that freaking thing without even breaking a sweat. Watching her crazy courage and fearlessness, Lord Raven nearly crapped his pants. This girl's not what she seems. Monster slaying is her jam. Terrified that she one-shotted monsters with a slap, the soldier clung to his master, thinking he was a goner. Now His Majesty's got a big question on his mind. Who is Princess Charlene? Taking charge, she suddenly called for the prince and grabbed his hand. This young healer promised she'd always protect him, so she wants his grace to marry her. What a beautiful day for Raven to head off to his doom. Thanks to Miss Estella's very public proposal, his life was completely turned upside down that day. Now everyone's saying he has to marry Lady Estella. Everywhere he goes, whatever he does, he's getting major pressure from his knights, who've become her fan club. And get this, her divine power is supposed to be only for healing, but somehow she's using it to wipe out monsters. Divine power is a special kind of energy, used to fight monsters and miasma. Unlike magic, which anyone can use, only descendants of the two great ducal families can wield this power. The Dyer Knight family and the Charlene Healing family. No one's ever been able to use both powers at once, except for one person. The Saint, who saved the Empire way back when. After everything that went down in the Forbidden Zone, Sir Raven got offered a marriage of convenience. He's meeting Lady Charlene at a local spot in the city today. She's already there. The dude finally showed up and immediately apologized for keeping her waiting. Actually, Estella just got here too, but she's already noticed this place has a chill vibe. Raven says if she digs it, they can come back sometime. They get some rare seasonal teas here. Plus, they serve a killer shortbread. His sister said this place is a total chick magnet, but now it's time to get down to business. Lady Charlene's participation in taking down those demons is non-negotiable. As for the other terms, their marriage is only valid until Raven gets his title. Then she'll waive any claim to his assets or Duchess rights. Those terms are almost too good to be true for the prince. The girl's totally serious about it. Thing is, the guy doesn't know what she's planning. This girl's got a rep for hating dudes, but he's curious why she's going through with the marriage. She even faked being in love, pulling a fast one to reach her goal. No need to fake her feelings, though. Just like saying she's head over heels for him to get what she wants. A contract marriage. It doesn't always work, but with his power, the knights will be safe. So Raven finally gets it and agrees to sign on the dotted line under those conditions. And one last thing. Rumor has it the prince plays around with girls' hearts. There's a chance he'll get a mistress while he's married. He won't be able to make Estella happy. And the question is, will she regret marrying a guy like that? Truth is, she's already lost a lot, so she's tired of stressing out so much. And she won't regret marrying such a free-spirited guy. Since Milady's okay with everything, Raven signed his name. Now it's just up to her, and it's a done deal. He looks like a softie, but he's got a real thing about people pushing their luck. That icy glare he's hiding behind that smile? It even gave the lady a little chill. If she were in his shoes, she probably would have strung him up by now. But there's a reason Estella's got to stick around him. Now she can get her plan rolling. Using her divine magic, the healer kicked things off and sealed the deal. Freaked out by what he saw, Raven grabbed her hand, demanding she explain what she was doing. He's seriously worried she's going to break her promise, and if she does, she'll be sorry. Estella thought he was a cold dude, but now he's pissed at someone he used to hate. Before, His Highness asked if she'd regret it. Hard to believe he doesn't care about this. Nothing's changed. Charlene didn't just jump into this. She's dead certain Raven's gonna fall for her. Figures. That's just how it goes. Especially since Raven was the one who said it first. Soon, the whole estate was buzzing with the news of Lord Raven's upcoming marriage to Princess Charlene. According to the maid, the room needs to be ready by next week. They'll be swamped, finally. They're getting a lady of the house. Only one of the maids doesn't care. She just wants to keep the mansion peaceful. Lord Raven has a girlfriend, supposedly his favorite. Princess Charlene probably doesn't know about her. That evening, the girl in the white veil peeked into the Duke's mansion. Something had been bugging her this whole time. First thing she did was head to the prince's study. When he opened the door, he was a little taken aback by the surprise. Seeing Catherine at the door, His Majesty was overjoyed. He was actually waiting for her and worried about her safe arrival. As soon as she entered his study, she suddenly noticed a large number of papers spread out on the table. Raven told the girl to hang back while he finished up with all this paperwork. This dude showed up dressed like a chick, and now he's wondering why he has to doll himself up for a simple treatment. According to the prince, it's because he almost got recognized that day. For the next little while, Catherine focused on treating the Lord with her healing powers. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and knights came barging in to check if everything was all right. Lord Raven had no choice but to put on a show with Catherine, like they were really going at it. He told them he was a little busy right now and asked them not to bother him. The knights still can't believe he brought some random girl in here. It was just a necessary act. But now Raven wants his assistant to do him a favor. The prince needs to keep his treatments a secret from everyone, and he's dragged Keith into it. The healer said to keep the treatment going, the Lord needed to strip down and hop in the sack. Thanks to that healing, Sir Dyer's feeling right as rain, no more sickness. But looking at his nervous face, Keith can tell he's a terrible liar. Still, he'll lay a healing spell on the prince to ease his pain. Even if Raven told him not to use his divine power, he wouldn't listen anyway. Only direct descendants of the Dyer family wield the Guardian Seal, and they command insane divine power. One person can wipe out hundreds of monsters, which is why it's such a pain, because Raven's got the seal. Even knowing using that power could be the end of him, he still uses it to protect his people. He'll use it while he can, sacrificing himself to keep everyone else alive. Now he's sure the healer's words and actions just don't line up. Another beautiful day, and Henry's saying it for the 100th time. He's been waiting for this day for so long. His little boy's all grown up now, though maybe he shouldn't call him that anymore. Either way, an old guy like Henry will finally have some peace, knowing his kid won't kick the bucket alone. Surprisingly, this girl is so upfront, it's almost unbelievable. Seriously, Henry can't believe his boy actually complimented her for being such a unique and amazing woman. Raven thinks she's the kind of girl who'd tell you she's going to bring you to your knees the second you meet. Meanwhile, Lady Charlene was setting off on a long journey. She decided to pass the time on this long trip by reading How to Make an Unreachable Guy Fall Head Over Heels. First, make an unforgettable first impression on your partner. Check. Second, show him what you're capable of. Done and done. All right, after this, they need some serious alone time. Next time, they gotta be locked in a room together, just the two of them. This guy's treating Charlene like some wild animal. She thinks he'll avoid being alone with her in a locked room. Even if she ties him up, that might not even solve the problem. Though, not a bad idea coming from a girl who learned about love from romance novels. Now she's thinking she should have gotten here a bit earlier. Anyway, her carriage pulled up to the Duke's estate, where the whole staff was there to greet her. Henry was pleased that his boy was personally welcoming the arriving princess. The second Miss Estella stepped out of the carriage, Sir Raven rushed over and happily swept her up in his arms. Not long before, His Majesty was asking how everyone was reacting to his engagement with the princess. According to the butler, those who've been working here a long time are happy. On the other hand, a lot of these young guys are from the capital, and they're all worked up about these rumors about the princess. Still, she doesn't deserve any of this negativity. It's always the same old song and dance with these nasty rumors. They say she was the Empire's sweetheart, breaking hearts left and right. But it sounds like the Duke can't stand his wife. It's a real shame, but a lot of people get where the Duke's coming from. It's kinda messed up how so many guys were head over heels for her, but the one she fell for doesn't feel the same way. Before she knew it, Raven's mom became the target of gossip the second she married the Duke. There's no telling when the princess will be the talk of the town again. Even if it's not true, it sounds like the princess isn't exactly a people person. From now on, Raven's ordered that anyone Henry thinks is trouble stays the hell away from the mansion. And he's gonna make damn sure she's comfortable. Showtime! So, when they met, His Majesty swept the princess right off her feet. He's been waiting so long for his darling wife. Figuring she was beat after that long trip, he suggested she get some rest in his chambers. Judging by the court's mixed reactions, they weren't expecting her to be his precious wife. Right in front of all the staff, Sir Raven proudly escorted the princess to the estate as his spouse. You could practically cut the awkward tension in the air from the maid's gossipy stares. They're a mismatched couple, totally doomed, obviously. Raven practically stopped breathing. Those were Lady Charlene's words. First things first, he cast a soundproof spell. Now they can actually talk. But the princess thinks he's standing way too far away to have a conversation. Charlene doesn't bite, but he's totally cool with keeping things at arm's length. Even though they don't see eye to eye, Mr. Puppy and Miss Mischief need to keep this conversation going. This dude is so annoying. The only thing he's got going for him is that cute face. Still, that was pretty messed up. So Milady wants to know if he's planning on keeping it up. According to the prince, that's exactly how it is. It's a pain when people spread bogus rumors about their relationship based on nothing. For Charlene, this is definitely better than being mistreated. But the question is he okay with it? She was sure Raven would be squirming if rumors started flying that he was head over heels for her. It's not that he doesn't trust her completely. Even with the contract, he made the call to marry her. So naturally, this is seriously bugging him. The reason the prince has been treating Charlene like she's precious is probably to shield her from the gossip. This is just routine for him. but Charlene still expects some kindness from him, even if these actions don't mean much. Now she's convinced Prince Dyer is either genuinely kind or just a complete moron. Since he's doing the bare minimum, it's probably the former, which means that night with the princess was part of his plan too. Just thinking about it made Raven's face burn. He'd never felt so ashamed in front of a girl before. Meanwhile, Daniel, the commander of the second squad, figured the commander had lost his mind. Daniel keeps hearing things because his ears are full of cotton. Or so Asher, the third squad commander, thinks. Thing is, Theo, as the first squad commander, believes those two are totally crushing on each other. Maybe they'll figure out the answer to that question soon enough. Suddenly, Asher noticed there was some kind of magic at play here. Looks like a soundproofing spell. In other words, Daniel decided to find out why the leader was hiding out in the middle of the day. The three squad leaders walked in just as the captain was holding the princess by the waist. Looks like love is in the air. They bailed quick, but Raven got seriously pissed they ditched him like that. Then Lady Charlene pointed out that he's the one who invited her here. I mean, even knights know, if a guy invites a girl over, he's got to step up and take responsibility. These guys are impossible. It's rare to see the captain sulk this long. When Theo's feeling down, he eats a ton, then hits the gym to pump iron. Don't let that get back to Daniel, the guy who solves everything with his biceps. Speaking of which, Theo was just wondering when the captain's expecting a little bundle of joy. That's unexpected. But the captain of the first squad will love them all the same, girl or boy. That's hilarious. Charlene and I aren't in the kind of relationship he thinks we are. Raven didn't want to be like his parents. He wanted to get married and build the happiest family in the world. There were times he thought like that, until he learned his fate that day. He found out what happens to a person when the Guardian's mark appears. He'll live a short life as payment, so he doesn't need any of this. There's no point in being with someone who'll love him, because he's gonna die soon anyway. After the ancestors founded the Empire, monsters and miasma suddenly started appearing, and the whole continent plunged into chaos. When everyone was in despair, the Great Saint and the Guardian Knight appeared. Those two erected a protective barrier, and now, people are protected by the Charlene family, who are responsible for communicating with the miasma and healing, as well as the Dyer family, who provide protection and subdue the monsters. Monster subjugation has always been a dangerous business. If a princess with divine power participated in the raid, it would be much easier. The only problem is, everyone's way too hyped about the princess tagging along. They think she and Raven are like the cutest couple. Plus, Charlene totally rocks that uniform. From here on out, this squad's about killing monsters. Not some festival, it's a monster beatdown. Since the princess can apparently one-slap monsters into oblivion, Daniel figured she could obliterate them with us. Basically, they all figured healing their sorry hides would be a nightmare. It'd take the power of over 100 people. Hearing that, Raven decided to set things straight. The support team is definitely coming. Bottom line, they'll get the usual backup, and the soldiers will keep on smashing monsters like always. Keith reported that the gate's prepped and ready to go. We can teleport anytime. In that case, the commander told everyone to quit goofing off and get their butts to the gate. Time to move out. Getting back to that conversation, Raven wanted to know if it was really true that Charlene helping to destroy monsters would be faster. Before she can do that, there's a little snag, 'cause she's about to ditch him. It'd be way more efficient to team up with Charlene and crush some monsters. But it's hard to imagine what'll happen to those guys after she leaves, now that they're used to that kind of backup. That's why it'd be more helpful if the healer could work with them and keep supporting them. Raven's putting his life in her hands, trusting her to keep him safe. Charlene was flooded with some weird feelings right then. After all, they're not exactly close. And that's a wrap for the day. Sure was a blast wiping out all those monsters. It was wild when the princess one-shotted that monster that jumped the support squad. She was keeping a close eye on everyone's moves and backing them up perfectly. Thanks to that, monster slaying's been going smoother than ever. According to Milady, he attacked her first. She wasn't trying to cause any trouble. Still, she saved the lives of their medics, so Sir Raven's really grateful to her for that. Now she needs to head over to the support squad and get them to cleanse her of the corruption caused by the miasma. But first, the girl decided to cleanse the captain. When cleansing and healing, the more skin contact you have, the more effective it is. Since the guy understood perfectly, he had to get his clothes off, pronto. Turns out he's all right. His magical mana's just blocked up, so he's probably not getting enough sleep. When the princess told him to get more rest, Raven got even more flustered, for some reason, considering the situation. Charlene used to feel a little awkward around him. So many girls were head over heels for Raven. Even neighboring countries knew about it. They dreamed of just being held by him once. People said all kinds of things about him, good and bad. Some even called him a real jerk who treated women like dirt. But no matter how bad the rumors got, he was still super popular. Charlene totally bought into all the gossip about him that was going around in high society. But she finds it hard to believe that he's still a virgin. One thing led to another, and they ended up alone together in the bedroom. Charlene still can't wrap her head around the fact that this is the young master's first time. But Raven told her to chill out and suggested they talk first. But she's got a fire lit inside her and ain't interested in talking at a time like this. Panicked, the young guy started yelling and pushing her away, telling her to knock it off right now. But as soon as he stopped and caught his breath, he just saw Catherine standing there, looking confused. So, he just fell asleep. Man, is this dude relieved it was all just a dream. That's how Keith found out that Charlene now knows Raven's still a… well, you know. The reason the captain played up the whole womanizer thing was to dodge getting hitched. Now that the Guardian's engaged to the princess, there's no need for that anymore. It's true, even now Raven feels like he's falling under her spell. Now that she knows his secret, Charlene could brag about how she made him really react, considering his inexperience. And she still managed to bring him to his knees. Even so, Keith's not going to help him out. He's sure that even if she knows, it won't be a problem. But Raven's so embarrassed that he's still a blank slate. He doesn't know what to do now. Keith tried his best to be a bad influence again today. It's late, so he decided to bail. And that's how they had their first fleeting encounter with Lady Charlene. They didn't exchange a single word, but Charlene became very curious about who that girl was. It's been 2 weeks since the princess moved into the Dier mansion, and thanks to Raven's plan, her life is super chill. Their relationship has gotten to the point where they call each other by their first names. That's what she thought. But after watching Raven's reaction, she figured he'd never really been head over heels for anyone. Now it's pretty clear that the rumors are only half true. Lady Estella told the maid she saw a girl leaving Raven's bedroom last night. The maid feels awful, but she doesn't know anything about that. But Lady Charlene told her there was absolutely no need to apologize. The maid didn't spill the beans about her master's private life without permission, so she's definitely got something to be proud of. And Milady's pleased to hear the girl's loyal to Raven. Lady Estella's nothing like the girl the servants gossip about. She really loves Lord Raven. Otherwise, she couldn't look so damn sweet. She figures he's not really involved with that other chick she saw yesterday. But if a rival shows up, Milady ain't gonna lose. After all, she's known as the toughest broad in the whole empire. Hell, she's not even sure there's a girl out there better than her. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, the soldiers are on break before getting back to it. So, Raven's surprised to see his contract wife on the field. She's probably just trying to mess with him. The guy's real suspicious about her visit. But Charlene just wants to grab lunch together. It's not hard to do, but that's not all. She asked the prince out on a date tomorrow. When it comes to dates, everyone loves to talk about them. They could go somewhere, grab a bite, and then, you know, things could get pretty hot and heavy by the end of the night. Now Raven's totally convinced if he goes on a date with Estella, she's definitely going to try to, seal the deal. The second she found out the guy was a total newbie, she invited him on a date. And considering Estella's been acting kinda crazy so far, the young master's answer was, of course, a hard pass. It's not that he's scared to go on a date with her, he just said he's got a ton of stuff to do tomorrow. He was going to sneak away quietly, but Charlene stopped him with just one hand. There was no breaking free from her grip, so the guy figured she was a gorilla with that kind of strength. And to find out if she's a gorilla or not, she needs to try grabbing someone's head. Only after hearing those words did Raven finally find some free time in his packed schedule. He agreed to go on the date, but they have to be back at the mansion by 7 p.m. That's his condition. He's betting that if they're home by 7, Estella won't try anything crazy on the date. As expected, the girl agreed to even those terms and suggested they make a pinky promise. Just so he's clear, if he breaks the promise, he has to, pay a price. Without hesitation, Raven held out his hand, and they locked pinkies, agreeing to each other's conditions. Now, they've made a vow, and if the guy tries to bail, he's in deep trouble. He kept watching Miss Charlene walk away, clueless about what kind of intense promise he just made. Usually, when you swear like that, there's a real price to pay. When something like that happens, Even the smallest promise feels like a huge deal. Like the prince said, it's just their little promise, because Charlene's so into him. That evening, Mr. Raven was racking his brain, trying to figure out where to take his date. He figured they could take a boat ride on the lake, known for its beautiful scenery, or catch that opera that's so hot right now, or maybe just grab a bite at a cafe. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The third squad had just returned from their investigation. The results of the Forbidden Zone investigation, where the monsters reappeared, showed that, as suspected, a miasma pool had formed. Monsters pop up every 2 or 3 years. If we leave it like this, they'll be showing up all the time. This kind of thing is pretty rare. The last time it happened was 60 years ago. A miasma pool is also known as a sign that something really weird is about to go down. The year it happened before was a total disaster, so we need to take action ASAP. Raven's solution was to build a barrier and deal with it, so the monsters don't show up again. The boss wants to head out tomorrow, so we gotta get this sorted ASAP. But then he remembered what's up tomorrow and decided he's going solo, like right now. Turns out the prince has plans tomorrow. He promised Estelle a date. His guys could barely believe their leader was ditching monster slaying for a date. So Asher's like, "Hey, you even know how to date? 'Cause I got a playbook for that." Asher knows those rumors about Raven being a player were BS. He's actually all right. Anyway, he took the whole mess of grossness on himself and told the rest of us to chill. Even though Asher got shot down, he's still bringing the dating guide. This is too good. Once he was inside the restricted zone, the captain finally got it. That's the source of the weirdness right there. With one wave of his hand, he channeled all his energy into the mess of grossness. Since Raven sealed it off, the monster threat is gone. But to get rid of him for good, we gotta beg the Charlene family for a cleanse. In the meantime, he needs to hunt those ice-cold demons straight out of hell. The next day, Raven only agreed to go on that date because he figured it'd be a decent way to kill some time. Soon after that monster-slaying op, the Guardian teleported back to the estate. Turns out, Kate was waiting for him, even though he should have been resting up. According to him, it's pointless if the captain's just faking being okay. All he can do is keep up the facade. But it won't last much longer. While cleansing the captain's body, Kate suddenly wondered why he was pushing himself so hard. Come to think of it, he's right. He could have gone on that date any other day. This time, it was a real emergency, so it was better to reschedule the date for another time. The thing is, Raven just didn't want to break his promise. He's also confused about why he went to such extremes to keep his word. This time, when they met, Miss Charlene and he were way closer than before, like arm's length. The kid got super tense because she was staring at him so intently, and it's weird she's just sitting there, not saying anything. Estella's favorite book, How to Make an Unreachable Guy Fall for You, which recommends spending some quality time behind closed doors. Now she's wondering if the dude's heart is even racing when he looks at her. Maybe she just messed up the make a lasting impression part, or maybe Raven, who's been around the block, needs a little more excitement than that. In that case, if they get their faces close, like in those romance novels, it'll all click. And just like that, they were super close, feeling each other's breath and heartbeats, looking deep into each other's eyes. Lady Charlene feels terrible. She's worried the kid's in pain, but she noticed his heart rate's going through the roof. Truth is, no matter how hard Raven's heart pounds when he's with her, it's never enough. They're standing in front of the best boutique in the South, a super popular store. Even the capital's buzzing about it. It's been a while. Ma'am's been expecting them. It's a real honor for her to meet Princess Charlene. The boutique's owned by a woman named Ada Blau. The Viscountess is also the designer. Raven came here to get his wife a beautiful dress. He also wants to pick out a dress design for the banquet. Of course, Viscountess Ada would be thrilled to help them. She'll be showing them her latest design collection any minute now. They say Princess Charlene's selfish and has a major temper if she doesn't get her way. What's more, with the Dare family backing her, she could easily wipe anything she dislikes off the map. Madame Blau's heard the rumors about the princess, and if they're true, she'll have to tread carefully to avoid ticking her off. Lady Estella looks absolutely stunning in that new outfit. The dark, lacy evening gown really brings out her blue hair. Raven thought the dress suited her too. He said she looked like a cute, well, you know. At that point, the princess figured he had rocks in his head, calling her that. But the guy's sticking to his guns. The young lady just told him to back up his statement with an example, if he wasn't chicken. Anyway, rumors are just rumors. They actually get along great, so the Viscountess decided to get another dress ready. According to Charlene, What the guy said earlier was the bare minimum of what's expected. If it's some kind of gift meant to protect her, she won't need it later on. Actually, it's not an obligation, it's gratitude. Estella saved the squad's lives. Besides, she came from the north, so she probably doesn't have many dresses suited for this climate. Truth is, the dress Estella wore yesterday must have been way too hot to wear down south this time of year. She could have used it as an excuse to ask for a dress, but she said she didn't need any clothes. One was enough. If she's worried about money, Raven says the Dyer family doesn't have those kinds of problems. Even if the prince bought everything in this store, it wouldn't even make a dent in their finances. That's why he'd be happy if Charlene just accepted it without a second thought. When Raven first met her, he thought she was a stuck-up young lady, but now he wants to get to know her better. Seems like he's really lost his mind, wanting that after seeing her clumsy side. Suddenly, the young man remembered the jewelry and asked permission to touch her hair. Seeing that brooch, he thought it would look amazing on Charlene. He was right. Lady Estella looks absolutely stunning. The white brooch with the big beads perfectly highlights her delicate nature and the kind soul hidden behind the pain. Okay, Raven threw out a compliment out of nowhere, but it was about her hair accessory, not her. They ended up bailing from the store, totally pissed off. The lady almost clocked the smooth-talking prince. He ended up buying every single outfit in the store that she tried on. Raven's nose is still throbbing from that punch, so she figures she could maybe use some healing magic. There's a popular cafe nearby. It's the place Lady Estella's been wanting to check out. She looks genuinely happy here. The vibe is totally different from back north. Just watching them is like a breath of fresh air. Ever since the lady found out Raven liked this place, she's been dying to go. Out of the corner of her eye, Estella spotted a couple on the street, all lovey-dovey like a pair of pigeons. They were holding hands super tight, like they were gonna be together forever, sharing the love through touch. Suddenly, it hit her that she could take the prince's hand, and she reached out towards him. But the second she touched his arm, Raven went ballistic, like she was gonna break it or something. He brushed it off, saying her hands were just cold. Estella said that didn't make sense, and just walked on ahead. She ended up at a little shop, where the owner recognized her right away as Princess Charlotte. People crowded around instantly. Everyone knew Lady Charlotte from the rumors. Someone laughed, saying they can't believe such a beautiful person became their duchess. A cute couple in love had just seen them too, saying they looked so sweet together. They probably know the rumors about her, saying she's just as kind-hearted as Raven. Still, it's the first time so many people have been nice to Estella. She doesn't know what to say. The princess still hasn't said anything, so people are assuming she doesn't want to talk to commoners. Not only that, but there's something about her that gives them the creeps. The rumors went wild, and now Princess Charlene's getting blamed for the monster showing up. Everyone's screaming for her head. They all want the witch to pay the price and get eaten alive by that thing. But Prince Dyer, like a beacon of hope, cut through the fog of hate and lies, throwing his support behind her. He's just thrilled his wife's so popular. They're kinda on a date, so he asked everyone to give them some space. Realizing she might have stirred up some trouble, the one who started all this decided to bail quick. Anyway, Raven was worried things were going to get ugly after they called her a witch, but Estella didn't say a word. Actually, it was like she'd given up, figuring there was no point in even trying to argue. The prince shouldn't have left her alone. He's known these people his whole life. He should have given her a heads up, so it'd be easier for her to talk to them. Just then, the princess suddenly saw a cute little kitty face right in front of her. This plush kitty looks just like her. Raven spotted it and bought it on the spot. There's so much cool stuff to see here, Milady won't even notice the day fly by. The young master suggested they keep the date going, and she happily agreed. They had an awesome day, and as the sun set, it was time to head back. Looking back on it now, Estella was completely overwhelmed by his kindness, so now she decided to ask something. She was curious why he was being so good to her. Hearing the words that came out of his mouth, she had no idea she'd end up regretting it. She wanted to know why he was being so kind to her today, even though he didn't fully trust her. Truth is, Raven can't trust her because he doesn't know why she agreed to marry him in the first place. It feels kinda low to answer a question with a question, so he figures he should just answer. The prince feels terrible he didn't say this sooner, but the thing is, the knights all treat Milady really well. He just found out that when he went to the miasma pool, the princess purified the entire squad. She even wanted to purify him, and said she'd wait for him to arrive. But Kate talked her into going to bed. Raven's been watching her this whole time. and he's come to the conclusion that whatever her intentions are, she doesn't harbor any ill will towards them. Besides, lately he feels like he can't leave her alone. It's like catching a stray cat. The reason he can interact with her so easily is because she doesn't like him. His Highness is glad there aren't any romantic feelings between them. If Estelle did like him, they never would have made the contract. Hearing that, Milady had to admit she might have actually fallen for him at that moment. However, Sir Raven reminded her that their contractual relationship would be terminated by then. That night, Princess Charlene couldn't sleep. She just kept replaying the prince's last words before he left. Even if he says he wants to know why she wanted to marry him, he wouldn't believe her. It's all because they were a thing in a past life. If Estella told him the truth, he'd think she was nuts. He's way more guarded now than he used to be. A year ago, there was a National Day banquet at the palace. Lady Estella remembered her previous life that night, the first time she saw him. That day was no different. She was tired of the boring small talk. When she got bored and decided to head home, she suddenly heard Mr. Raven's name. He's the eldest kid in the Dier family. The lady often does stuff like this, trying to please someone to keep everyone in a good mood. Curiosity got the better of her, and she stayed. It was like time just froze. A gorgeous young dude with stunning looks and eyes that just drew you in. That feeling of loss that used to tear at her heart for no reason. Now it's filled with longing, and it actually makes her happy. The scariest part was when she realized she'd forgotten all those amazing times. All her dreams just shattered. Estella wanted to see him so bad. She didn't even talk to Raven that day. All she could do was run. No matter what, she wants to see him. But when she's face to face with him, she freaks out. If Raven remembered what happened, he'd probably despise her. Honestly, she didn't even realize it happened, let alone remember it. But none of that matters now. She's here because she swore to do everything for his happiness. But coming here, all she wanted was to be near him. She decided to live to make up for what she did to her beloved. It's her punishment for being so selfish. The next day, Sir Raven showed up at the training grounds to pick a knight and a maid for Estella. But all of a sudden, the butler came to him, tears in his eyes, with some serious news. Turns out, he needed to get his butt down to the main gate, like, right now. A little kid, who looks shockingly like him, is waiting to meet His Majesty, counting down the seconds till he sees his dad. Not long before, Sir Raven greeted a lady he ran into, but she didn't say a word back. So he figured he read the situation wrong, and she was just heading out for a stroll. On his way, he suddenly overheard his soldiers talking smack about him. Daniel, in all his glory, revealed that the leader said he was happy his girl was popular. He popped out of nowhere and shut them down with one sentence. Turns out, knights were tailing him, chaperoning the date. The Guardian didn't dig that kind of show, so he chucked those soldiers aside quick. Looks like they've got time to jaw about nonsense, so he suggested we kick off training right now. Sir Raven needs to pick a knight and a handmaiden for Estella, so she can go out whenever she wants. Just then, Henry came running up to him, saying he needed to get to the main gate. The young boy with sky-blue eyes and white hair is stoked to meet his dad. The captain was stunned by what he heard. He even forgot to breathe for a second. In that moment, he wanted to believe this kid wasn't talking to him. Even Theo noticed the kid who just popped up and called the captain Dad. This is straight out of a soap opera. A secret love child shows up. Henry can't even imagine when his buddy had a kid. But Raven swore up and down it wasn't his. It's because he's still well, let's just say he's not ready to share all the details yet. When the prince asked the kid where he was from, the little dude got scared he'd get kicked out for his answer. Turns out he's turning 6 this year. He's a real cutie. Daniel barely had time to suggest the captain had a son after the academy before he got clocked one. His Majesty just wants you guys to get it together. And anyway, it's not his kid. Still, the little guy looks just like him as a kid. It's kind of freaky. While all this was going on, Keith was listening to their theories and thought the leader was just a moron. He went to the academy with him, and he knows Raven started going on monster subjugation raids right after graduation. As everyone knows, he was so busy, he didn't have time to be messing around like that. First thing, Keith offered to show the young master around the estate and told the knights to stop standing around doing nothing. Daniel and Theo spent the rest of their time totally focused on looking after the kid. The butler just checked his things. Turns out he's related to Estella and part of the Viscount Chebest family. We don't know much yet, but it looks like the Chebest family's drowning in debt. Apparently, the old man's got a serious gambling problem. If that's the case, there's a chance they sent the kid here to, You know, get rid of him. It's happened before. They've sold kids to the family head a few times. Plus, aristocrats are always adopting kids. They call it adoption, but really they're just selling valuable kids to rich nobles. Still, letting a little kid travel here alone? We just don't have enough info right now. Keith says whatever Viscount Shibest is planning, they're not going to go along with it. Not a chance. If things go south, they'll have no choice but to let the kid go. Even if it's a pain, Raven won't off the kid, and he won't let Keith do it either. Guess the soldier forgot the promise he made to the master when they were kids. Keith apologized, and they decided to drop the subject after that. There's so much we don't know yet, so it's way too early to jump to conclusions. Prince Dyer is completely to blame for what that guy's become. Keith Lopez is the heir to the Lopez family, a family that served and protected the Dyer family since way back. The Dyer family is the only one who can handle the defensive barrier that stretches across the whole continent. The Lopez family was born to be loyal to the Dyer family, ready to handle some sensitive tasks for them. That's why they're trained so hard from childhood. Keith used to be way more hardcore. Thinking about it, things are at least a little bit better now. Still, it's not exactly perfect. Raven wants Keith to live a normal life. Meanwhile, Lady Charlene went to the library to pick out a good read. So, she's got to choose between girl swaps places with a prince, her heart goes wild, and if only he could be her servant. Seeing she's having a hard time deciding, Asher suggests she go with the one on the right if she's looking for some fun times. But if she's after a more intense story, he recommends the one on the left. Thanks to his advice, the girl picked the one on the right. Asher's seen her at a few banquets, and she always seemed like a scared little kitten. He also knows a trick or two about how to let your partner know what's up. This girl's a real sweetheart. Now Asher gets why the captain's so worried. If pushing doesn't work, he figures, try pulling. Anyone would be freaked out if someone suddenly acted so differently. Remembering Raven's last words about how they don't have romantic feelings, the girl said that it doesn't apply to her. She doesn't like the leader. She knows she should say it, but she can't tell him, even if it's a lie. Estella told him he was wrong. Guess it was a real dumb question. Deciding to apologize, Asher invited Milady to a bookstore with a huge selection. Upon meeting Lady Estella, the kid from the aristocratic family got super excited. She recognized him as Naru right away, but didn't get what he was doing there. Looks like she forgot she promised to be his mother. You know, when she gets married, she'll take him in. To make it clearer for the prince, Milady explained it was a verbal agreement between her and Naru. This kid's the son of Viscount Chavez Shibesta's third wife. His name is Naru Shibesta. Viscount Shibesta is Estella's father's younger brother, so Naru's her cousin. About that verbal promise everyone's worried about, their relatives gather at the mansion once a year. That's when she met Naru. It all happened a year ago at the Charlene estate, on a regular chilly evening by the fireplace. That's when little Naru first said he wished Estella was his mother. But since he already has a mom, she wanted to know why he wanted her to be it. Turns out, his real mother passed away when he was just a little guy. If he really wanted it, Estella said yes. But it's probably not going to happen right now. It's too complicated at the moment, so she figured she could adopt him after she gets married. Anyway, she says she didn't have any ulterior motives. She wasn't cooking up some crazy scheme. Even before Estella remembered her past life, she said something kinda reckless. So, he's not the leader's kid on the side, which clears up all the confusion. According to Raven, they'd never actually met before. Truth is, Estella has seen him before, and she's wondering if they can talk about it. Just the two of them. The prince took it well, and even ordered a guest room be set up for the kid to crash in. Late that night, Lady Charlene popped into her brother's room to check on him. The little dude was already out cold, but he'd kicked off his blanket and his shirt was undone. She went to cover him up, didn't want him catching a cold, and that's when she noticed the bruises on his body. She never imagined she'd see something like that on her little brother. After their mom passed, Estella knew Naruto wasn't being treated great, but this was way beyond the pale. Sensing someone was there, the little guy woke up to see what was going on. Once he was sure his sis was okay, he flopped back down in bed. Truth is, he's worried she's mad at him for showing up unannounced. Probably nobody can even stay mad at Naruto, so he's better off just getting some sleep. With his little sleepy eyes closed, he said how sorry he was for showing up like this, and apologized for bothering his sister. The next morning, they gathered around the table for breakfast, like one big, happy family. Raven immediately noticed the boy's anxiety. The whole time, Naru hadn't touched his food. and the prince thought he wasn't going to eat at all. Despite his anxiety before breakfast, the little guy was determined to eat. Just then, it was like someone yanked his hand and he dropped his knife. The clatter echoed through the whole room. Now, thinking about what to do, awful memories flashed through his mind. The boy couldn't mess up, or he'd really catch it. Naru was beyond surprised when he felt support from His Majesty instead of a beating and punishment. Sir Raven asked for his plate because he was going to cut up the sausage for him. These utensils aren't made for kids. It was obvious the boy was having a hard time. Once the guardian was done, he decided to see if the little guy could eat something that big. Seeing those two get along so well just warmed Estella's heart. Sir Raven turned out to be a genuinely kind and caring guy. He's great with kids. That afternoon, everyone pitched in to help young Naru unlock his potential. Awesome! Just like you'd expect from a relative of the Charlene family, he can use divine power too. Feeling like he could really contribute, Daniel asked the captain about joining the Knights. Even though he's still a kid who needs looking after, the second squad commanders already got it covered. That big dude's the perfect choice. He might look single, but he's got 5 kids. Daniel's serious about joining up. Naru's really good at reading grown-ups' faces. Even though their own son's gone missing, the Viscount's family hasn't bothered to look for him yet. After all that, Lady Charlene needed to talk to Raven about Naru ASAP. He was thinking the same thing. So the girl actually has a favor to ask regarding Naru. It's super important to her that the prince lets Naru stay while she's here. But Sir Raven is totally against it, saying the kid needs to go back to the Viscount's family. He's saying that once their connection is over, Estella will definitely take the boy and leave. No matter how many times she asks, His Highness won't change his mind. He can't protect the kid, even if he's getting a hard time. Hearing that just crushed her. Even knowing so much, Raven's still sticking to his guns. He's saying that if he's just some poor kid, maybe he'll be protected. That's how she should see it, he suggests. If people knew about him, they'd try to get in good with the Dier family. Too many people are trying to sell off kids these days. Because of that, kids are put through some seriously messed up stuff. Just like this kid. Come to think of it, Raven's got a point. If Estella takes Naru in, people will come crawling out of the woodwork trying to get close to the Dier family. She has no idea what kind of hell's gonna break loose if Naru goes back. At least the Charlene family can protect him. We just need permission from the Dier head. Sir Raven just can't wrap his head around why the Dier family would go to such lengths for her situation. Looks like she forgot they're not a real couple. It's just a marriage of convenience. Then the lady apologized for the trouble and promised it wouldn't happen again. That was a rough conversation. Naru heard every word, but still couldn't bring himself to open the door. When it was time for tea, the kid looked seriously freaked out. Seeing that something weird was going on with him, Estella decided to find out what was up. The thing is, the little dude wants to go home. His sister figured out right away he'd overheard their talk. So she told him if he doesn't want to go home, he doesn't have to. He doesn't need to sweat it. But Naru suddenly got pissed. Seriously, he was over being here because the Viscount wasn't around. No toys either. This place is a drag. That's why the kid wants to go home. The very next day, they ordered Naru to be sent back home and got a carriage ready for him. Not everyone was happy about the news. Daniel wasn't thrilled with that decision. The second the carriage started moving, Naru burst into tears. He doesn't want to go home. He wants to stay here with everyone. But he'd rather Estella not fight with anyone over him. No biggie, he can handle it. After everything that happened, Sir Raven stared at the family portrait for the longest time. Henry announced that Naru just left, said it was way too much trouble. The prince didn't even bother to see him off, so the butler wondered if he felt any regret. When Henry looks at Master Naru, he keeps remembering his own kid when he was little. This kid keeps getting beat up just to protect his own people. Henry thinks it's okay to look out for yourself sometimes, but the real question is, does the kid really not want to protect Naru? Still, Sir Raven believes he made the right call. Says Henry's too old to be getting all mushy about something like this. Prince Deer was the first to bail. Truth is, he wanted to shield that kid. But even if that's true, he can't carry that burden. Raven doesn't know how much time he's got left, and his guys are gonna have a rough time after he kicks the bucket. So he can't do anything that leaves loose ends. He can't protect everyone forever. The next day, Lady Estella started packing her stuff into a suitcase. It's all 'cause she's heading back to her parents' place. The news hit the maids so hard, she sent them off to get some rest. Milady needs to ask Mr. Lopez something. The maid says he's usually in his study at this hour. Estella left right away. All she could do yesterday was silently see Naru off. The Dier family has no intention of protecting this kid. We need to make that crystal clear to everyone. Now that the Dier family has made their intentions known, Estella has no choice but to take matters into her own hands. That way, Raven and the others won't be held responsible. She needs to get there ASAP and get him out of there. First things first, Lady Charlotte popped in to see Keith Lopez for just a sec. Seeing her with a suitcase, Keith offered her a seat. But the thing is, Milady's leaving soon. Hearing she plans to go back to her family home for 2 weeks, he said that's way too long. If she's going back because of Naru, he thinks it'll be a real uphill battle to strip the Viscount of guardianship through official channels. Imperial law says parents basically own their kids' lives until they're adults. It's not just that kids like Naru grow up in messed up situations, it's that getting rid of parental rights is nearly impossible. Whatever it takes, Estella's gonna make him give up those rights. Keith wished her luck on the way back, but thought it was a total long shot. Just then, the door swung open and His Highness strode right in. He flashed a killer smile, snatched the kid from those abusive hands, and took him back home. Naru, practically bouncing, ran into his sister's arms. The best reunion ever. Raven wasn't happy about it, mostly because the old man's words hit home. Henry hadn't run that fast in ages, just to have this conversation. He knows he's just an old-timer, but he had to ask his boy to let him say his piece. The butler saw the document. Minors with godlike powers can fight without permission. Permission to join a group of their own free will. This was made for Master Naru. It's true they're holding Naru right now without guardian consent. It'd be pretty messed up if they just straight up said they kidnapped him. However, if these documents get approved, they can officially welcome Master Naru. Even if Henry wants this, Raven's sure it won't be that easy. If it all goes through, a lot of nobles will be against him. At that point, other families might come after the Dyer family. If that happens, Raven, for certain reasons, won't be able to be around at that moment. He won't be able to protect everyone. So, as a member of a knightly family, he can't make such a selfish decision. Henry's sure his boy's taken on way too much. That's why he asked to let him carry this burden together. Henry wants his boy to trust and rely on his own people. No matter how tough it gets, the butler's gonna be there for him till the end. He's just glad Henry and the others are okay. While Estella was strolling through the field with Naru, she suddenly caught Raven in her peripheral vision. He walked closer and called out to her, but it looks like she just blew him off. Asher thinks it's a total chicken move. He wants a fair fight, one-on-one. Losers always whine. Daniel decided to take care of him quick. Only Theo spotted the Demon King suddenly showing up. From now on, little Naru is the Demon King, the strongest and most terrifying of all. Turns out, if Naru has divine power, he can become a disciple even without his parents' permission. With His Majesty's okay, there won't be any issues. He was planning on focusing on raising the next generation anyway. Anyway, it's a solid plan, and it'll get the green light real soon. Estella already told Naru about it. Plus, she's gonna talk to her dad so the Charlene family can pitch in too. Honestly, Raven feels bad about those harsh words he said the other day. But the girl doesn't care. She thinks what he said was spot on. Since they were done talking, Milady decided to head out. Now that everything's out in the open, Naru's only hope is that he can become a healer like Estella and the others. He'll start practicing when he's older, but until then, his sister told him to learn the basics. But after thinking about it for a bit, Naru announced that he wants to join the squad. They agreed to talk about it next time with Raven, but for now, they decided to enjoy the view. There's even an artificial lake on the grounds, just like you'd expect from the Dier family. Raven waved again, showing up out of nowhere, but she just kept ignoring him. She almost waved back, but then remembered he's only in it for the deal. So, Milady needs to keep her distance and play it cool. It's weird, but Raven can't shake the feeling they're growing apart. From that point on, Lady Charlotte decided to eat in her room. The sunset was killer, so he suggested a walk, but got shot down again. She said it didn't bother her, but she's probably steamed, even though they're close. Theo interrupted the boss's brooding, begging for help. Daniel hadn't even finished his story yet. Theo's heard enough stories about his wife, but Daniel's convinced the boss is dying to hear more. His wife was born in winter. That's why her skin is so pale. She looks like a princess straight out of a storybook. She's so tiny, it's wild. Hard to believe she's 28, but she's really short. 2 hours later, Daniel finally wrapped up the story about why his wife is so distant and how he tried to break through her shell. His wife gets cold easily, so Raven figured she probably has cold hands and feet all the time. A little later, the prince prepped a gift and started pacing back and forth with it, second-guessing everything. Seeing Estella, he immediately said he wanted to apologize for the thing with Naru, but she already said it didn't bother her. The guy barely got the words out when she just walked right past him, like he wasn't even there, ready to bolt again. This time, Raven worked up the nerve to stop her and ask why she's been giving him the cold shoulder. If she really didn't care, then she could just talk to him, right? Like Miss Charlene already said, she's not avoiding him. She decided to eat in her room because she figured if she kept her distance, the prince would be more at ease. Just like he said, they're not a real couple, just in a marriage of convenience. Seems like Raven, the one who pushed her away first, doesn't have the right to say that. But after saying they were strangers, the guy felt a little lonely. He really didn't get it until she explained. And now, if he's upset her in any way, he wants to apologize. And he wants to do it in a way that makes Estelle feel comfortable, plain and simple. The things he said to push her away were for the sake of the Dyer family. Charlene knows that, which is why she tried not to dwell on it. She ignored the pain she'd been bottling up for so long. Everything was fine, but deep down, it hurt. And the prince wants to tell her she's not a stranger to him. He really has no right to say something like that. In her eyes, this guy's a real piece of work. It's pretty low of him to say that kind of stuff. Just her smile made Raven blush. She really does have a cute smile. Suddenly realizing what he'd done, the guy yanked his hand away from her face, not even understanding what came over him. The princess is still pissed, though. It hurt to hear that kind of stuff, you know? She's got feelings, too. And this dude is totally playing her, saying he was lonely. What really gets to her is that she trusted him without even thinking twice. She knows how much he cares about the members of the Dyer family. Like always, the prince is carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. So Estelle wants to protect what he holds dear this time around. Since she hates being on bad terms forever, she suggested they bury the hatchet. This conversation's gotta end. Just like she figured, Raven jumped at the chance. Like a puppy dog, he squeezed her hand tight. Perfect time to give Milady this warming balm. It's great for when your hands or feet are freezing. That's when she remembered the prince refusing to hold her hand, because her hands were too cold. She was super grateful and promised to take real good care of it. The next day, Lady Estella didn't show up for breakfast. Raven was left waiting for her. They made up yesterday, but she didn't say she'd be here. Suddenly, she bursts in, apologizing for being late, bringing a gust of fresh air with her. She wanted to bring Naru with her, but he looked totally zonked. So Raven told the staff to take some food to his room, so he could eat in peace when he woke up. About the engagement, he'd rather hold the event in a month and send out the invitations in the meantime. If that's the plan, he'll head to the imperial capital this week. Planning to hit the shops before he leaves, he asked her if she wanted to tag along, if she was up for it. Soon, wedding invitations from the Duke of Deer's family were being sent all over the empire. When the young lady heard about it, she flew into a rage. He dumped her to marry that awful woman. The Dyer family and Charlene invited her to their engagement, but she's not about to give up on Prince Dyer that easily. Suddenly, she remembered something good. The princess is coming to the capital for the first time. Maybe she should invite her for tea. That's actually a brilliant idea. So, she ordered them to give her paper and clean up this place immediately. The engagement invitation was sent on behalf of Duke Dyer, and the whole city was buzzing with rumors about the betrothed couple. The daughters of aristocrats who dreamed of being in Estella Charlene's place were deeply saddened that such a catch was taken. The Duke's official announcement of the engagement sent them into despair. Meanwhile, at the Dyer estate, Lord Raven relieved the knights of their duties as soon as they arrived in the capital. In other words, they're on vacation. They can do whatever they want. However, Raven bummed them out by saying they'd be heading there as escorts. Still, it's not all bad. Even so, he did promise them a vacation when they got back home, so he told them to give it their all. A few days later, the day to leave for the imperial capital finally arrived. Once Henry wraps things up, he's planning on heading after them. It was finally time to hit the road, and Naru was so stoked for this trip. He'll get to hang out with everyone, and that just makes him feel awesome. Raven said they'd be making a couple of stops in some towns along the way, so the little dude can check out the local sites. After getting to the imperial capital, they hit up all the fun stuff and tried a bunch of new things. This is the best day ever for Naru, finally feeling like a real kid. Estella was so wiped out from the day that she crashed out on Raven's shoulder as evening rolled around. And before long, they arrived at Duke Dyer's residence. It's a freaking mansion! Duke Dyer's probably the only guy who owns that much prime real estate in the entire Imperial City. Sometimes Estella forgets, thanks to his chill attitude, that he's the most powerful dude around. Besides the royal family, of course. He's got a little tour planned for tomorrow, but for now, he's sending everyone to their rooms to chill out. Nathan's gonna show them to their rooms. He's Henry's son and the manager of this estate. He was stoked to meet the young princess, but when he glanced at Naru, his whole vibe shifted. Nathan used to be a sailor, which explains the tough face, but he's actually a big softie. Naru doesn't need to be scared of him, even if he did look like he wanted to eat him alive. Nathan led them to Estella's room, and young Master Naru's room is right next door. Lady Charlene suddenly spotted a letter on the table. It was an invitation to a tea party addressed to her. Then the girl checked out the sender's name, and it turned out the invitation was from Lady Earl. And soon after that, the long-awaited tea party finally happened. It's usually a time for cozy get-togethers, where fragrant tea brings people together for heartfelt chats, creating a warm atmosphere. But this meeting? The cozy vibe totally morphed into awkwardness and dead silence. Looking at the two bewildered ladies, the hostess has no clue what's going on. Lady Charlene told them not to be shy, not understanding why they were being so quiet. To understand what went down at the tea party, we gotta rewind a bit, back 2 days to be exact. When Sir Raven found out Estella was actually gonna go to this tea party, he had a pretty weird reaction. The girl wants to know what's happening in high society, so she needs to show her face there, at least for appearance's sake. But the prince is worried, remembering she's known as the most difficult woman in the empire. So he pulled out his usual charm, hoping to talk her out of going. This is Estella's first time out, and she promised she wouldn't do anything to tarnish her husband's reputation. That's not exactly what His Majesty's worried about. He just doesn't think she gets along with people very well. If she doesn't want anything to do with these gossiping hens, she doesn't have to go anywhere. Actually, Estella doesn't feel that way. She's doing fine. Even though she said that, honestly, she feels uncomfortable in this strange environment. First things first, the young lady with the fiery red hair decided to see if she was okay. She was really looking forward to today, and now that they've met in person, she understands why Sir Raven chose her. Now things are getting interesting. This lady's behavior is way out of line. It's just not done in their circles. Even though the other lady is also a girl, she is struck by the beauty of Madame Estella. And the other one's betting she wasn't picked just for her pretty face. So get this, a friend of mine just got a marriage proposal. She's not exactly known for being easy to get along with, so maybe the guy's just totally whipped. People think he's a real loser. Still waters run deep, you know? Ladies usually steer clear of guys like that. They're actually going through with the wedding, so the other ladies wanted to know what Estella thinks about it all. Lady Charlene's actually pretty chill about it. She thinks they have a lot in common. She suggested they all have a good laugh together, figuring this girl's gotten under her skin something fierce. Honestly, Estella totally gets it. If she doesn't like someone, she just wants to crush them. Make sure they can never look her in the eye again. Just strip them of all their pride. That's why Charlene loves these chats. She thinks they'll get along great, and she wants to know what they're planning to do to this young lady. She might even be able to give them a few pointers, seeing as how she's known as the most ruthless woman around. The table went silent instantly. The girls shut their mouths and their faces changed. Suddenly, one of the ladies felt so unwell, she had to excuse herself. From the very start, the lady with the red hair knew that Mr. Raven's new wife wasn't who she seemed to be. Tonight was fun. The lady thanked Lady Estella for gracing them with her presence. She's already looking forward to their next pleasant get-together. Just then, cries of admiration rang out. Mr. Raven himself had arrived so unexpectedly. The ladies are seeing him up close for the first time. In their eyes, he shone like a minor son of the Empire, a real heartthrob. His silky white hair was ruffled by the wind, and his deep, piercing gaze seemed to be searching for someone. When he saw his wife, a dazzling smile lit up his face, and a spark appeared in his eyes that hadn't been there before. He came to pick up Estella because he was worried sick. Now that the kid's sure everything's cool, he's itching to get back home. Right in front of everyone, the prince grabbed the girl's hand and told the socialites to excuse them. So the rumors are true, huh? They say Lord Dyer's head over heels for the princess. Seriously, look at those two. You'd think they were a match made in heaven. Next to Charlene, Lord Dyer actually looks happy. You can practically see the love burning in his eyes. But this lady, she's got it bad for him. and she's gonna do whatever it takes to get him, no matter what. That evening, Lady Estella heard a knock at the door. When she opened it, Sir Raven was standing there. Looking a little flustered, he asked her to take a walk. He knows this secret spot, one of a kind. A place no one knows about but Raven, obviously. Estella's in. Now all she has to do is follow him. Lord Dyer's been working his tail off, totally drained from all the paperwork. Nathan said there's a meteor shower tonight, so he suggested I invite Lady Charlene to watch it. Nathan's trying to play matchmaker, give them some alone time in a romantic setting. Raven thought it was a good idea and figured he'd invite Naru too. But Nathan reminded him it's late, and kids should be in bed by now. We had that tea party today, so Raven's worried the lady might be wiped out. Still, his heart led him to her room, not knowing if she was asleep or not. As soon as Estella opened the door, the young man explained that he heard you can see shooting stars tonight. If she's not too tired, Raven suggested they go to his favorite spot, one that nobody else knows about. As soon as Charlene agreed, the prince gently put his arm around her waist and pulled her close. Getting ready to teleport, he asked her to hold on tight. This is pretty risky, so Milady needs to be careful when teleporting. In a split second, magical powers transported them both to an incredibly beautiful place, captivating even from afar. The sky, like a canvas, scattered with shimmering stars, delicate purple flowers, and a large grassy field. It's so beautiful here that Milady's breath caught in her throat. Raven's glad she likes it. He loves this place too, but he wants to show her something else. The prince suggested they watch the stars together and draped his jacket over her shoulders. Even summer nights can be chilly, but Estella is warmed by the care of her contract husband. First of all, Raven wanted to know how the tea party went, because Milady looked distressed in the carriage. That's exactly how it was. So Estella briefly explained what happened. She told them that she's being called the most wicked woman in the Empire, which almost killed the guy with laughter. Sounds like that stung a little. She's not exactly smooth with words like those other high society ladies. The prince gets it, though. He's not a fan of all that fake politeness and backhanded crap either. That's wild, because she was sure he'd be pissed about her little stunt. Being the kind of guy who acts first and thinks later, Raven realized those broads started it, and she just put them in their place. And honestly, he's really into girls who are that bold and tough. Charlene had no clue about his interesting tastes, which made her jump to the conclusion that the prince probably wants to be teased. It's a common thing in this country. Raven's parents didn't exactly get along either. Every time his dad had an affair, Mom became the laughingstock of high society. But she never clapped back at the haters. She just took the insults. Back then, Raven wanted to be there for her, but she wouldn't let him and just took all her anger out on him. Now, Raven remembers it with sad eyes. His mother's been gone a long time, but the wound she left on his heart is still there. Basically, in his eyes, Estella's a strong-willed girl, maybe even a little tough, to be honest. Honestly, she gets ticked off when people call her tough, but she'll deal with it. It's because she's strong and can protect herself. It seems like this girl is really cheering Raven up. Either way, he's grateful to her. They've finally arrived. This is the spot where the dark dome above is covered in glittering stars and moonlight. The night sky opens up here with unbelievable beauty. From here, it looks like the stars are so close you could reach out and grab them. Watching the starry sky brings a feeling of peace, stops time, and makes you forget your worries. Maybe it's the moonlight, but the eyes Estella's gotten so used to suddenly seem especially beautiful to her. Back then, in the Imperial Palace, in the throne room, His Majesty declared that Shebesta's son hadn't disappointed him. He's talking about knighting kids without parental consent, and he plans to sign this decree for the good of the Empire's future. He says only hostile nobles would object, but that's not a problem. If Raven decides to do something, no one can stop him, and the Duke is just helping his son do whatever he wants. His Majesty trusts the Duke's son. If Raven just talked to them, things wouldn't be so tense. Maybe the Duke's right. His job is to let them know they should come say hello. Meanwhile, Estella's starting to crack. If this keeps up, she's gonna go after Raven. After the Naru incident, their relationship softened, and yesterday it was like there was a real spark between them. Lady Estella's behavior has really freaked out the maids. She's pale as a ghost. They decided they need to get Master Raven here ASAP. If she falls for him, all her plans will be toast. 6 months back at the Charlene estate, when she first remembered her past life, she didn't even want to see Raven. If he doesn't have any memories, then even if he's technically the same dude, he's still different. Even though she knew all this, the heroine was still bugging out about it. When she was trying to figure out what he's really like, she found out the Guardians don't live long. Pretty much all of them end up kicking the bucket, either in the line of duty or by the time they hit 40. Estella doesn't want him going down for someone else. That thought made her want to be right there by his side. Girls convinced if a monster jumps Raven, she could take it down, no sweat. But in their empire, ladies don't exactly get encouraged to ride or, especially, fence. So she never got to join in on monster hunts, which is why Charlene was looking for other ways to help. Around that time, she got word that they wanted to marry her off to Raven. His Majesty brought up an engagement with the Dier family heir, but her father, of course, refused. He was floored when he heard Estella wanted to marry him. Before, she'd rather see the whole place burn than tie the knot. However, if the guy didn't want everything going to hell, she told her dad to say she was in. She was sure Raven, who valued his teammates, wouldn't turn down her help. So, she wasn't worried about the marriage contract itself, but she couldn't decide which plan to go with. Plan 1 was to win Raven's heart, then extend the contract indefinitely. Plan 2 was to show off her power and stay in his squad as a healer, even if they split up. These plans are straight-up genius, but if anyone found out about them, she'd probably get the boot. Hearing from the maid that Estella wasn't feeling well, Raven rushed over as fast as he could. Judging by the way he looks, he came straight from practice to see how she was doing. Even though Estella said she was fine, Raven noticed a mark on her forehead and figured she'd bumped it. He decided to cast a healing spell on her. She's got this tempting treat right in front of her, and she's dying to pounce on it. She said if she loses it, it'll be his fault. That's a heavy accusation. The truth is, Charlene just wants to protect that smile. Her desire hasn't changed. In this life, she wants Raven to be happy, so her feelings don't matter. Earlier today, Kate saw the Master talking with Estella, and just based on what he saw, he dared to suggest that Raven's got a thing for her. Prince Deer replayed his words in his head late into the night. He couldn't even sleep because of it. When Kate asked that, the kids started wondering how things would have turned out if he hadn't been a guardian. A guardian has incredible, almost godlike power, and the people of the Empire revere him as a hero. But things aren't as rosy as they seem at first glance. The truth is, keeping the protective barrier up requires a sacrifice. Previous guardians, like Raven, got their branch around the age of 6, and every single one of them died at 20. That's because powerful magic was used on them. Raven couldn't tell anyone about it. The attacks were getting worse every year. It was described in a book. If that's the case, he doesn't know if he can make it another year. He can't fall for anyone. In the morning, Naru picked out a great book about the adventures of a saint and a night guardian. So Naru's into adventure novels. Estella was happy to read it to him. Suddenly, Prince Dyer showed up in the hall. Hard to believe he's already done. But it's true, they just got the official word. Raven says being a knight's apprentice is tough, but he's sure Naru can handle it. The kid, who never got any love or real support, just burst into tears because of how good it felt. Raven got worried, thinking maybe the little dude didn't even want to be a knight. But actually, it's just that he said his name for the first time. Now Naru's over the moon? Maybe the prince was trying to keep his distance without even realizing it. From now on, Raven's gonna use his name a lot, so he told him to knock off the waterworks. Since a simple apology isn't gonna cut it, Charlene suggested he grant the boy any wish. All Naru wants is for his lord to read him a book. Of course, His Majesty will read to him as much as he wants. Instead of destroying the Demon King, the merciful saint became his friend. Because of that, peace reigned throughout the world, and the great saint married a guardian knight, and they lived happily ever after. That's the end of the story. Naru was thrilled by how exciting it was. He couldn't even help himself and rushed to the library to grab another book. Suddenly, Estella whispered that she never actually married him, but when Raven asked her to repeat that, she claimed she didn't say anything. It's just that the story is super far-fetched. The great saint was beautiful, smart, and noble, but the guardian knight was a total blockhead. This girl is talking like she actually knew the guy. The truth is, that's exactly right, and there's a pretty damn good reason for it. That very great saint? That's Estella's past life, and it ended tragically for her. It all started way back when the knight asked the great saint out on a date that night. The thing is, the great saint and the guardian knight, those are their past lives. Today was the day Raven could have found out that the great saint and the guardian knight were their previous selves. Estella could have just blurted it out, but if she had, Raven probably would have just laughed it off. Or he might have just been totally confused about what she was even talking about. That's why she decided to hold back and clammed up real quick. She just said she'd seen the play before and was just messing with him. It's the hottest play in the whole imperial capital, the one the knight invited the saint to see. Speaking of which, they're doing an opera version of it at the theater tomorrow. As soon as Estella got the invite to go with Naru, she jumped at the chance. If they had the chance, she suggested going there for his birthday, since it's coming up soon. As soon as the topic came up, Raven immediately deflated and said he'd be super busy that day. He suggested going on the last day of the show. The opera's only running for a short time. Just then, Nathan walked in and announced that the master's gift had arrived. Massive crates were delivered to the palace, and Raven looked even more bummed out when he saw them. According to Keith, it's all from his sweetheart, or at least that's what the note said. Seeing Estella's unhappy face, the prince assured her she had it all wrong. Actually, His Majesty calls himself that. It would be great if he just said it himself. That emperor clearly did this because he wants to embarrass Prince Dyer again this time. On the bright side, it turns out His Majesty sent some fancy 10-year-old vintage wine as a gift. Raven, a true connoisseur of fine wines, was finally getting the most out of his drink. He prefers drinking with company, especially with his buddies. As for Estella, she used to drink a lot in her past life, but in this one, she's mostly just been sampling different kinds of booze. Honestly, the lady doesn't even know how much she needs to drink to get buzzed. But as soon as she took a sip of the wine, a spark ignited in her eyes. It was so damn good. The prince definitely digs this wine, so he's stoked his wife liked it. A few glasses later, Lady Charlene finally got tipsy and started acting wild. Now she's standing in front of him, barely dressed, and Raven's got no clue how things escalated like this. When the bottle was empty, he told her to stop drinking, but she just glared at him. Right now, she thinks he looks even more tempting than usual, but he's totally oblivious. Estella blames him for everything because he's got such a killer bod she can't help herself. She's been drooling over him forever, but he's totally clueless. Or maybe he's playing dumb. The kid was so flustered by that, he didn't even know how to react. Burning with embarrassment, all he could say was for Estella to knock it off already. But finally, the girl's long-time fantasy came true. Today, she touched his sweet body. That's enough from Raven. She's being way too reckless. This isn't a game. Anyone else could get the wrong idea. Something awful could happen. He doesn't think she realizes that. That's true, but Charlene only wants to do this with him. The prince's heart started pounding. He shouldn't go any further, but he's never seen her look like that before. He's dying to get closer to her, but he still doesn't know if she's into him. There are things Charlene still regrets. Probably like a lot of people have regrets that just never go away. Back then, the guardian knight was head over heels for the great saint, and always would be. He thought she liked him too, since she was playing hard to get. But the saint made it clear that wasn't the case. That's a total nightmare, and the knight just burst out laughing when he heard it. He always loved her, no BS, and he was totally upfront about his feelings. The guardian swore he'd protect her, even if it meant sacrificing everything. So he wanted Stella to be his wife. But Stella was scared to death to trust anyone, and never could bring herself to tell him what was really going on inside. I guess that's what she paid for, because soon after, the guardian knight decided to call off the engagement. He said he'd found someone else, so the saint had no choice but to let him go. A pain you can't forget. Even now, when she thinks back to those days, she just wants to scream. They tried to tell her that every time Stella was around that guy, he never shut up about her. The knights were saying, it was crazy to think he'd actually fallen for someone else. Stella shouldn't have left him. That knight died protecting her after all. Turns out they needed a sacrifice to put up a barrier over the continent, to keep the monsters out. That was the real reason he left the woman he loved. She must have seen it herself, that he only had eyes for her. Like that guy said, Stella knew, but she just couldn't return his feelings, even though he deserved it more than anyone, because he loved Stella with everything he had. Only after she lost him did she realize how wrong she was. And now all she could do was regret it. Her whole life, she regretted never being able to say a single kind word to him. If she got another shot, she'd do things completely different and never again say she didn't have feelings for him. So right now, looking Raven in the eye, she didn't hesitate to admit she was into him. In the morning, Estella couldn't even believe how she'd acted the night before. Even if she can't lie, there's gotta be some other way to deal with the fallout. When she decided to talk to him, she unexpectedly ran into the knights in the hallway. Turns out, Asher and Theo had actually been looking for her for a while. They heard the lady was tossing back wine with the boss last night and brought some hangover cure. Seeing the second dose for Raven, Estella asked if she could deliver it herself. In that case, Asher decided to tell the other knights not to bother them and quickly took off. Walking into the prince's office, the girl immediately said she had something for him, and she really asked him to just forget about what happened yesterday. The prince was super surprised to hear she remembered anything, but she swore she blacked out after she got drunk. Raven didn't think much of it, figured she was just bringing him a hangover cure from Asher. But as soon as he reached for it, it was like a jolt of magic shot up his arm. Suddenly, he's seeing visions of a powerful saint and a knight protector who looked eerily like him. Freaked out, Raven yanked his hand back, noticing that Lady Estella felt it too. The dude was totally lost, wondering if she was the woman who'd been haunting his dreams. Suddenly, he saw it was hurting her, and he just wanted to reach out and touch her hand. But Lady Charlene's face was blank. She turned away, looking bummed, like she was shutting down. She's okay, just the bottle broke. When she said she didn't remember anything, Raven thought she was lying. He's sure she remembers what happened yesterday, but he hasn't exactly been straight with her either. When she said she liked him, Prince Dyer got spooked. The princess probably knows he'll have to leave if he acts on his feelings, but that would just make her miserable. That evening, he stared at the night sky, lost in thought, until he suddenly spotted Naru in the garden. So, Raven decided to go find that little rascal, sneaking around at night. He's just worried about the kid, so he asked him to let him know next time before he goes wandering off. Still, what he really wants to know is how the boy even got here. Turns out, Naru once heard about a beautiful flower that only blooms at night. If he's talking about the glowing flowers, Prince Dyer suggested they go check them out right now. Called it! Their sweet act totally charmed the kid. He's eating it up. He's so stoked, he even asked the guy to go horseback riding and mess around in the woods with him. If they all go for a walk, the little dude will be over the moon. Raven's face just dropped when he heard that. He's been dying to ask Naru something. Specifically, why the kid said he wanted to go home that one time. Judging by that gloomy look on his face, it's tough for him to talk about. Truth is, when Naru was playing, he overheard them arguing about him, and it bummed him out. Raven got it. No matter what excuse he comes up with, he can't take back the words that hurt the kid. The little guy looked at the prince with hopeful eyes and jumped into his arms, hugging him tight. Naru doesn't know why, but Mr. Raven seems super bummed out to him, and he'll hug him till he feels better, 'cause that's what his mom used to do. Truth is, Mr. Dyer feels responsible for all the crap this kid's been through because of him. Ever since he came to visit Naru, the little dude's been having a blast. The day the kid went back home, Mr. Dyer showed up right after to ask him to come back and stay with them. Raven hopes the kindness this kid showed him will light his way, like sunshine. He'll protect the boy and never let his sensitive heart turn cold. Naru's way wiser than he is, so the guy let him crash in his room. Even though Naru's just a little guy, he never runs from trouble. Raven needs to take a page from his book and finally talk to Estella. Bright and early, Prince Dyer headed out for some wooden sword training. His opponent was Keith Lopez, heir to a noble family that served the Dyer line for ages. Just when their strength seemed evenly matched, the prince suddenly overpowered his aide and knocked the sword right out of his hand. Raven's a truly unmatched leader, with incredible weapon skills and a killer striking technique. Still, Keith's a total looker, even if he has to play the part of a girl every single day. Noticing the prince seemed a little out of it, he figured he must be losing sleep. But what's really on his mind is that it's probably something to do with the princess. Keith thinks the prince is a real idiot. This marriage is just a business deal, so all they gotta do is use each other. But Raven's too damn nice for that. He's always got a whole crowd buzzing around him. As for picking the staff for the engagement ceremony, Keith's on it, but he wants Raven to double-check everything later. Out of the blue, Raven wanted to know if he was all right, but the knight told him he should be looking after himself. Keith finally got through to the prince, making sure he understood, and told him to handle the job only he could. That killer bod caught the servant's eyes. The girls got a peek at Keith's abs. The help around this place is totally out of control. Time to start cleaning house, if you catch my drift. Like a glass filling with water, his thoughts flooded with memories of his family. Once, when Raven was just a kid, his mom, at the end of her rope, started to... Well, things got rough. The boy did everything he could to snap her out of it, but she just kept repeating the same thing. She couldn't understand why her beloved husband didn't love her back, because she loved him so damn much. She wished she'd never gotten married, never loved a guy like that. Looking into her eyes, full of pain and despair, Raven felt like he couldn't breathe. Back then, he didn't know what he could do to make his mom smile again. What Prince Dyer saw snapped him awake. He realized he'd been lost in his memories. He'd fallen asleep right at his desk. He's been having trouble sleeping lately. Tonight, his thoughts wouldn't let him rest, until he decided he needed to talk to Lady Estella ASAP. Luckily, she wasn't busy, and what's more, she had something she needed to tell him too. She decided to start by apologizing. When the prince asked if she remembered that day, she lied. Basically, she remembered everything, and she's sorry she deceived him. Turns out, Raven noticed, but he's grateful she's being honest about it all now. She really does have feelings for this guy, but Estella's turning him down. If she understands correctly, her feelings would be a burden for the prince. So, Estella's ready to let go of those feelings and won't ask for his love. So, first thing she did, she straight up asked the guy to break off the engagement. Right then, Raven started wondering what would happen if we fell for her. By then, their contractual agreement would be over. That's why he decided to ask one question, wanting to know why Milady decided to go to such lengths and extend their contract. He's the only one who benefits from this, yet she still made such sacrifices. After thinking for a moment, Estella said it was all because he fights for women's rights in the Empire. There are cases where a girl marries a man she chose herself and has a kid. In that case, all she can do is count down the days till she kicks the bucket. But Raven was a fierce opponent of that kind of system. After all, everyone knows the story about how he designed the stationery for Viscountess Blau when she opened her shop. So, the prince wondered, does this mean Estella's not happy with her current life? That's exactly it. All she wants is to use her divine power to help people, but they wouldn't let her go on the expedition with everyone else, which is why she's got her eye on Sir Dyer. Even though she said she wanted to help conquer the North, nobody would listen to her. Honestly, if Raven hadn't sensed how powerful she really is, he'd be against it too. This girl wants to do some real good, not just for the prince, but for everyone. What Raven really didn't want to hear was that she wanted to join the Dyer family's knights. No matter what, she promised to be there as a healer and be able to save lives. That's why Estella chose Raven and agreed to marry him. She needed time to win him over. The only problem is, if she decides to stay with the knights after the divorce, people are gonna talk. Prince Dyer knows this all too well, and he can't let it happen. And the reason for that is simple. He wouldn't be able to protect her. The guy just wants Charlene to be happy, so he's decided to drop the whole thing. In that case, everything became clear to the girl. She realized she'd made the wrong choice. For Raven, it just means one thing. She's lost interest, she feels guilty, and she regrets getting married. He realized he wouldn't be able to make her happy, even if they tied the knot. That's why the guy cleared his head of all the extra thoughts and decided that ending things was the right call. But he wants to find a way out that works for both of them. He's gonna need some time to think. So, he suggested they talk about it a little later. During the day, while the knights were training, Keith suddenly popped into the training yard. He was still racking his brain, trying to figure out who to pick as assistants for the engagement ceremony, and a couple of servants working at the mansion caught his eye. So, he wanted Asher to dig into their files, which means the knights gotta handle it. After reading the files, Asher got the picture and decided to take care of it himself. At that moment, a maid at the estate was barely managing to lug these huge baskets of dirty laundry. The knight stepped up to help, offering to take the baskets to the laundry room. He's convinced it's a man's job, so he told the maid not to hesitate to ask for help. Women always have a hard time lifting heavy stuff. It's just a matter of being considerate. Agreeing with the knight, Mr. Asher decided to grab the other one. Looks like the maid is now super uncomfortable with the whole situation. Word is, Asher's heard this kid's the most stand-up guy around, and he wants a chat. It's 'cause he's earned the trust of pretty much everyone on this estate. The third squad commander's looking for someone to work in Duke Dyer's main residence, and he wants to put this kid forward for the head of security gig. Plus, they're both from noble families. Gotta look out for each other, right? They say the Duke's mansion's getting a little too crowded with commoners, which ain't right. Soon, the kid's gonna head to the main residence and won't see his buddies anymore. He told the others it was time to head back, or they'd catch hell if they slacked off too much. He didn't think his lordship would turn down such a simpleton. We're talking about a boy named Naru. It's hard to imagine protecting someone else's kid, knowing the whole high society is gonna come down on him. One look is all you need to see that kid's the spitting image of Duke Dyer. According to the kid, his bride-to-be is a real piece of work too. All stuck up and claims she hates guys. He was just about to spill the beans on what he'd do if he were the Duke's heir. But then he bumped into someone. Looking up, the knight saw His Highness's furious glare, the likes of which he'd never seen before. Looks like Prince Dyer could barely keep himself from drooling at the sight of that pudding. Judging by the way his eyes lit up, Daniel knew right away he wanted to devour it. Without hesitation, he wholeheartedly offered the pudding to his lord, enjoying how happily Raven ate it. This guy's like a big kid. Daniel remembered they were supposed to have a talk. It's about Naru. The prince got the okay from His Majesty. He's officially been accepted as a trainee in their squad. Up until now, he's been treated like a guest, but from now on, he wants to be treated like one of the team. Finally, it happened. Daniel loves kids, so Naru's in good hands with him. Just then, Asher was walking by the place where they were eating, minding his own business. Overhearing their conversation, he decided to check if the commander was busy. Asher glanced at the maid. Truth is, he needed a quick word with him. Turns out Keith assigned him to an investigation, and he came to give Raven a report. So, it seems there are some issues with the younger guys in the unit. Raven figures it'd be a good idea to deal with this problem right now. The boss never imagined they'd be goofing off in the old servant quarters. Now he's thinking about tearing the whole thing down so no one can sneak in there anymore. It's about the boy, Naru. Those words cut him deep. That's when Prince Dyer happened to overhear a young, chatty knight running his mouth. Clearly, they shouldn't have been blabbing about the kid being the prince's, you know? After what he heard, Raven made a snap decision. The knight was out of here. He wasn't even going to hear him out. He'd already heard more than enough. The kid swore up and down that he really respected his commander. He admitted he was a little harsh about the princess, but didn't think it was worth getting this worked up over. According to the young knight, pretty much all the nobles make fun of women. But Raven doesn't like people talking smack behind anyone's back. Even though he was born into a noble family, he believes people should respect each other, no matter their gender or status. But some people just can't make reasonable calls, you know? In case the kid didn't get it, His Highness decided to put it another way. First off, my wife's a human being just like me, so you better not be so flippant about your opinions of her. And from now on, the prince wants you to think real hard before you say anything, 'cause Raven's got a real temper and might accidentally, silence you permanently. That was the end of that, and His Majesty could finally breathe easy. As soon as he stepped outside, it was like he was on stage, with all the servants as the audience, watching the whole show. Whispers broke out everywhere. The maids had seen him get kicked out. At that moment, the servant was just glad they were done, and he showed it a little too much. Hearing that, Prince Dyer decided to set him straight. The Dyer family exists to serve the good of the people, and those who share that goal. Raven's gonna protect everyone, so anyone thinking about hurting his people better think twice. 2 days later, Lady Estella stumbled upon something pretty wild back at the estate. So, she decided to ask Daniel what was up. She'd find out sooner or later anyway. According to the knight, some of the estate staff were running their mouths too much, so they got the boot. Daniel's positive his lordship won't let anyone mess with the people he cares about. If the commander hadn't stepped in and straightened those punks out, the knight would have taught them a lesson himself. Right then, Estella tried to tell herself she was just accepting his help. If they celebrate Raven's birthday tomorrow, things could get a little dicey. At least everyone was allowed to get him a gift. That's when Charlene pitched the idea of throwing the commander a surprise birthday bash. Daniel thinks it's better not to give him gifts, and Asher agrees. Whether there's a reason for that is kinda hard to figure out without knowing everything he's been through. Now Estelle finally gets why he's so down on having a fun birthday bash. When she decided to find out if there was a reason, Raven just happened to be nearby and overheard everything. And then he immediately decided to tell her that his birthday is also the day his mom passed away. That's why he doesn't want to celebrate it. And it feels kinda weird to celebrate it at his age anyway. Still, the dude appreciates Lady Charlene's efforts and what she came up with. Speaking of which, the servants picked out the dress she's gonna wear to the engagement. With that, they said their goodbyes. Estella left first, feeling like she was carrying the weight of the world. The next day, Raven came to visit his mom. And like always, he picked out white tulips for her. These flowers are beautiful, bringing back memories of his childhood, even if just for a moment. He was running down the hall with flowers that day, which worried the butler because he could have fallen. But the little guy couldn't help it, because it was a really special day. He picked out a bouquet of white tulips, hoping to finally make his mom smile. The day before his birthday, at dinner, his mom suddenly remembered that it was his birthday tomorrow. She got really weird when she realized he was turning 6 and suggested they go somewhere. They hadn't gone anywhere in ages, so Raven got super excited, his eyes filled with a kid's hope. And then the day came. The day that turned his whole life upside down. Raven brought his mom her favorite flowers, hoping to cheer her up. His only hope, the thing that kept him going, was that his mom would finally be happy. With a fluttering heart, he opened his mom's door, totally ready to take her for a walk. But instantly, his eyes went wide, his hands dropped, and his heart nearly stopped beating. The white tulips crashed to the floor, along with everything he was feeling inside. Raven found his mother, gone, in her room. That day, the young lady arrived at the mansion later than planned. She was visiting for the first time in ages. Henry wasn't even sure he'd see her again. The elegant Lady Swan, a charming girl from the city with all the fancy manners. She behaved impeccably in public, and the estate's maids greeted her with respect. She was curious what kind of person this princess was. Because of the rumors, she pictured her as, like, a total wrecking ball, ready to tear the whole place down. Hoping she wasn't that bad, Lady Swan crossed paths with the sweetest woman. This Princess Charlene, a refined and delicate soul, a lady of heavenly beauty, raised to perfection. At first, Lady Swan couldn't believe her eyes, seeing a straight-up goddess standing before her. The girl's beauty floored her. It really got to her. As soon as Princess Charlene started talking to her, the usually confident lady got flustered and couldn't string 2 words together. Pulling herself together, she introduced herself as the younger sister of Sir Raven Dyer. Hearing that, Estella grabbed her hand and held it close, and Lady Swan's heart almost jumped out of her chest. The princess apologized for grabbing her so suddenly, saying she was just worried the lady might fall down the stairs. Lady Swan is pure innocence, but in that moment, she remembered the books that fell out of her suitcase. Realizing it was her collection of illustrations featuring, shall we say, artistic male figures, she knew she was toast. With a very suspicious look, Estella picked up the book, and after reading the title, asked if Lady Swan enjoyed it. Turns out, she wasn't just asking out of the blue, she's got a part 2. The world just flipped upside down in that moment. Lady Swan, furious, smacked the messed-up book right out of her hands. Truth is, she would have loved to hear all about their date during the meteor shower. There's no story she'd be more excited to hear. Estella said hundreds of stars reflected in the lake's surface. It was a truly magical sight. Those words froze both Lady Swan and Henry in shock. They couldn't believe the lake was their brother's favorite spot. When Lady Swan was little, she constantly begged Raven to show it to her. But he never granted her wish, so she was super surprised. That place must have been so important to him that he didn't want to tell anyone about it. And the fact that he shared his secret with Estella, it's almost unbelievable. Raven's sister was worried, but now she felt relieved. Since her parents didn't exactly get along, her brother thinks marriage is a guaranteed recipe for misery. Now it's clear why Raven said he decided to marry a woman who doesn't love him. He wasn't saying those words to push his bride away. Nathan, who suddenly walked in mid-conversation, apologized for interrupting them, but he needed to let Lady Swan know that Master Dyer had returned. That's great news, so the girl decided to excuse herself to go greet her brother. It was getting late when Master Dyer returned to the estate, accompanied by Keith. It took longer than he expected. When he asked if Keith wanted to say hello to Swan, the knight looked like he couldn't care less. He's about to see her for the first time in forever, and Raven's freaking out that he doesn't even want to say a word. Even so, he's totally stoked to finally see his little sis. Right then, Keith's eyes flashed with rage. If the prince keeps talking trash, he's gonna bury him alive. What a grump, he always says stuff like that. But he still wears the ribbon she gave him. Suddenly, Raven turned around and spotted Swan next to him. This is such a precious and long-awaited reunion. He thought she looked shorter than the last time he saw her, which got him wondering about her diet. But this lady's all grown up now. She's not 5 years old anymore. Watching them from around the corner, Keith still couldn't bring himself to get closer. Something inside was holding him back. When Raven remembered Keith was there, the night was already gone. Soon, the long-awaited engagement day arrived. Just like always, some people are on their side, and some are still holding a grudge against the Dyer family. They might even have sent assassins after them. Raven put Daniel and the others in charge of security outside the estate. Inside should be a lot easier, So I asked Asher and Keith to handle it. Asher's cool with that, but he said we still gotta watch out for Marquis Drain's daughter. Even if it's an accident, the nobles will demand someone take the fall. They're all loyal supporters of His Majesty, which makes the Dyer family their enemies. It's no exaggeration to say they've been sharpening their knives ever since Marquis Drain became head of the family. The knights also need to keep a close eye on Countess Amour's daughter. Come to think of it, wasn't she the one who invited Lady Estella for tea? She's got the hots for Duke Dyer, so she probably won't miss a chance to screw up the engagement. She might be looking to mess with Estelle, so it's the knights' job to stay sharp. The Duke sent them on ahead without him. He'll catch up later with Estelle. The second he opened her bedroom door, he felt this blast of cold air and just froze, totally stunned. The First Lady, Swan, remarked that Estelle was looking absolutely stunning today. Time was running out, so she decided to call her brother ASAP. But she bumped right into him in the doorway, and he didn't say a word. His lips were pressed tight, barely holding back tears. Raven felt his heart pounding, and tears welled up in his eyes. That gorgeous dress with all the frills really shows off her figure, leaving her slender shoulders bare. Lady Estelle is breathtaking. Not knowing how long her brother had been standing there, Swan suggested he give her a compliment instead of just standing around. Something inside him just shattered. He said he was just lost in thought and moved closer. He couldn't take his eyes off her for a second. She looks absolutely stunning today. The Duke couldn't bring himself to compliment her, so she apologized for making him wait. That doesn't even matter now. Raven's ready to go anywhere with her, but saying it is tough. Holding hands, the young couple finally left the room and went down to the main hall where the celebration's being held. Murmurs of amazement spread through the crowd. They look so beautiful together. As head of the Dyer family, the young Duke greeted the estate's honored guests. He thanked them for gracing them with their presence. They've prepared a little concert, so Raven hopes they'll enjoy it. It's been a long time since their last meeting with her father. He's worried about Estella's well-being. The lady couldn't help but notice how gorgeous Estella looks today, and so does Lord Raven. Word is Estella's a chip off the old block, so the Duke probably has a hell of a time figuring her out. But if you look close, reading her ain't that hard, and Raven seems way better when he's around her. The madam was relieved, hoping they'd get even better at understanding each other with time. Raven decided to greet the guests, giving the girl more time to hang with her family. The rest of the time, the guests mingled, got to know each other, drank, and chilled. But then, out of nowhere, the people the Duke was dreading to see the most showed up at the party. The Marquis Drain's daughter sweetly congratulated Mr. Dyer on his engagement. The Earl Amour's daughter wasn't going to be left out, so she gave him her congrats too. Raven didn't let it show and warmly thanked the ladies for their well wishes. Still, something's bugging the Marquise. Her brother was supposed to come too, but he got sick and is super bummed. The Duke says they haven't seen each other much since graduation. We gotta get him over for dinner sometime. Just then, he caught Estella arguing with her dad out of the corner of his eye, and a bad feeling crept in. Out of the blue, Lady Swan complimented their amazing outfits and asked who made them. Looks like Raven should trust his sister. She knows what she's doing. Suddenly, Estella was getting hammered by her dad's demands. He threatened to call off her engagement. He was about to drag his daughter home right then and there. But just then, Mr. Dyer walked into the room. Sounds like they're having some kind of disagreement, so he came to see what's up. The Duke's timing is perfect. Mr. Charlene actually wanted to ask him something. He's wondering if it's true that Raven let his daughter participate in that whole demon subjugation thing. The old man went ballistic the second he found out it was true. He clocked the young Duke right in the jaw for daring to put his daughter in harm's way. That really ticked off the missus. She thought it was way out of line. But Estella was only worried about Raven. Still, her dad knew his little girl would be miserable. And now she'd been put in danger too. He'd never let her marry a creep like Duke Dyer. No way! Yeah, all right. Raven admitted he'd been way too reckless. He promised to apologize and explain everything later, and asked the old man to hold off till then. Looks like they managed to postpone the showdown for now. Mr. and Mrs. Charlene took off. Honestly, Estella feels terrible about everything that's going down. But Raven thinks she's got nothing to apologize for. It's all on him. He thought about what to do for a long time, but he really didn't want their relationship to end like this. But he really dragged his feet on making a decision, putting it off until a better time to find an answer that would work for everyone. And if the Duke really doesn't want to make her miserable, then there's only one thing left to do. Just like Estella's father said, Their marriage probably won't bring her happiness. The ladies at the event noticed that Duke Dyer wasn't planning on marrying her. Since that's how it is, Milady decided to aim for being his companion, especially since he isn't going to live much longer. If she's patient, she can become a widow and gain wealth and power. Hearing every word, Estella suddenly jumped up and decided to put an end to this madness. But Raven stopped her. Like he wasn't even mad that people were saying such awful things. The thing is, it's true, those girls are right. The Duke can't tell her the truth, because he can't escape his fate. But he did confirm it's true that guardians tend to die young in the line of duty. Realizing he's probably not gonna make it to old age, Estella just visibly started to lose it. In moments like these, she hates herself for being born a saint. As Stella, all her questions to God were about why he chose him, why he gave him the guardian's power. 'Cause he doesn't deserve such a messed up end at all. She didn't want him to take her place, didn't ask him to protect her, but he never said a damn thing to her. Stella felt so guilty about it, she just pushed him away and left. As much as she wishes he'd said those words, wanting that is totally selfish. No doubt about it, Stella herself doomed the guy. Still, she never stopped wondering if he fought for his life until the very end. Estella, sick of him always giving up, started pushing him to stop playing the victim and fight to survive. Every guardian's duty is to protect the Empire and its people, and Raven is destined to fulfill that duty. Even knowing he'll die, he won't back down. But this is his burden alone. He can't put that kind of weight on her. Estella doesn't even want to hear that. She wants to know what he wants. The barrier protecting the Empire is sustained by the Guardian's life force. That's why they usually don't live long, and unfortunately, there are no exceptions. Raven learned he was going to die way back during the ritual, but he figured, so be it. Thinking how lucky it was that he was chosen for this role, and not Swan. If he's the sacrifice, no one else gets hurt, but if the barrier drops, the whole country is screwed. So, the kid realized he had to suck it up for the greater good. Once the Guardian's mark showed up, the Protector's burden landed on him. Now, he couldn't forget his duty. This destiny was set for him since birth. It's his path, and that's why he's got to walk it with his head held high. Still, he wasn't really sure if he should be proud of it, or if it was even okay. Truth is, like any kid, he's scared to kick the bucket. He told himself it was all good, that he had to hang in there, because everyone needed a guardian. He's got to protect the Empire, so he figured everything was all right. But the real deal is, he desperately wants to live, but that ain't gonna happen. Even if Estella feels the same way, knowing he could bite the dust any second, Raven doesn't know if she'll be happy. So the question is it worth it? 'Cause a quick taste of sweetness could turn into a real bummer real quick. The Duke doesn't want Estella to grieve for him, so they shouldn't be together. Furious, she grabbed him by the collar, realizing he'd decided to make her miserable now instead of later. She declared she didn't need his protection anymore, and wouldn't blame him for the choice he'd made. Even if Raven doesn't have much time left, she wants to spend it with him because she loves him. She has the right to decide what to do, so she asked him not to rush into things and to listen to her advice. Her happiness is being with him, so she's begging him not to leave. Seeing the tears in her eyes, Raven finally snapped and gave in to his feelings, pulling her close. In the end, Lady Charlene completely humiliated herself. It was the first time she'd not only broken down in tears in front of someone, but also let her emotions get the better of her. Suddenly, Mr. Raven gently touched her cheek, noticing her eyes were red. She said it was all because he made her cry, and asked him to take responsibility for it. But then something crazy happened. The young Duke pulled her close and gently blew on her eyes. He was thinking about when she was little, and someone probably blew on her boo-boos too. But these are eyes, so that might not work. So Raven decided to figure out how else he could help her. Hearing that, the girl decided to have a serious talk with him. Truth is, she'd been in love with him from the start, and proposed the arranged marriage just to be near him. When she learned that all the previous guardians had died in the line of duty, she wanted to protect the prince. Estella will stop at nothing to destroy anyone who dares to harm him, whether it's a monster or a person. And if even God himself tries to take him from her, she won't let it happen, even if she has to go to extremes. Charlene doesn't want Raven to hurt himself, knowing he's trying to push her away to protect her. So all she's asking is that Prince Dyer give her a shot. Raven, who's always sacrificed his own desires for others, is finding it super tough to listen to his heart and do what it wants. If Estella was the old her, she might have backed off for a while, not wanting to be a burden, thinking it was for the best. But this version of her can't lose him, no matter what it takes. She's done holding back. If she's a problem for him, she's ready to take a hike. But they both know that's messed up. She's gonna make him say he can't live without her. For the rest of the contract, Estella's seriously planning on winning him over. Just seeing her bitter tears is like a knife twisting in Raven's heart. Every time he sees those beautiful eyes getting all red, guilt just eats him up. The Duke honestly feels bad that even at times like this, he finds her totally captivating. The first thing on his mind when meeting his father was what kind of excuse Estella had cooked up. Obviously, if she told him everything straight, Dad wouldn't listen to a word. So if Daddy thinks she's strong enough to help with the demon subjugation, problem solved. Right then, the healer unleashed her divine powers, flooding the room with awesome energy and flower petals. Divine light poured from the window, washing over the whole area, making people believe. Her father doesn't even know when her power got this strong. It all happened about a year ago. There's no one on the continent who's mastered divine purification better than Estella. But now, someone she cares about is facing serious danger. So, if she can protect him, the question is it right to do nothing, worrying about what other people will say? Just hearing that was enough to finally convince her father that she was right. If the girl really has the power, her father gave her the green light to use it. It's weird Lady Charlene convinced him so easily. She's sure there's a catch somewhere. Still, this means she got her father's okay. Right in the middle of their chat, Raven walked in, immediately saying how sorry he was. He barely started to explain when His Excellency announced Estella had already told him everything. He figures he should be grateful to Raven above all else, remembering the Naru incident. Plus, the old man saw how strong his daughter is, so he has no reason to object to their marriage anymore. But he wants to be sure the Duke has real feelings for his daughter, so he demanded proof. His Highness told the kid to kiss her if he actually cares about her. Looks like Raven can't bring himself to do something so out there, kissing a girl in front of her dad. He'd rather do this differently, but to show he's dead serious, he's gotta man up. In that awkward second, they both turned, and the kiss just kinda happened. Raven panicked and pulled away, but Estella, all fired up, yanked him right back in for another. Tasting her soft lips, the young prince was shaking with excitement. This girl was setting his soul on fire. Finally, Estella stopped. Even though she looked like she could have kissed him forever, the Duke's face had never been so red and flustered. He was barely holding it together. He could still taste her lips, and just thinking about what happened sent shivers down his spine. Thinking that was enough, Estella noticed her dad was super uncomfortable. The truth is, his darling daughter's actions were making him absolutely see red. Soon, His Excellency decided to leave, and his daughter saw him off. Word is, once the restricted zone is clear, Estella's brother's gonna be coming to the capital to see her. That's her twin brother, Harry Charlene, the one Estella wants nothing to do with. Since Harry's her younger bro, Dad asked her not to be such a hard ass. Besides, he and Mom are planning on sticking around the capital for a bit too. Before leaving, he invited his little girl to come visit, then took off safe and sound. An hour earlier, Estella got her dad's okay after a little explaining. When she asked him why, he said it was 'cause he dumped all the responsibility for Naru on Duke Dare. Turns out, he owes him one now, 'cause in their circle, spanking a kid ain't considered abuse. To them, it's just a way to teach a kid discipline, so there was no way to protect Naru without Raven's help. He had to move fast, but he got what he wanted without wasting time on a bunch of yap. The nobles flipped out, probably because Estella asked them to. Looks like Raven didn't tell her how much heat he caught for what he did. Instead of dwelling on the past, Dad figured he'd be better off understanding how Dyer operates, so he can help him out. He's talking about their style, like the Charlene family, they're all about brute force. But the Dyer family plays it cool. They prefer to crush their haters mentally. Plus, they're the only ones who can get through the protective barrier over the continent. It's not just the family name. Raven Dyer himself is a power symbol. He's super careful about keeping his reputation clean. People practically worship him because of it. He's got fans all over, not just with the fancy folks, but with the regular Joes too. He's probably bending over backwards to make sure his family's respected, even after he's gone. Otherwise, His Excellency wouldn't have had to knock him down a peg. So, that's the real reason Estella's gotta have his back, no matter what. She said she wants to protect him, and Dad's just wondering if she'll bail when things get tough. Of course, Milady won't bail. It's her duty to stick with him till the end. Dad told her that, even if the whole damn high society turns against them. But don't forget, even if she takes her husband's name, the doors of her family home will always be open to her. Now, Estella just needs to do what she thinks is right and not worry about a thing. Since she decided to protect Raven, she realized she needs to get stronger. Judging by the Duke's expression, it was clear to Henry that the engagement went off without a hitch. Now he can't freaking wait for the wedding! Hearing the word fate conjured up wedding images of him and Estella in Raven's head. But judging by the kid's reaction, Henry just realized with horror that he's not getting married. Raven says that's not it. He's just taking the wedding planning seriously, and the sudden question caught him off guard. The butler totally gets how he feels. He was a mess himself right before his own wedding. But that's nothing compared to Raven having kids soon. Anyway, before we start planning the big day, we gotta write the Emperor and let him know everything. Suddenly, Raven decided to write a letter to His Majesty and told Henry to bring him some paper. After that, the Duke had a little get-together with Lady Charlene. They were chillin' in the garden gazebo, reading books. Being near her makes the young man super nervous. He didn't even notice he's holding the book upside down. Suddenly, Estella noticed him staring and spun around, totally catching the Duke off guard. She told him not to sweat it, promising she wouldn't just plant one on him. She just didn't have a choice yesterday. Looks like Raven's the only one feeling awkward. But Lady Charlene's used to this kind of thing, or so he claims. His words got Estella thinking he might actually be jealous. So she decided to ask if he was talking about the kiss, and the question totally made him blush. He was visibly flustered. The way he reacts is so cute, it makes her want to kiss him again. At that moment, Raven suddenly felt like some kind of creep trying to take advantage of an innocent girl. Like imagine Marcus L., the notorious old lech. Thankfully, Estella said she was just kidding. She didn't want to scare him off or anything. Still, she figured now was the perfect time to ask him something. She was thinking that her etiquette skills were lacking, and she needed to find a tutor. Thing is, Estella always just blurts out whatever's on her mind, consequences be damned. She barely shows her face in high society, and she's got zero social skills. So when Raven straight up asked her what was going on, she totally froze trying to answer. Honestly, if she doesn't want to screw up his reputation, she needs to get smarter and keep it zipped. The last thing young Duke Dyer wanted to hear was that this actually mattered to her. Because Charlene's got a big heart, she's super empathetic, and really gets where people are coming from. Plus, she takes criticism like a champ, and she's not afraid to call out liars and bullies. It's true, even Raven was wary of her at first, but only because Estella wasn't like other ladies and always got what she wanted. He was thrown for a loop, because he'd never met a girl like her before. But the more he got to know Estella, the more he fell for her. Truth be told, he admires her honesty and even tries to be more like her. The servants used to be scared of her because of the rumors, but now they all adore her and are proud to have her as their lady. That's how Estella touched their hearts. She changed them all. So, she can't forget how awesome she is right now. Raven thinks it wouldn't hurt to get the lay of the land and find out what the high society crowd is buzzing about. That's why he's seriously wondering who to hire as Estella's tutor. A little later, Keith was appointed as her teacher, so he's ready to answer all her questions. And the first thing Estella's training started with was a mountain of books she had to read. According to Keith, there might be books in there that even Raven hasn't cracked open. Despite the massive amount, Estella faced the challenge head-on and steeled herself. Still, it'd be tough for anyone to absorb that much information. So, this noble dude suggested the girl start with something simple, like Courtly Manners 101. He had to move fast, but he got what he wanted without wasting time on BS. With that, the professor dipped back to his office, telling her to hit him up if she needed anything. While Estella was learning the ropes about the aristos, Raven wasn't exactly slacking either. He cracked open a Dating for Dummies guide. How to build a relationship and guarantee success. On a date, you gotta pay close attention to your girl. Shower her with compliments. Maybe don't call her a massive ape. Lesson learned the hard way. Secondly, when a lady asks you out, gotta play it cool and confident. Only a clueless rookie would freak if a girl holds his hand. Yeah, been there. Looks like Raven's gotta rethink some things. This book's a trip, no doubt, but you gotta take everything in it with a grain of salt, you know? The kid figured every dude on the planet was reading stuff like this. He never thought he'd be the one stressing about it, though. Knowing his time was short, the prince was determined to do whatever it took to protect the people he cared about. He was only thinking about what would happen after he was gone, so it's hard for him to just switch gears now. The feelings Raven's having right now feel like a real treat. He wants to reach out to Estelle. He's craving her attention and wants to be with her, wants to see her smile forever. And even now, he's studying this textbook. and can't think about anything but her. Too bad he's not going to get to enjoy this happiness for very long. Not long after, Raven popped in to see his sister, holding a book in his hands. This is the guide that'll make all the ladies fall head over heels for him. They finally decided to talk. The guy came on business, but it's a pretty sensitive subject. Hearing that, Lady Swan seriously wondered if he was really her brother. Raven said his buddy wants to plan a romantic night for his girl. His sister obviously knows he doesn't need to pretend he's talking about someone else. Thing is, he messed up on their first date, and now he wants to make things right. The young Duke came to find out what his friend should do now, and if this book can even help him. Honestly, Swan has no idea and doesn't know where he even got this shady book. She agrees that you can find a lot of good advice in books, but definitely not in this one. According to Swan, Estella doesn't like fancy stuff. She likes the simple things. She's one of those people who appreciates the little things. Sure, that means we can't slack off, but we can't totally chill either. But if Raven's got a surprise cooked up for her, no matter what it is, Estella's gonna be over the moon. Truth be told, Swan was worried before she got here that her brother was rushing into marriage because of her. She knew about Henry and what their dad had ordered him to do. But turns out, all her worries were for nothing. Obviously, the girl was thrown for a loop when she heard about it, because her dad loves Raven, so she knew right away it was a load of bull. Then, Raven wanted to know if she knew about the rule that if there are siblings, the guardian doesn't have to get married. Way back when, right after the first guardian died, some seriously messed up stuff went down. Long story short, his wife and kids were snatched by the enemy, and then, well, they were taken care of. And what's worse, that kind of thing kept happening, so the Emperor laid down the law. Maybe I should talk to His Majesty and get his permission to start a family. That's why Raven decided to marry Estelle. And now he's super stoked he met her. Swan's pumped that the day's coming when he's finally gonna get some action. The next day, everything kicked off at His Majesty's palace. The Emperor didn't believe it at first. When he heard Duke d'Ere was planning to cross him, Raven visited him today to show his gratitude. He's really grateful to His Majesty for the care and generosity shown to him and his guests at the banquet. Still, if the young Duke's happy, that's good enough for the Emperor. But His Majesty decided to find out if Raven wanted to tell him anything else. Like, doesn't the young Duke feel bad for not inviting him to the engagement? Hell no. That was Raven's fastest answer ever. Otherwise, he'd have to worry about the Emperor's safety too. Out of nowhere, His Majesty gets up from his throne, walks to the center of the hall, and just lies down on the floor. I mean, he's the Emperor, and he's seriously thrown that the young Duke isn't groveling for forgiveness. Honestly, he was 5 seconds from a total meltdown. The Emperor was acting like a complete child. Raven just had no choice but to calm him down and admit he was in the wrong. Afterward, they got together at the table to toss back some wine, and Raven started suspecting the Emperor wasn't exactly up to the job. Truth is, His Majesty bailed to drink wine with Raven, dumping all the work on the Prime Minister. To be honest, there's so much he wants to know about Raven, and that includes whether he really loved Lady Charlene. All of a sudden, Duke d'Ere had a really weird question. Why the Emperor decided to find him a bride without even giving him a heads up. Funny coming from someone who treats His Highness like dirt. Must be true. But the Emperor had to know Raven was against this marriage, yet he still chose Estella. Truth be told, he was originally planning to marry the prince off to Marquis Dreen's daughter. His daughter's Lady Angelica, and her father's got a real bone to pick with Raven. If the Marquis's daughter became his wife, he couldn't be so openly hostile anymore. Plus, it'd smooth things over between the southern aristocrats and the court nobility. Politically, it's the smarter move. There's gotta be a damn good reason His Majesty picked Lady Estella then. Exactly 1 year ago, there was a banquet for the national holiday. Raven usually skips those things, but he actually showed up this time. The Emperor was going to bring it up later, but for now, he decided to have a little drink. That day, Lady Charlene caught his eye as she rushed out of the banquet. Concerned about her condition, the Emperor noticed her leave and ordered a knight to be sent to her by a courtier. He doesn't think Lady Estella had any special feelings for Raven back then. However, after a while, he found out she was secretly keeping tabs on him, and that's when His Majesty realized love had blossomed in her heart. He figured if two powerful families were joined, no other aristocrats would dare oppose them. But honestly, he just wanted to mess with Raven a little. But none of that matters now, since the Duke's finally found someone he loves and can enjoy the joys of married life. And then rub his son's face in that old man's face. But I guess it's still a little early for that. Sometimes the Emperor thinks Raven's about ready to kick the bucket. The chronicles say all the previous guardians bit the dust while on duty. And now His Majesty's just itching to know if there's anything he's missing. All the causes of death listed in the book are way too vague. The only people who know they're being sacrificed to keep the shield up can't even read these records. If anyone could spill the beans, they'd already be trying to dodge their fate. But since there's no way to get intel from them, Raven's gotta keep digging solo. He's just saying fighting monsters is a risky gig, so he figures he should play it extra safe. The Emperor suddenly remembered his little brother and asked if the Duke had seen Rudy at the celebration. Raven's next morning at the palace started off great. He tucked into his food with gusto. Meanwhile, the Emperor is nursing one killer hangover this morning. He's totally baffled why Raven looks so fresh, even though he drank just as much. Thing is, the young Duke's still pretty green, so he told the Emperor to lay off the booze, considering his age. Taking that as a major diss, the Emperor was about to kick him out if he kept lecturing him. If Raven sticks around any longer, the Prime Minister's gonna have his head, gotta know when to leave. But before dipping, he suddenly decided to tell the Emperor he's heading to the temple soon. This ain't just a wedding, it's a power play between two noble houses, so we gotta throw a huge bash. The kid can't decide what the wedding should be like all by himself. He needs to talk it over with Estella first. Prep's gonna take at least 6 months, but the young couple should get a move on. And with that, their chat's over. Raven decided to head back, relieved. Suddenly, in the hallway, he saw the captain of the Imperial Knights, Rudia. They went to the academy together. This is a pleasant surprise. Last time we saw each other was at graduation. Rudy noticed how much Raven had aged, even though he's only 2 years older. Turns out, Prince Dyer met with his brother, sorted everything out, and is heading home. In that case, Rudy decided to escort him to the carriage, calling him Sir in a way that raised an eyebrow. The thing is, we're not in the academy anymore. We gotta act like we have some manners. Things are going great for Rudy. He followed Raven's advice, didn't back down from anyone, and before he knew it, he was a squad leader. The young Duke doesn't recall saying anything like that, but the commander's sure he did. When Raven was 18, Rudy asked him, as the older guy, for some advice about the future. That's when the guy told him to never agree with anyone. Just dig your heels in until they leave you alone. Thinking about it, Dyer totally could have said something like that. Just then, a voice echoed from afar, and the young lady Charlene lit up when she saw Raven. His heart pounded at the mere thought that she'd been waiting for him here all this time. Truth is, she'd just arrived and was planning to hit the palace library, but decided to see him first. The moment they agreed to take a walk, Rudy's mood and expression did a complete 180. The squad commander bowed and asked if she remembered him, but Estella was drawing a blank. Turns out, a year ago, during the National Founding Celebration banquet, the princess healed his injury. Now Estella remembered. Back then, he was just a regular knight, and he and Raven used to be classmates, so Rudy was stoked to see him. Raven wasn't planning on leaving the capital anytime soon, so he invited his old classmate to visit. Once they got back, he decided to change and asked the lady to wait for him in the garden. Estella was just settling in with a book when a maid rushed up to her, looking totally freaked. Turns out, she had some urgent news to deliver. Then, out of nowhere, a bunch of other court members showed up too, all with something to say. In front of their mistress, the entire palace staff dropped to their knees, begging her not to leave them. They swore they'd follow her to the ends of the earth, that they'd be with her until their dying breath. Seeing the princess's confused face, they immediately apologized for getting a little carried away. The thing is, some knights were mouthing off about Estella and Lord Naru, and they got the boot for it. Lord Raven took the opportunity to clean house and get rid of all the gossips and slanderers in one fell swoop. Lots of servants lost their jobs, and some young dude got canned for spreading rumors too. He'd resigned himself to not even getting a reference when a miracle happened. Lady Charlene talked Mr. Dyer into giving them another shot, and then Henry reached out. If it weren't for the missus, that kid wouldn't be working anyplace decent. And that's why the staff are super grateful the princess is giving them a chance to make amends and atone for their awful behavior. Estella doesn't remember any of this. She's sure Raven's behind it, and now she needs to say something. Agreeing with every word, she said she was counting on them. Just then, Raven walked by, and from just one look, he knew she wanted to talk. Honestly, he was gonna fire them at first, but then he figured showing some mercy was the better play. If he'd just canned those servants, nothing would have changed. They'd just be even more toxic. According to Raven, from now on, they'll worship his bride and tell everyone how great she is, and set an example for others while they're at it. This dude's a master strategist, but still, Lady Estella's really grateful he's looking out for her. The kid's sure he mentioned it when she first visited the estate. Even though this is a marriage of convenience, Raven can't help but worry about her. Plus, he wants his family to be the happiest ever, but the girl who becomes his wife is gonna have a rough time. Like a total maniac, Estella suddenly grabbed his hand and proposed they get hitched right now. Since they haven't prepped anything, Raven suggested doing it tomorrow. But the girl wants to do it now or never. Looks like she's dead set on it. For a split second, she doubted that Raven would go through with marrying her, only fearing a fate worse than death at the hands of the Empire's most assertive woman. The Duke had to agree to check if the letter from the church arrived. Soon, the great news came. The church gave its blessing to their union. It's all settled. Estella won't forgive Raven if he bolts tomorrow. The next morning, Estella came into his room with the sunrise, hoping he was already awake. There are two things that make Raven's life a living hell. That's love and waking up early. And since he couldn't escape love, he wasn't about to wake up early today. His cute face was buried in the pillow. Never before had she wanted to stare at someone sleeping so badly. She gently touched his warm body and asked him to wake up. Raven's such a sleepyhead, but she came to get him up. Still half asleep, the guy asked her to come lie down with him. Looks like it's his best morning ever. Estella couldn't refuse him, so she lay down stiffly next to his bare torso. Before she knew it, she was already in his bed. While Lady Charlene was trying to deal with her embarrassment, she glanced at Raven and saw that he'd already fallen back asleep. Snuggled against his chest, she felt a nice warmth, felt safe and protected. And when the guy opened his eyes again, he found her already sound asleep. He wasn't expecting to be in the same bed as Milady. It was a first for him. He was barely starting to process what was going on when Estella opened her eyes and said he was the one who invited her. He told Estella to lie down next to him. She felt awkward, but she didn't argue. According to her, that's basically what he said, but he didn't pressure her or anything. They're running a little late, but they still have time, so she suggested grabbing some breakfast before they head out. Soon, they were finally ready, but Raven's condition became kind of suspiciously weird. Noticing that he was seriously bummed about something, Estella told him to stop feeling guilty. They made a mutually beneficial deal, but things had changed since then. Truth is, Lady Charlene doesn't regret a thing. She's happy being with the prince, and until their contract's up, she's gonna keep trying to win his heart. As they entered, a man in white robes greeted them warmly. Estella apologized for rushing and thanked the priest for agreeing to see them today. These kids are here for a blessing, and Raven's really happy to see you, Father. All right then, time to take them to the prayer room. According to the Empire's laws, nobles can have a wedding ceremony, but they need to get a blessing from the goddess Shurita. It's just a couple of steps. Read the prayer, get the divine blessing. After a month, the bride and groom come back to the temple, get blessed after a second prayer, and then they're officially husband and wife. But there are rare exceptions. If they manage to get the blessing on the first try, they don't have to wait a whole month to get married. Shurita's like the patron saint of family and home, you know? The moment Raven and Estella finished the prayer, they were bathed in this sacred light coming from the goddess statue. That kind of thing usually happens with soulmates or lovers from a past life. No freaking way! They nailed it on the first try. They're totally meant to be. They got the blessing, which means as of today, they're considered husband and wife. According to the priest, if they filed for the marriage license, they're officially hitched as of today. Looks like Estella's gonna have to lean on Raven a little more from now on. A couple hours later, a small party was thrown at the Dyer estate to celebrate the official marriage. The newly formed family got a ton of congratulations from all the guests who showed up. Right in the middle of the celebration, Raven suddenly stepped out onto the balcony to process everything that just happened. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Lady Estella, and she noticed he looked kind of gloomy. She wanted to know what was up, especially if it was messing with his holiday spirit. Truth was, the guy hadn't expected them to get the go-ahead so fast, and he was totally unprepared. He hadn't had a chance to do anything special for his bride-to-be, and judging by the look on his face, it was really eating him up. But Estella didn't need any of that stuff. She just wanted to hang out with her man, that's all. Still, Raven wanted to treat the girl he liked with more care. A lot of nobles throw their weddings on the day of second prayer. It's a ceremony where you make a solemn vow. The Duke figured they could at least observe some traditions. Estella hadn't realized her husband was such a traditionalist. Turns out, he's a real romantic. Honestly, she never got the chance to ask Raven what he thought love should be like. So, she figured now was a good time to ask if he'd ever dreamed about getting married and what he imagined married life would be. For nobles, marrying for love is like something out of a fairy tale. It's considered normal for a guy to have a few mistresses. But if a woman steps out of line, society slams her. So ladies usually just wait until they're widowed or file for divorce. A woman has way less freedom after marriage. So Raven decided if he ever got hitched, he'd cherish his wife. But I guess over time, he started thinking marriage just makes people miserable. But he likes holding Estella's hand and being close to her. And he wants a lot more of those good times. I guess Duke Dier just wants some quiet happiness. In that moment, Estella felt like she wanted to support him. But as soon as her hand touched his, something weird happened. The young man saw a knight in his mind's eye, condemning him for giving up his title for a saint. If a guardian's a commoner, he can't become a knight. He's failed his father. Looking at the great saint, he'd never felt this much doubt before. He'll only regret his decision if he fails to protect the woman he loves. Raven was stunned by what he saw and figured it had to be a vision. Tons of questions popped into his head, like why Estella looks exactly like that woman. This might sound crazy, but he decided to ask her something. But suddenly, her face changed. She got super pissed, and her smile vanished. It seemed to her that the Duke had been touching her hands a lot lately. It made her think he was about to do what people in love usually do. Spotting Nar, a totally shocked Raven immediately called him over for help. All those sorries she tried to throw out tonight didn't work. The boss told her to shut it. He wasn't hearing any of it. That's when she spotted a fresh copy of the paper, splashed with the Duke Dier's wedding all over the front pages. Small get-together for close friends and family, and it was a total hit. Everyone loved it. Seeing his buddies all smiles, Raven's happy too. But Henry had to bring up that dream again. So the Duke said they were dipping out, and anyone who wanted to keep the party going could knock themselves out. Lady Estella was finally free by then, so Raven figured he'd walk her back to her room. Once they got to her bedroom, she quickly said goodnight and wished him sweet dreams. The Duke couldn't just let her go like that. If he didn't do something now, he'd regret it forever. Seizing the moment, the dude tapped into his divine powers to put on a real spectacle for her. Estella said she didn't want anything fancy, but Raven begged her to accept this much, saying he's just grateful to have her. Her eyes lit up like emeralds when she saw them, and she took the bouquet of gorgeous roses with a real flutter in her chest. Those shimmering, magic-made blue flowers are seriously mesmerizing. They're like something out of a dream. Still, the prince apologized that he could only bring flowers. He's planning something bigger for later. Lady Charlene said she couldn't wait, and that was how their meeting quietly ended. Just the soft scent of the enchanted flowers lingered, making her heart remember everything that just happened. It's one of those moments where everything feels different, where your soul fills with this warm, fuzzy feeling you can't explain. The young Duchess is over the moon to be his wife, and the Duke is just as thrilled that they're finally husband and wife. Lovers from a past life, heirs to great ducal families, tied the knot. Duke Dier and Duchess Charlene are officially married. The couple got their blessing right away, and the news is spreading like wildfire across the whole empire. Can you believe that rude, uncultured chick? It's outrageous she hasn't been stripped of her Duchess title. Even though the Earl's daughter was at the engagement party, she couldn't manage to seduce Raven Dyer. The boss couldn't do a damn thing about it, so now he wants an explanation. What gives? The second she apologized, he just hauled off and smacked her right across the face. The Earl thought she might be useful, so he gave her an education. Even if she can't become his legal wife, she has to get him, no matter what it takes. Earl Amore is convinced that's the only way she can make amends for what she did. She can't go against her father's influence. She's forced to agree, like it or not. Only after leaving her father's office did she let her emotions out, tears of despair streaming down her cheeks. 3 years ago, there was a tea party for the sons and daughters of nobles who had come of age. Then, Lady Charlene showed up at the tea party, totally outshining everyone with her beauty and grace. She's all anyone's talking about. When the Earl's daughter first saw her, she was blown away by how gorgeous this girl was. She decided to invite Lady Charlene over to their table, but the other ladies figured it'd be a long shot. Rumor had it, Lady Charlene wasn't exactly looking to make friends. Word was, she had a bit of an edge. Turns out, she lives up north, but recently moved to the capital. probably just to attend this thing. Figuring it must get lonely being by yourself all the time, the Earl's daughter decided to give inviting her a shot anyway. When she met the Duchess, she was super happy and apologized for bothering her. The girl introduced herself as Grace, the Earl of Amour's daughter. He runs a trading company in the capital. But the whole time, Lady Charlene didn't say a word, just kept giving this weird girl nasty glances. Naive Grace politely offered the Duchess some tea and suggested they do some needlepoint together. Figures, Lady Charlene thought it was BS, so she turned it down. But Grace looked like she hadn't heard right. So the Duchess doubled down, saying she wasn't interested in that kind of nonsense. She's sick of everyone telling her to act like a lady and do whatever it takes to please some guy. And now this girl wants her to take up needlepoint for it? Lady Charlene was saying some pretty harsh stuff, 'cause she was so ticked off. If she kept living like that, she'd never find any real happiness. Women are always stuck living up to everyone else's expectations, and it seems like they're all okay with it. Grace was speechless after hearing that. Something inside her totally flipped that day. She probably doesn't get it, but unlike her, Charlene's never gonna tie the knot. She'd rather kick the bucket than be some puppet on a string. The memories of that day just sent Grace into a total rage. She knows she can't be happy, but she's got no choice but to do what she's told. Charlene played them all for fools, always saying she'd never get hitched. Then she changed her tune real quick when Dyer showed up. That's why Grace can never ever forgive Estella. I mean, she managed to snag the guy everyone wants. It's just not fair. It was festival day in the city, and everyone was pumped for the celebration. Estella decided to join in and was about to fill out the form, reaching for a pen, when suddenly her hand bumped into a guy's hand. She turned and saw this cute guy with red eyes. Meanwhile, some juicy gossip made its way to the noble ladies at their tea party. Angelica was shocked to hear it. It was news to her. The church is cool and all, but like some people are saying, they gotta get involved in what's happening in the real world too. Contrary to what everyone thinks, Milady thought that was totally awesome. Just like a true saint, Lady Angelica can't leave anyone hanging, whether they're a commoner or some fancy noble. And they can fill her in on the latest gossip themselves anyway. Word on the street about Raven and Estelle is they went to do their first prayers the other day. The news that they got blessed right away spread like wildfire across the country and became the hottest topic. That's why Master Rudia heard about Raven getting blessed right there at practice. Who would have thought the Guardian, the Empire's hero, would marry the meanest chick around? The latest news, and all the comments about it, sent Rudy into a total rage. His eyes blazed with fury. Scaring his buddies half to death with those demon eyes, he decided to go for a walk to cool off. Lady Swan was kind enough to go with Lady Charlene. She was really looking forward to spending time with her. They were accompanied by the Knights of Dyer, with guards in plain clothes to keep a low profile. Now that they were here, they decided to check things out first. Hanging out together turned out to be a blast. The festival had tons of cool stuff and interesting things to see. Among everything, Swan spotted the sequel to a legendary novel, a real find. Through the antique shop window, she also noticed a really beautiful vase. Getting closer, Estelle was drawn to one vase in particular. It just stood out from the others. She liked it so much, she decided to go buy it right then and there. Swan's brother gave that girl a bouquet of magical roses. How romantic is that? Not many people have succeeded in creating things with magic. Plus, it's a one-of-a-kind gift. They quickly bought everything they wanted, and now the question was, what's next? Figuring Swan was tired from walking around, Estella suggested they hit up a cafe. Out of the blue, Swan wanted to know if her ladyship had a favorite food. After a moment, Estella said she liked spicy stuff. In that case, the knight knew just the thing she'd be into. There's this cool thing happening soon, a spicy food challenge, and only the bravest show up. Noticing the fire in Lady Charlene's eyes, Swan figured she wanted in on it too. And that's how our girl ended up signing up for the local spicy food contest. Just as she was about to write down her name, some shady dude showed up next to her. She realized it was Raven's classmate, Rudia. He's competing too, loves the heat, so her ladyship told him to try his best to win. This cocky kid just saw them getting cozy, but he's already counting them out. 'Cause in his head, he's already won. But then, bam! The guy who wins every year gets knocked out. Now it's neck and neck, folks! We're heading into the final stretch. It's the unstoppable girl versus the determined guy. Who's gonna take the crown? Rudy's proving he's a real contender, but this lady's got skills too. The chef's thinking there's just no way to make anything spicier than this. Meanwhile, back at the Dyer estate, some people showed up to see the Duke, so he's trying to figure out what they want. You could cut the tension with a knife. The silence was deafening. Count Akudo came to apologize to the Duke for the outrageous disrespect shown by his son. He told his son to apologize right now, instead of just sitting there like a statue. Crushed by his dad's anger, the kid quickly bowed his head to His Majesty. Still, Raven thanked them politely for taking the time to visit his mansion, but said apologies weren't necessary. He wasn't going to accept them anyway, because if they were really sorry, they should have sent a letter to his wife first. So Count Akuro came all the way here, busy as he is, and still couldn't get forgiveness. Because of that, it seems to him that the young Duke is being a little too harsh. The Count knows damn well he's responsible for his son's behavior, but he thinks they could show a little grace and respect. Even though it sounds convincing, those words just made the Duke laugh. Raven said, "With all due respect to the dear Count, when it comes to etiquette, he should just keep his mouth shut." He received them, even though they showed up without giving him any notice. Duke Dyer treated them like guests, so it wasn't their place to call him out on his manners. Though he really wanted to know what they considered polite, like showing up on someone's doorstep uninvited and groveling for forgiveness. Just then, Raven told Nathan to show the guests the door. The winner's prize is a coupon for spicy food, and Amelia Liffith's new novel, The Master Loves a Fake Maid. Judging by the way both girls were staring at the book, they were only interested in the novel. Rudy figured it was some new book, but the girls demanded it back. It's kind of funny, he really shouldn't have teased them. As soon as the guy handed over the book, the girls visibly perked up. It's Amelia Liffith, and a limited edition, no less. Rudy was about to leave when Estella stopped him, remembering she had a message from Raven. Raven totally spaced on thanking him, so Estella wanted to do it for him. But the guy wasn't looking for thanks. He just asked her to apologize to the Duke for having to bail on the event, and that was that. They went their separate ways, but Rudy still thinks about that day. At the banquet, he suddenly ran into Lady Angelica, and she was stoked to see him. Thinking he was looking for Duke Dyer, she said she'd just seen him around there somewhere. Assuming he just stepped away for a sec, the Marquis's daughter suggested he just hang tight. But Rudy was short on time back then, so he decided to try and find him himself. Angelica couldn't help herself and shouted after him that the Duke was already long gone. She was torn because she was trying so hard to give him a clue. She realized she couldn't just let it go and had to put a stop to those lovebirds. Once it was dark, Angelica snuck into the garden and spotted Rudy. She quietly jumped on his back, apologizing and saying she wanted to go back with him. And that's how they ended up witnessing Lady Charlene vowing to win over Duke Dyer before the contract ran out. Rudy was stunned by what he heard. He never expected their relationship to be tied to some shady contract. Angelica suggested they leave, figuring this conversation wasn't for just anyone to hear. The young man agreed, realizing he shouldn't have come here in the first place. And now, things are starting to click for the Emperor's little brother. So, if this marriage is just a business deal, then Duke Dyer doesn't really love Lady Estella. Early in the morning, with the carriage all ready, Raven was heading downstairs when he noticed something. He saw his sweetheart downstairs, talking to his sister about something. But the second the kid got close enough to hear what they were talking about, a look of pure horror spread across his face. Today was a blast. Swan even suggested Estelle invite her brother along next time they go shopping. After all, they need to start planning the wedding ASAP. Spotting his lovely ladies, a stoked Raven called out to them and rushed right over. But then, bam! He was blindsided. Estelle just dropped the bomb that the wedding's off. Nobody had a clue what suddenly got into the princess, why she'd decide to call the whole thing off. The way she put it, she's not into big, fancy celebrations, and she hates being the center of attention. It's wild, but the girl genuinely wants to skip all that stuff. After hearing all that, Raven just froze, like he was turned to stone. He couldn't even find the words to say anything. Afterwards, he was lost in thought, replaying every word his wife-to-be had said over and over in his head. After that, he felt ashamed for not even considering it. Honestly, all that worrying wouldn't have added a single day to his life anyway. Truth is, Raven's just waiting for one thing, a divorce. It's all gonna happen in a year. Knowing time's running out, the young Duke wants to be by her side. That's why he's hoping to figure something out to save their bright future. And above all, Duke Dyer hopes to find a way, a solution to just stay around. The next day was business as usual. Raven had to leave the estate for a bit. After a moment's thought, she suggested visiting the palace library after her lessons. But knowing Naru's tastes, the Duke suggested they go to the city together, then head home. Just as he expected, little Naru bounced with joy. Raven also decided to grab some sweets while they were there. All right, time to say goodbye. Duke Dyer gave his farewells and hopped into his carriage in a hurry. A happy Naru cheerfully saw him off. Etiquette lessons for him today. His sister's super stoked he's studying so hard, so they gotta really put in the work. An hour later, Lady Estella almost croaked from the sheer amount of knowledge being crammed into her head. Noticing she was beat, Keith offered her some tea and suggested they take a quick breather. But, like the total workaholic she is, she refused and dove right back into her book. That made Keith realize he should probably talk to her, instead of just making her read textbooks. He suddenly asked if she remembered the daughters of Marquis Drain and Count Amore, who were invited to the engagement party. To be honest, their faces were just a hazy blur in Estella's memory. Still, she said she remembered them. Keith knew right away she was full of it. So, turns out, the top dogs of the royal court are two families, the very names the knight just dropped. The Drain family's been serving the emperor forever, and the Amore family's been right there helping them out. Plus, the current heads of both houses are brothers, and rumor has it their daughters have been thick as thieves since they were kids. That's why Nathan delivered that letter to Estelle, and it's why she got invited to tea by the Earl of Amore's daughter, even though she's never had anything to do with their family. Charlene didn't want to go, but considering how tight they are with the Drain family, saying no would be a real slap in the face. Kate figures that's the only reason the Amore family has so much pull in the capital. See, the Earl of Amore is the head honcho of the biggest merchant guild. In other words, they're loaded. Since the Earl of Amore's always lending money to nobles at crazy interest rates, a lot of them are seriously holding a grudge. So Estella figured the Drain family had all the power, and the Amore family had all the cash. Keith said she'd be dealing with both families a lot in the future, so she needed to know the score. But the main thing to remember is, the current head of the Drain family? Steer clear of that guy. Estella thanked the knight for the intel and went right back to her books. All in all, not too shabby. Meanwhile, all the noble ladies were gathering together. Everyone knows Lady Charlene's got a real reputation, right? So, predictably, Estella came across as the absolute worst woman in the whole dang empire. An hour later, Estella figured Nar's lesson should be wrapping up soon. Suddenly, she heard a huge crash and saw Theo shoot out of the office like a rocket. Bawling his eyes out and blaming that idiot Asher, he zoomed right past her. The girl was totally clueless about what just happened, so she peeked into the office. Stepping inside, she was a little lost. Hoping they were done already, she said that she and Raven were going to grab Naru and take a walk around town. They were done. Theo bolted, and Naru, well, he seemed to have checked out too. Because Theo comes from a regular family, Asher figured it'd be a good idea to give him a crash course in proper manners. It started out great. Back then, it seemed like teaching manners was a piece of cake. Even though Theo ain't no aristocrat, he knows a thing or two about etiquette. Plus, his buddy Naru's pretty sharp. Theo didn't want them to be underestimated, so Asher decided to be a little tougher on them. Looks like Asher went a little overboard. Enough etiquette lessons for Naru today, that's for sure. Just hearing that, the little dude finally snapped out of it. But you could still see the fear of the teacher in his eyes. If Lady Charlene happens to have some free time, Asher suggested she check out the Palace Rose Garden. It's open to the public right now. Naru's eyes lit up when he heard about it. Looks like he's a flower guy. Soon after, at a gathering with noble ladies, the girls visited the palace garden, and the view was just breathtaking. These roses seemed so beautiful to Angelica that she couldn't look away. As others pointed out, even the beauty of the roses paled in comparison to Lady Angelica. One of the ladies, who had been standing aside, suddenly remembered that Lady Angelica was throwing a party. She got curious, wondering if she'd already decided who she was going to invite. She'd heard that Angelica got along pretty well with Duke Dyer, so she wanted to know if she'd invited him. The lady's right. The Marquis's daughter was just thinking about inviting him, but Raven's probably busy. Besides, he just got married, so she doesn't want to bother him. Noticing that Lady Angelica was so kind, the girl reminded her that his wife is, shall we say, not the nicest person. The way she sees it, even if they're newlyweds, their marriage could totally be a sham. You can't call that love. This girl just feels bad for Angelica. The Duke used to have a ton of flings, and rumor has it, even Saint Angelica was one of them. Still, She never thought Duke Deer would end up with such a terrible woman. Losing it, Lady Angelica told her to shut her mouth and stop saying such awful things right now. She's not going to put up with that kind of disrespect this time. So, the girl apologized, dripping with sarcasm, saying she didn't mean to offend her. But the truth is, she didn't offend Angelica. She offended Duchess Charlene. Clearly, no one gave her the right to insult a woman Angelica had just met like that. She's obviously got a bad reputation, and the Marquis's daughter won't let anyone talk about her with that kind of prejudice. According to that nasty aristocrat, Lady Charlene has such a rotten personality that she's known as a total piece of work. So, Lady Angelica decided to find out if this girl actually knew her personally. She's convinced judging someone based solely on rumors is wrong and shameful. The Marquis's daughter really is a saint, just like you'd expect from someone everyone loves. But Milady's sure it's all an act. She barely got the words out when a new guest showed up and overheard their conversation. The amazing Duchess Charlene told this lady to stop bad-mouthing Lady Angelica immediately. It's obviously just jealousy. Instead of trying to smear the Marquis's daughter, this lady should try following her example and pray every day, because that's what makes someone worthy of being called a saint. According to Charlene, it's easy to want everyone's respect, but earning it is a whole different ballgame. To have the right to be called a saint, you actually have to be one. Those were Lady Charlene's final words in the name of justice. And then she left. Stunned by her, Angelica rushed after her, not wanting to miss the chance to thank her. Still, Estella insisted she wasn't protecting her, just returning a kindness. Now, the Duchess was practically a goddess in the eyes of the Marquis's daughter. With that in mind, she really hoped the Duchess would agree to come to her little get-together. Nothing formal. She just meant having some tea and a friendly chat. Lady Angelica would be absolutely thrilled to see her if the Duchess was game. Saying it depended on her schedule, Estella asked if she could get back to her later. Of course, the Marquis's daughter was happy to wait, and she'd send an invitation in the meantime. The meeting wrapped up, but on the way back, Estella suddenly heard someone calling out to her again. Little Naru spotted his sister from afar, and a genuine smile instantly lit up his face. Man, he really digs this place. Look at all these gorgeous roses. And this book doesn't have a single detail about how the protection barrier was set up. Raven managed to hit the library at the palace and skim some secret documents during the day, but he didn't even find anything useful. Looks like he's got to ask the tower for help now. Suddenly, Raven heard a knock at the door. Estella's voice came from the other side. He bolted to open the door, eager to find out what she was doing here so late. Taking in the scene in the study, Estella figured she'd start by asking what happened in here. It's just 'cause the Duke got a little carried away with some research, he promised he'd clean it all up later. Among the various books and scrolls filled with ancient writings, Estella suddenly noticed some notes about a saint. She leaned down to pick up the scroll and ask Raven all about it. Dude straight froze when he saw her. Assets. Face went bright red instantly. He panicked and wrapped her in a blanket. Seriously, he couldn't help himself. He thinks Estella's too vulnerable. People could see her, or worse, some thugs could try something. His caring words really got to her. She felt something weird flutter in her chest. She wondered if anyone would be dumb enough to break into the mansion of the most powerful guy in the Empire. Besides, Charlene's a total badass. She's sure she could take on any guy. Knowing that, Duke Dyer's still worried, to be honest. He just wants to protect her. That's against the rules already. His words got to her heart for the second time. Since Charlene can't argue with Raven, she agreed to play the damsel in distress sometimes. Since his place is a mess, he agreed to listen to his wife in her room. As soon as they arrived, Estella got back in bed. Now Raven was ready to hear what she wanted to talk about. Today, she ran into Marquis Drain's daughter, and the girl invited her to a party. Raven figured they'd become friends, but it was really just a matter of circumstance. Now, she's thinking about accepting the invite, since it's a decent chance to get into high society. So, if Duke Dyer has the time, Milady suggested he keep her company. Raven found that pretty interesting. He even guessed she was planning to go with someone else. That's not it at all. Estella just knows he's always busy. One way or another, the Duke can give his sweetheart as much time as she wants. Since there was nothing else to say, he was about to head back to his room. Just as Estella closed her eyes and decided to rest, she felt the gentle touch of lips. Raven's her husband, so he told her she could hit him up anytime, day or night, if she needed anything. After saying that, he dipped real quick. But now she's totally wired and can't even think about sleep. Lady Angelica's party had a ton of high society types on the guest list. Word on the street is that Raven Dyer himself will be at tonight's shindig. The girls were freaking out that the villainess might show up too. If that's the case, they better rock their best dresses. Plus, they're hoping she won't be such a drama queen and embarrass the Duke like she did last time. From the outside looking in, they seem like a power couple. They really complement each other. To the guests, those two look like they stepped right out of a fairy tale. When Estella had trouble walking, Raven offered to carry her like a princess, but she wanted to switch things up and carry him instead. Seeing them together, Grace's whole world just crumbled. She was totally stunned, like, what am I even looking at? Last night, Dad told her to do her best to, win over Raven Dyer at the ball tomorrow. He thinks she's got what it takes, so he's counting on her not to let him down. If Grace disappoints her father again, she doesn't even want to think about what he'll do. No matter what, she has to get Duke Dyer's attention. Looks like Lady Grace is one of the few people who's genuinely happy to see Duchess Charlene. Grace is thrilled to see her, even though she's sure the Duchess has been super busy. She also thanked the Duke for coming, even with his packed schedule. Actually, Mr. Dyer is glad he has an excuse to hang out with Estella. He's grateful for that. Speaking of which, he was just thinking about Arid. Lady Grace just saw him somewhere. In the distance, she suddenly spotted a fair-haired, delicate-looking guy admiring the view. That's her brother, Arid, a bright guy. He was stoked to see Mr. Dyer. He was so happy to see him. He wasn't watching where he was going and ate it hard, tripping over a rock. Seeing a lady with them, the kid got flustered. Talk about awkward. Time for introductions. He's Arid Drain. Mr. Raven helped him out back when he was at the academy. Looks like Estella gets why Raven's so cool with this kid. She's really glad to meet him, and has heard a ton of stories about the academy from her husband. She's sure Raven has a bunch of people he looks after and keeps in touch with. Actually, there's another one holed up in the Magic Tower, but the Duke doesn't see him much. He suddenly noticed Arid could really use a change of clothes. After that wipeout, the kid was seriously dirty, so he apologized and bolted to go change. If Lady Estella doesn't mind, Lady Angelica asked for permission to introduce her friends. This is a chance to break into high society. It'll help Raven out. So Estella happily agreed to meet them and said goodbye to her husband. Looks like Estella's got her game face on. Keith mentioned she's been hitting the books hard, learning all the etiquette and customs of the aristocracy. As soon as Angelica brought Duchess Estella over, the ladies were thrilled. They were super honored to meet her. They were all still buzzing about that incident in the Rose Garden. The Duchess was just amazing. Lady Grace, though, was wondering how her sister managed to become friends with her so quickly. Turns out, Lady Estella stood up for the Saintess the other day. She's a really stand-up person. Angelica's sure her sister will like her too. She's gotta like her. Right in the middle of the conversation, Grace suddenly decided to go grab some drinks. That's when she spotted Duke Dyer in the crowd, a guy with looks that could kill. The Earl's daughter slithered up to him like a snake, green with envy, and offered the Duke some private time. Ignoring her shady intentions, Raven said he was planning on greeting all the guests. He doesn't hit up these events often, so there are a lot of people here he hasn't seen in ages. As a last-ditch effort, Grace begged him for just a minute, promising she wouldn't take up much of his time. The Duke thought it was really out of character for her. She looked worn out. Suggesting she get some rest, Raven offered to chat another time. In that moment, Grace felt totally abandoned, all her hopes crashing down around her. By the way, this drink was actually pretty good, so Duke Dyer offered it to the lady, just in case she wanted some. After that encounter, Grace couldn't shake the Duke's words about how this wasn't like her at all. I'm so ashamed, wearing a dress with such a low cut, and even acting like some kind of… well, you know, looks like she really regrets having to go this far. Just then, totally catching her off guard, the door swung open and Duchess Charlene walked in silently. There wasn't any sign on the door, so she figured no one was inside. But when she saw the lady, she apologized and turned to leave. Grace had the nerve to assume she's living the dream, getting everything she wants. Even Raven, who she's obsessed with, now belongs to Estelle. That must be nice. That didn't faze Lady Charlene one bit, because Raven isn't some object to be owned. Still, Grace can't forget how this girl announced to the whole world that she'd never get married. Honestly, the Earl's daughter's attitude just pisses her off. Always so cold, looking down on everyone like she's better than them, like she's special. When Estelle said she'd rather die than get married, she was mocking their struggles. So, in the end, she's no different. suddenly wants to get married, probably for Raven's money or status. Or maybe Charlene just likes showing off his pretty boy face. So Estella actually said she hates men. But Grace shouldn't care what she thinks. She claimed Raven's not like the others, and you can't compare him to anyone else. Unable to handle that kind of insult, Grace flew into a rage, charged at her, and smacked her right across the face. Looks like she totally forgot she messed with the most ruthless woman in the Empire, and she's about to find out. It was a reflex, really. Slapping is Estella's specialty. Grace slapped her, so it's only fair she returns the favor. And about what Grace said about his face, Raven has a crazy sweet tooth and loves his booze. So he's the type to pack on the pounds by middle age and just keep getting wider. And get this, he's so caring. He's always breathing down his subordinates' necks. Plus, he's probably going to be bald from stress any day now, and he wears the same damn boots all the time. So he's definitely got foot fungus. So basically, Estella didn't pick him for his looks. She's already got money and status, so she doesn't care about that. But still, she did apologize for hurting Grace with what she said. Because you should never dismiss someone's feelings or efforts, and definitely not make fun of them. Estella's sure that's not enough for the girl, but she didn't just stick around Raven for no reason either. However, to Grace, it looks like the Duchess really does think she's better than everyone else after all. Maybe she is, because in the end, no one else would give up everything they have for Raven. Soon, Estella finally got back to her husband. He was starting to get antsy waiting for her, but this time, she looked really pensive, and there was a red mark on her face from the slap. Raven was burning up inside, totally enraged. He had to find out who dared do this, who dared hurt her. Just a minute before, the Duke saw Estella and breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a weight lift off his shoulders. She just needed a break, that's all. But as she got closer, he saw the mark on her face, and his throat just tightened up. Right away, Estella touched her cheek to his hand, assuring him it wasn't what he thought. She said she was just trying to take responsibility for what happened back then. But obviously, it wasn't worth resorting to that kind of behavior to do it. If we're being honest, Estella had to admit she kinda slapped someone back without thinking. Either way, she knows she's also to blame for what went down. She's also grateful that Raven cares about her. But she's okay. She just wants him to believe it. Raven reluctantly agreed, so he just offered to heal her wound. Since Estella asked him not to interfere, the Duke decided to stay quiet this time. But he's seriously worried that she won't even tell him who did it. As soon as Estella said it was Countess Amour's daughter, Raven froze, remembering their past encounter. That girl's getting in our way again. Here we go. Again. Lady Charlene told the truth, so she insisted on leaving things as they were. Changing the subject, she suddenly asked if the treatment was finished. It's not that she's still hurting, it's just that Raven didn't even kiss her, even though she got hurt. The Duke was flustered by what he heard. His face flushed, and a strong excitement appeared in his eyes. Nevertheless, he timidly took the milady by the shoulder and gently kissed her on the cheek. This is all new to him. First kiss, first tenderness, first rush of feelings. But even that was enough for Estelle to feel her heart pounding like crazy inside her. The young man did the same thing a few more times. His wife totally wasn't expecting him to kiss her like that. Now the Duke's really got a problem. When Charlene's this sweet, he just doesn't know what to do with her. He gets that Estelle probably doesn't like being controlled or restricted. But when he sees her getting hurt, he can't just stand by. Raven's so worried, he's losing his mind. Seriously, he doesn't understand how Estelle can be so damn adorable. Meanwhile, Lady Grace met with her sister in a small gathering for tea. Judging by the tense atmosphere, Angelica figured something was up. Actually, Grace is curious how her little sister can be so close with Lady Estelle. She's saying Lady Angelica is also head over heels for Duke Raven Dyer. It's messed up how she can support their relationship, even knowing she's got feelings for him herself. Like, how can she smile and genuinely congratulate them? It's actually pretty simple, and the reason's clear. It's because Angelica loves him. That's exactly why she wants him to be happy. Those words hit Grace like a ton of bricks, and bitter tears started streaming down her face. Isn't it true that we fall for someone because they're awesome and kind? Or something like that? But Grace doesn't really know the real reason why she feels like she's messed things up. Even though, deep down, she already understands why she's so ashamed. Neither of their feelings can compare to how Estella loves him. Grace gets that now. She can't be like her sister. She can't just wish happiness on the one she loves. For some reason, she couldn't love someone as deeply as Lady Estella. Grace did love, she really did love, Lord Raven too. Soon, Preparations began at the Dyer estate, servants hauling suitcases all over the mansion. And it's all because they're about to go on an incredible journey. Raven's already taken care of everything. As husband and wife, having wrapped up all their business in the imperial capital, Raven and Estella prepared to return to the main residence in the south. Lady Swan decided to head to the estate a little earlier, so she's leaving tomorrow. Estella didn't expect her sister wouldn't be traveling with them. Actually, Swan's having some magical flow issues. She's got a condition where her magic doesn't circulate properly because she has way too much of it. Hearing this, Naru got really worked up, worried about her well-being. Actually, things are looking up. Swan's rehab is going well, and she's doing a lot better now. Looks like she'll make a full recovery soon, but she's still not controlling her mana as well as she'd like. Now, Raven understood why his sister only traveled through city portals or by carriage, so Naru volunteered to go with her. He wasn't even worried about how rough the carriage ride would be. Raven thought it was a good idea, since Naru's still just a kid. Plus, they can hit up different towns together and check out the sights at their own pace. There's a beautiful tourist spot on the coast in one of the towns along Swan's route. Since we've got this opportunity, it's a great idea for all of us to take a little trip together. So they decided to leave as soon as everyone's ready. Raven's gonna assign Keith as an escort. That evening, Keith was, as always, busy with records and work reports. Suddenly, he decided to step out. And the moment he opened the door, he froze, totally shocked. Lady Swan was on the other side, her hand still in the air like she'd been about to knock. Turns out, she just wanted to thank him for tomorrow. Keith was really surprised, realizing she'd stayed up this late just for that. She said she didn't want to interrupt his work, and after that, the knight just sighed heavily and walked away without a word. Confused, Swan barely managed to reach out to him and call his name. Turning around, Keith didn't get what she was trying to do, since he was planning on escorting her back to her room. This made Lady Swan super happy, and she excitedly hurried after the knight. Being near him makes her feel amazing. It's like she's got butterflies in her stomach, and all she can think about is him. As for the escort duty, she apologized for him having to travel with them, especially since he's so busy. Hey, Keith's fine. It's all part of the job. They barely made it to the room before Swan decided to go on alone, and the knight bowed out right then. With every step he took, Swan felt sadder and sadder, and she just kept staring after him. Suddenly, loud footsteps echoed, and Keith felt a massive blow to his back. Unable to control herself, and her desperate need to be near him, the young woman just leaped onto his back. She's genuinely happy to spend time with him, even if it's just a little bit. When she thought she'd spend the whole day stuck with him, she got so worked up she couldn't sleep. That's what Swan really wanted to say when she came to his room. It was so awkward that she just thanked the knight quickly, all flustered, and hurried away. After those words, Keist got a sudden rush of heat, felt a little dizzy, and couldn't make heads or tails of it. He could feel his ears burning now. The anxiety was hitting him hard. Vacation time! Time for freedom, adventure, and new experiences. A chance to ditch the daily grind. Time for salty breezes and warm sunshine. A time to let go of all your worries and soak up every single moment. Whether it's strolling along the beach or just chilling in the sand, it's a chance to feel free and recharge your batteries. The Dyers were already waiting. They'd all been taken in for a few days. For the first time in her life, Estella saw the azure ocean blending into the sky on the horizon, sparkling with diamond sunlight. A place that stirred her heart and filled her soul with joy. She couldn't tear her eyes away. Watching how cute she was, Raven felt his heart start racing again. Gathering his thoughts, he said there were cool things to see in the city too, and suggested they start somewhere. Then, since they had the chance, Estella wanted to check out the city first. Finally, their first trip together was kicking off. They decided to hit the road together. The town was as peaceful and chill as the seaside. But before they could really check things out, Raven showed up in front of his wife, looking totally different. As for why Raven's in disguise, it happened right before they got to town. It was when they suddenly decided to go and explore the city. The Duke was about to head out just as he was. But then it suddenly hit him. If he goes dressed like that, people might think he's here on official business again, and they won't get a normal secret date. Since this is the Dyer family's territory, he's here a lot, and people know him well. He's actually been here a couple of times on inspections, so he's talked to the locals. But today, it's a secret trip. So he figured he needed to change clothes, so he wouldn't be recognized. Though a full-on disguise would be even better. And that's how he became Lord Raven with the black hair. The perfect personal servant look for Lady Estella. Thing is, he thought the shirt was too small, couldn't even button it up. It's absolutely perfect for Estella, though. That's the whole charm of it, actually. Raven's just like that charming lead from a romance novel about a lady and her servant. Even though it's just the two of them here, Duke Dyer asked the young lady to spare him a moment. That long walk really took it out of Lady Swan. When she stopped to catch her breath, she heard Naru yell, the little guy happily telling her to catch up. He's already way ahead of her. Kids have insane stamina. But Swan's gonna make it to the end. She wants to see the view too. Seeing how determined she was, Sir Keith offered to help her with the walk. But she was worried he was tired too, so it felt like too much. So the knight asked her to forgive him and gently took hold of her slender waist. Lady Swan didn't have time to react before she was in Mr. Lopez's arms. Her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Her face flushed instantly, embarrassed, and she asked if she was too heavy. Turns out, it's the opposite. She's too light. Kate told her to eat more. She was struck by his polite words and decided to start eating more from that day on. This town is so peaceful with its warm waves, evening strolls along the shore, and delicious dinners overlooking the endless blue sea. Raven and Estella are having an amazing vacation. They just popped into a local cafe for lunch, looking at the juicy and beautiful piece of pie. Estella really struggled to resist it, but she declined and said she could eat on her own. Raven poured his heart and soul into that, and his wife wouldn't even give it a shot. When Milady asked him to stop staring, the kid figured she just hated his face. Estella was so darn cute, he just couldn't help himself. But hey, it's a date. So Raven broke off another piece of cake and offered it to his girl real sweet. This time, the girl didn't argue, and, blushing, scarfed down the piece like she was starving. Then the Duke looked at her with so much love in his eyes. It looked like she choked on the cake. She really did think it was tasty, but let's not forget, this is a date. Now, Lady Charlene decided she needed to return the favor. Just then, a shout rang out on the pier, and a guy was begging for help trying to catch some dude. He needs backup because he's calling on everyone around to nab that guy. Watching everything unfold, Estella thought for a second it was Arid. Then, the dude who looked like Arid totally ate it, letting the scumbag get away, and it got real quiet. But a second later, the kid was super grateful to the guys who saved him. Thing is, they didn't really do much. The thief who tried to grab Estella got a special kind of nothing from Raven. The Duke was just glad the violin was okay, since he really cares about the kid. Looks like that violin is how the young man expresses himself, so he's stoked it's all right too. As for the thief, Duke Dyer suggested handing him over to the guards. All the guard understood was that this guy stole the kid's violin. It was a total pain in the butt for him. He really didn't feel like writing up a report. But this girl looks like some high-class lady, and her servant looks totally broke. Looks like she brought some low-rent servant with her. Definitely not nobility. The guard sighed, figuring it was just some rich young girl on a tour. No point in reporting it to the higher-ups, which means no paperwork for him. So he sent the guys home. The Duke was seriously surprised they didn't even take a statement. According to the guard, it was just an attempt. So, it's clear now that their policy is not to file reports on attempted crimes. The guard took those words like he was slacking off. But the truth is, they're understaffed for such a touristy spot. If they wrote up a report for every single attempt, they'd never get anything done. Just then, another guard came over to see what was going on, since they hadn't even detained the suspect. Then the guy said he was just trying to do his job, and this dude was making trouble. The senior guard barely glanced at the guy before his jaw dropped. He looked exactly like Duke Dyer. The guy bowed his head and immediately apologized to His Majesty, groveling like crazy. Apparently, they were a little too rough with Lord Raven. Raven just wanted to know if they were really that short-staffed. The chief said they had enough people to keep the peace and maintain security in the district. Duke Dyer finally got the whole picture, and the situation struck him as hilarious. But according to the junior guard, they don't even have enough people to file reports. Lord Raven promised to revisit the issue later and hash out the details. After that little incident, it's pretty clear that guard's toast. Since these two were just trying to chill, the kid apologized for bothering them. Raven didn't regret a thing. Plus, he figured the guy was gonna busk here anyway, since he brought his instrument. Arid's not really a violin guy. Piano's more his thing. He uses a stage name when he performs. He knows his stuff when it comes to music, even writes his own pieces. And he's kinda a big deal. Arid wasn't expecting to hear that. It actually makes him pretty happy. His dad's always on his case to quit, keeps saying it's shameful to have a commoner's job. Estella immediately pushed back, then realized she'd said too much. Maybe the musician would have preferred to hear that from someone else, but he just looks like he really loves music. Even if Lady Estella thinks she spoke without thinking, Arid's really grateful for her kind words. He whispered that Mr. Raven's a great violinist too, and suggested she ask him to play sometime. With that, the young musician hurried off, inviting them to come see him play sometime. Finally, the day's over. Lady Charlene had a blast today. So, Raven suggested we check out some different spots tomorrow too. When Estella's with Raven, she's discovering feelings she never would have on her own. That thing she was missing, that feeling of loving someone, and how to love, he's always been the one showing her. This place kind of reminds her of that lake. It really does. Swan was telling her about it, said it's super important to Raven. It's kind of funny, Lady Swan's always spilling the tea about him. But Estella's really happy, feels like she's gotten a little closer to Raven. Now she's truly happy to be able to be with him. In his eyes, she sees her purpose. In his lips, she finds truth. Next to him is where she belongs. Tonight, the stars aligned in such a way that the power of love became undeniable, and for the first time, Raven let go of all inhibitions. That kiss was intense, man. Her lips were like candy, totally irresistible. This girl, a real firecracker but also super sweet, just flipped Lord Raven's world upside down. And Raven? Total magnetic pull for her, just like before. Life's pointless without him, you know? Two broken hearts, lovers from way back when. Together, they're finally whole. Being with Raven feels so good. Like Estella's found her own little slice of heaven, and she never wants to leave. You gotta fight through the tough times to find something amazing, someone waiting for you, someone who just gets you, someone you love. This vacation at the beach is seriously the best thing that's ever happened to the Dyers. Figuring the kids were wiped after the trip, Estella suggested chilling out today and hitting the town tomorrow. Sounded like a plan, so Swan and Naru were totally down with that. Out of the blue, Raven tried to ask Keith how the drive was, but Keith just brushed him off. He said nothing special happened, then quickly changed the subject to those three guys. Raven gave them some time off too, so he invited them to join. But Daniel turned out to be going through it, missing his wife like crazy after being apart for so long. Then Asher decided to head back too. He's the son of a border marquise, used to be a wild kid, so his family doesn't trust him. And as for Theo, he didn't have any big plans, but he decided to visit his estates too. Something like that happened. Everyone's on vacation right now. They're all probably just chilling and relaxing right now. While everyone went for a swim in the warm sea, Lady Swan flopped heavily onto the couch to rest. Surprisingly, she's not joining them. She's had enough. She's not as young as she used to be. Besides, watching the guys from afar is way more enjoyable. Lady Estella locked eyes with Raven, got flustered, and whipped her head away. Just like Swan figured, this is straight out of a romance novel. That classic awkwardness. What went down between those two a few days ago is still a total mystery. Out of curiosity, Swan decided to find out if anything happened with her brother. Truth be told, for Estella right now, it's more like a daily torment. But more importantly, she wants to hear about Swan for once, and find out if there's anyone she likes. Turns out, her reaction is a dead ringer for Ravens. Actually, there is someone. This guy's got amazing hair and incredibly beautiful, refined features. In Estella's mind, it's just your average dude, just with different hairstyles. But what Swan likes most is that he's so cute when he smiles, and Lady Estella knows him. For a second, she was totally lost, trying to figure out who this hottie with the killer smile was. All the signs pointed to this guy being Arid. Turns out it's actually Kate, and Swan's so relieved she finally came clean. Just to be clear, the Duchess wanted to double-check if she really liked Kate Lopez. When he smiles, he turns into this ridiculously cute, almost girly kind of guy. If her and her brother both dig him, he's gotta be a genuinely good dude. Truth is, Swan was pretty chubby as a kid, and she got teased about it a lot. People would say a duke's daughter can't be that heavy, comparing the poor girl to a pig. Unlike her brother, Lord Raven, who everyone thought was super cool, Swan was just the ugly sister. Because of all the put-downs, she often cried alone. She didn't have any friends in her life. So, one day, Keith was the only one who showed up to comfort her and wipe the tears from her face. Swan's face seemed so sweet to him, way cuter than anyone else's. Back when they were kids, every time she cried, he was always there, and she fell for him without even realizing it. It's a pretty standard story, but it's still hard not to fall for him. Swan's still got it bad for Keith, even now. That story warmed Estella's heart. She actually kinda gets where the girl's coming from. You could search the whole world and find people nicer than Raven, and maybe other people would think her reason for falling for him is dumb. But no matter how small it seems to others, it changed their lives. It was a fateful encounter. If Estella hadn't met him, she'd probably still be the kind of person who only knows how to hate on everyone else. Later that evening, after swimming in the sea, Raven decided to take a shower and already got undressed. But as soon as he stepped into the bathroom, he ran into his wife. Turns out she decided to freshen up a bit too. Not long before, everyone gathered around the big table like a real family to have supper before bed. Suddenly, Raven noticed that Naru seemed down, not saying a word. Dinner was already over by then, so the Duke suggested he go to his room and get some rest. The little guy really was tired today, sleep was already getting to him, but this time he wanted to sleep with Raven. Naru's so clingy today, it's rare, so Master Deer agreed without hesitation. Plus, the kid was sure Estella would lie down next to them too. He suggested all three of them sleep together. Before bed, Raven headed to the bathroom. If he didn't hurry, Naru would already be asleep. Completely by chance, he caught sight of Estella. She was in the water up to her shoulders and didn't expect to see him there. In that moment, the guy just froze up and couldn't move. He'd never been seen like this before. Realizing he was standing there completely bare, really threw the young man for a loop. He quickly grabbed a towel and apologized to his wife, saying he didn't think anyone was in here. Trying not to stare at Estella, Raven caught her out of the corner of his eye as she stood up and started walking towards him. Guess there's no point hiding it. They're husband and wife after all. What the Duke saw was so shocking, he got a nosebleed. This is so humiliating. He can't keep doing this. He can't let it go on any longer. After everything that happened, Raven just wanted the floor to swallow him whole. He totally embarrassed himself, and now doesn't even know how he's going to face her. Besides, she knows those rumors aren't true. He's actually a total newbie at this. Out of the corner of his eye, the young man noticed a note on the table and snapped out of it to take a peek. Swan sent this letter. While they were waiting, Naru fell asleep, so she let him stay with her. This means Raven's gonna be alone with Estella. He won't be able to handle it. I mean, on the one hand, it seems like a no-brainer. The girl he's into is making a move. Turning her down would be a total jerk move. But on the other hand, those kinds of thoughts are messed up, and he needs to fight them. Acting on lust and taking advantage of a woman is not okay. Now he's got this inner battle raging. I mean, when you think about it, a real man should be able to control himself. It's not about being ashamed or anything. It's just that right now, with the girl he's crushing on standing right in front of him. The problem is, Raven's not sure he can keep a level head. While he was thinking all this, Estella already came into the room. She was surprised Naru hadn't shown up yet. Raven said he crashed in Swan's room, and she decided to let him sleep in. So, they'll sleep together next time? The girl felt sad from that thought. Still, she wanted to know what they were gonna do now. Sleep separately? Or were they gonna get cozy together like this? Raven, practically dying of embarrassment, suggested we use separate rooms tonight. Estella knew he'd say that, and honestly, she wouldn't mind if something did happen. She might even make the first move. It was mostly a joke, really. Though if I'm being honest, there was a little truth to it. But since this is a marriage contract, this stubborn guy will never make the first move. It's a little disappointing, actually. Just when Estella had resigned herself to the situation, Raven suddenly slammed the door shut again. His whole demeanor shifted instantly. He got so serious and intense, looming over her. Seems like he's still figuring out what it really means to be a man. The moment the Duke's lips crashed into hers, time seemed to freeze, and she held her breath. The kiss awakens every feeling she's been keeping locked away, sending shivers down her spine. Their lips locked together, and they were completely lost in each other. The Duke stopped when he felt Estella's breath on him. She was so flushed and hot. It's so unfair he started kissing her so suddenly. But hey, she started teasing him first. That's totally true. But if Raven touches her, she's gonna want more. This guy is seriously driving her wild. Little does she know what a handful he can really be. Raven wants to completely consume her thoughts, leaving no room for anyone else. That's the kind of intense obsession raging inside Duke Dyer. When he holds her close, he wonders what kind of expression she'll have when things get intimate. Estella has no idea the kinds of dark and twisted thoughts running through his head. He wants to protect her, but she's just so damn tempting. Suddenly, he calmed down a bit, figuring he wasn't as essential as the lady thought. He wants to cherish Estella, not just because of this marriage deal, cherish her more than anyone. That's why he asked her to wait a little longer. Ultimately, two grown adults held back, each for their own reasons. Lady Charlene finds it hard to restrain herself around Raven, so she asked for a little kiss. It sounded so sweet. The guy couldn't resist and kissed her again. Afraid of losing control, he asked her not to blame him, after all. It's their first sweet night together. Turns out, Estella just can't sleep in a situation like this. She gets irrational when it comes to Raven. She just can't wrap her head around how he can just sleep after kissing her like that. Maybe, unlike her, constantly thinking about all sorts of stuff. Raven's an angel in that regard. He really is a bad dude. Even Milady feels bad that he's the only one who doesn't remember. She still remembers the day they first met, like it was yesterday. Raven's probably forgotten everything, but he's the one who gave Estelle her name, so even if he never remembers, it's all right. But a part of Charlene still wishes she could see the old him. Once upon a time, long ago, the little guardian fell into an unknown place, using his powers. He bumped into her sister out of the blue. She looked so beautiful in the moonlight. The boy introduced himself as Rania and wanted to get to know her, but the girl didn't have a name. It's super weird when someone doesn't have a name. She never had one to begin with. So Rania made up a name for her and suggested she be Stella, like a star. And his name means sky. Stars and the sky are always together, so the boy figured the name Stella would be perfect for her. Even though Rania got rejected, he then asked the girl to marry him because all he wanted was for them to be together forever. A new day dawned, and Raven sleepily opened his eyes. He must have been having some kind of nostalgic dream, like about something important, but he couldn't quite remember. Estella was still fast asleep. She looked so peaceful dozing off in his arms. Being next to her makes Raven feel so calm and at ease. His heart overflows with emotion whenever he looks at his wife. Later that day, they finally all went for a walk around the city. The weather was great, like it always is here. Swan suggested grabbing some lunch before continuing to explore, and Raven suggested Arid's restaurant. Everything seems perfect, but even now, Estella can't shake her worries. Deep down, she's afraid that the Raven in front of her and the Raven from her memories are two different people. Even if he doesn't remember anything, she'd like to see a glimpse of who he used to be, just for a moment. Sometimes she misses Rania so damn much, and last night he called her Stella. Her dream came true. Rania's with her, so everything's supposed to be okay. He soothed her restless soul, noticing she just couldn't get to sleep. Rania was with Stella last night, and only he could let her sleep and rest easy. And now she's got a real good reason to think he's starting to remember everything. All sorts of thoughts are creeping in. Maybe this guy really is Rania. Raven noticed Estella was off her game this morning and figured she wasn't feeling too hot. The others got worried about his sketchy condition too and started freaking out. Because of that, Estella had to pretend everything was fine so they could move on. The restaurant where Arid plays is like the ultimate fancy pants palace for aristocrats. Arid feels right at home here, lost in the music and soaking up the art scene. The melody flowing from his fingertips is like a warm sea breeze, a hot sun warming the soul. They spent the whole day wandering the city, checking out the sights, window shopping, and just enjoying their vacation. The day ended beautifully, with the sunset saying goodbye as the sea and sky became one, the sun sinking below the horizon. Suddenly, Lady Charlene felt a warmth as Raven took her hand, holding it tight. He seems genuinely happy right now, and in moments like these, everything feels magical and mysterious, like time stands still. The unbreakable bond between them will definitely set things right in the end. The knights were outraged. The lord and lady got hitched while they were on leave. The captain has no idea how they felt hearing about it just now. Raven defended himself, saying they were planning on having an official ceremony here anyway, and he wants to invite everyone who's always looked out for them. The captain would be stoked if you guys joined the celebration. People in town were even crying, saying they were dying to see them. That's enough for Raven, just like they planned. They're heading out for the hunt. The knights were surprised the captain was going too, especially since he just got back. And get this, the squad captains are all scheduled for a long vacation. Duke Dyer suggested they use this chance to go through some hardcore training. Back at the estate, Kate's back to being Catherine, focusing on healing the Duke. The after effects of using his holy power are worse than ever. Kate saved Raven's bacon again, But it's time to face facts. From now on, Raven seriously needs to change the way he treats her. That rumor about Kate being his girlfriend in disguise? Totally worked to break off the engagement. Big help. But the kid doesn't want to stress out Estelle or hurt her feelings. Kate's noticing the Duke's actually softening up, all thanks to Estelle. Looks like he's finally getting over his issues with women. Not exactly. Raven still can't stand weak women. He's still disgusted by women who treat love like it's just another accessory, just like his mom. And those manipulative types who play the helpless card to try and break him? He hates them too. He never thought he'd get involved with people like that any more than he absolutely had to. But for some reason, the Duke doesn't feel that disgust towards Estelle. Maybe she was special to him from the start. By the way, Raven's been researching this illness and asked Keith to send a letter to the Magic Tower requesting an audience. Of course, Keith promised to get in touch with them ASAP. And before long, the letter from the Dyer family landed in the Red Magic Tower head's room. But as soon as the head read the sender's name, he immediately trashed the letter. Every memory connected to Raven, as if confirming its reality, multiplies the amount of treasure. Weird, compared to when Estella first became a wife. Only now does she feel pleasure. For the same reason, she's a little anxious. Maybe because her past life was pretty messed up. Whatever happens, anyone who tries to get in their way will be crushed. Soon, Lord Rudia learned that a letter from the Dyer house had arrived for him. Rudia immediately figured it was a letter from Raven, something like an offer to join them. Turns out, Estella Dyer sent it. It had been ages since they last saw each other. Now that she's back in the Southern Territories, she barely ever visits the Imperial capital. So, she figured the ticket Rudia gave her would be better off with him. The knight instantly recognized the prize from the spicy food contest. Lady Estella told him to take care of himself and said goodbye until next time. Even though it was small, that message still left Rudia with a good feeling in his heart. Meanwhile, rumors started swirling in the Magic Tower that the headmaster had a very important guest. They were talking about the guardian of the great empire. The kid knew him from his training days. This shady character overheard everything, and he's itching to meet the guardian. Sir Raven greeted the guy with a big smile, saying it had been way too long. The boss grinned when he saw him. It really had been a long time since they last met up. This is Raven's junior associate, Shannon. He's honored to meet you all. This guy might seem a little rough around the edges, but he's actually polite and diligent. Kate thinks the world of him, though he's a bit awkward in social situations. Shannon was stoked to get a message from Lord Raven. As instructed, he immediately burned and disposed of the letter scraps Raven gave him. Plus, the mage was really looking forward to meeting Lady Estella Dyer. Ever since he heard about Raven getting married, he's been curious about what kind of person the lady of the house is, and she's way more spiritually beautiful than Shannon could have imagined. Of course, not just spiritually, but physically, she's truly stunning. Prodigy-level mage, the kind who could head up the Magic Tower at his age. He's got this eye-catching, bright crimson hair. But the most striking thing is his face. Almost animalistic, with sharp fangs and those vertical pupils. He's one of the last of the Fissy clan. Members of that clan are loaded with magical juice. Plus, they can absorb both magical and divine energy. Back in the day, the Fissy clan got a raw deal because of their unique looks and abilities. They were branded as monster controllers, and a lot of them ended up paying the ultimate price. Even now, years later, there are still people in the Empire who discriminate against the Fissy clan. But Shannon still managed to become head of the tower. Estella decided to take a walk around the Magic Tower with Swan and the others, trying not to interrupt their conversation. Looks like she spotted the head of the Fissy clan, but didn't even bat an eye. On top of everything else, they and Raven have an incredibly similar divine power. Actually, Raven came to ask for a favor and decided to cut right to the chase. He needs to know if it's possible to break the secret magic placed on the book. The moment the head mage glanced at the book, he knew right away it was a magical artifact from the ancient magic era. Chances are, he won't be able to undo it right here and now. However, Shannon focused all the power of supreme magic on breaking the secret magic that enchanted the book. As expected, the book has strong protective magic on it, preventing outside forces from penetrating the barrier. Looks like the mage can't do it on the spot. Raven heard that the technology of the ancient magic era was more advanced than it is now, so it's going to be tough. Still, even if it's hard to figure out right away, if the Duke gives him some time, Shannon will crack this case. He won't know how long it'll take to break the spell until he tries. but it'll probably be a year. If breaking the spell is even possible, Raven was going to ask for help from people he trusts, but a year is just not enough time. Apologizing for asking so soon after the mage agreed to help, Duke Dier said he had another request. He's looking for intel on how the Guardian Barrier was created. The Magic Tower and the Temple are independent organizations, not tied to any specific country. That's why they have information even the Empire doesn't, which is why Raven wants Shannon's help. He's not looking to overstep. He just wants to know about the barrier maintained by the Magic Tower. In that case, Shannon promised to do everything he could to get in touch with the Duke as soon as possible. The next day at the main Diera residence, an enthusiastic Henry and the servants were busy preparing a room for Raven and Estella. Since this room is meant for them to spend time together, Henry wants everything to be absolutely perfect. You can hear from the street that Henry and the others are pumped up again. Suddenly, one of the knights called out to the others, looking totally freaked out. He wanted to know if the rumors about Lord Raven's real girlfriend were true. That pissed the guys off, since they agreed not to bring it up to spare Lady Estella's feelings. They should have seen Estella's face when she came to check on them before the monster hunt. Truth is, the kid's actually happy to see them getting along so well. That's why he's just worried things will get complicated. According to the guy, it's pretty normal for nobles to have mistresses or second wives after marriage anyway. So even if the captain decides to go that route, they can't really judge him. It's all for the sake of a future heir, or whatever. No way the captain would do something like that. The kid's mind is blown. We gotta stop him. Their hardcore shippers are losing it. Estella almost forgot something like this actually did happen before. She's pretty sure the first time she came here, she saw a pink-haired girl sneaking out of Raven's room late at night. Well, Lady Charlene's never heard that before. Yeah, there are rumors about him getting around, but she just can't picture him as a player. She can't figure this out alone. She needs to get the truth straight from Raven. Meeting Keith just confirmed for Duke Dyer that he really does have a thing for beautiful stuff. A guy trying to quit, but falling back into his old habits. Raven can't believe his protege screwed up this badly. Those insults really got to Keith. He was steaming mad, ready to bury that idiot. Raven quickly calmed him down. It wasn't his time to go just yet. Just so we're clear, Keith mentioned nobody saw him get here. What he's saying is, he used teleportation magic to arrive, so the Duke can chill out. Now, the knight's got some clothes in the office, so he decided to go change, then use some healing magic. To avoid setting him off, Raven decided to keep quiet. He really didn't want to go back to how things were, so he could just leave it all alone. Everything seemed fine, confident that he'd gone unnoticed. Keith calmly left the Duke's office, but then he heard a shout behind him. Lady Charlene recognized Sir Lopez in his face. At that moment, Keith just wished someone would take him out of his misery. This is weird. Estella doesn't usually wake up in the middle of the night. Seeing the light on in the Duke's study, she figured he was still working, even after the monster hunt today. Dude seriously needs a break, or he's gonna burn out. Passing by the Duke's office, Estella spotted that pink-haired chick. The one they say Raven's really into. She's the same girl who was sneaking out of his office late one night last time. That's when the princess started scheming, weighing her options. Attack, observe, or retreat. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl's outline got blurry, like she was fading out of existence, almost like magic. Either way, Estella's definitely made up her mind now, and she's not backing down. Finally, she got a good look at this young lady, who turns out to be Lord Lopez. It all ended with the three of them having to hash things out together. Honestly, Estella's totally confused. So the rumored mistress was Lord Lopez all along? She just came right out and asked him why he was dressed like a woman. Judging by his face, it was clear he didn't like talking about it, but the knight explained that he just looked good in it. Without thinking, he said it was his hobby, and asked if there were other guys who rocked dresses this hard. Thinking bigger picture, Keith's the perfect guy to use as a model for a dress collection. He really does pull it off, though he can't quite admit the whole truth. Trying to cover for his knight, Raven said that Keith was actually helping him spread rumors. Rumors that he's a total player, because the kid mistakenly thinks Estelle already knows he's a virgin. But Estelle was the one person who didn't believe the rumors, and figured he'd already been with girls. Now, the Duke's facing the big question. Why even spread those kinds of rumors in the first place? It all started with lies spread by jealous haters, back when Raven was only 17. So, seeing the young prince surrounded by adoring women, the jealous types started whispering. They said His Highness was just playing games with women's feelings, Apparently, he was flirting with every single girl he met. Heroes might be womanizers, sure, but acting like that while still a student? They figured he had zero class. The rumors spread like wildfire through the nobility. A heartbreaker who seduces women and leaves them crying. Around the same time these rumors were flying around, something else went down. A woman who bought into the gossip wanted to spend the night with Raven. But when he turned her down, she lost it. She just thought he might be lonely being all by himself here. So, she suggested they find a private spot and, enjoy each other's company. That really ticked off the Duke, so he immediately pushed her away and walked off. That's when the girl lost it and ripped her dress, baring her young body. Just then, a bunch of nobles came running, totally shocked by what they saw. Deciding to trash Raven's rep, she lied and said His Grace had made unwanted advances. She claimed she told him to stop, but he wouldn't listen. That convinced everyone the rumors about him were true. Even a lady saying no didn't stop him. Raven was publicly shamed. They said, even if he's the Duke's son, this is messed up. It sparked some minor squabbles, but it was also the perfect excuse to break off the engagement. So the Duke jumped on the rumors. Like Estella already knows, Raven's got zero experience with women, and all those rumors are bogus. The girl's reaction was kinda weird, like she was hearing it for the first time. Looks like Estella didn't know Duke Dyer was still a tough nut to crack. Lady Charlene was lost in thought after hearing that, realizing her husband was still a virgin. He's got zero experience with women, and all this time, the woman from those rumors was just Lord Lopez in drag. It's really bugging her, though Raven can't figure out why it's such a shock. Suddenly, Estella jumped up and totally demanded he strip right then and there. The poor guy almost fainted from the shock. Without a word, Keith just bowed silently. He knew it was time to get out of there. Like a tigress on the hunt, the girl pounced on her husband and started undressing him herself. Raven's just a regular victim here, and it looks like he's not ready for this kind of sudden change. He asked her to wait, but Estella's done waiting. Flirting's her best weapon, and in this situation, Raven even said they could kiss. Now, Lady Charlene's absolutely sure she has to make him desire her, make him overcome his inner turmoil. Raven's buddies from the academy showed up from the imperial capital before long. Raven Dyer greeted them warmly and thanked them for making such a long trip. He vanished right after the party, so the guys are glad they finally got to meet up. As for his missus, she's away on business, but Raven promised to introduce them as soon as she gets back. So Raven's a married man now, just like them, so it's time to celebrate. The reunion was going great, and after a few drinks, they were all pretty hammered. Under the influence, one of them suddenly confessed he was jealous of Raven, marrying such a knockout. Even drunk, Raven's the kind of guy who values his wife for her character and charm, not just her looks. At that point, the guy thought he was channeling that one funny dude who's popular around town right now. Suddenly, another guy said his sister's been running a fever lately. Seriously, that outfit makes Lady Raven look like a freaking ape. Not cool at all. But when she met the gorgeous night girl, Milady straight up asked if he was captivated by her beauty. The kid says that's what's trending right now. He's sure Lady Swan told her. Honestly, Raven just thinks Estella's a knockout. He thinks she's more like crazy adorable. Sounds like he's totally smitten with the madam. There's really no one specific thing that made him fall so hard for her. It just kinda hit him at some point, and he was head over heels. Seeing her crying face, he just wanted to make her smile. By then, he was completely gone for her. What Raven loves most is her vibrant smile. To be honest, his buddy finds it hard to picture that kind of smile on the madame he knows. Raven thought so himself, until he weathered that brutal winter, and then met a vibrant spring, beautiful as a delicate flower. To him, Stella is like spring itself. She's truly gorgeous. Estella couldn't bring herself to enter the office, hanging on every word her beloved was saying about her. Her heart swelled with warmth, because she still remembered Rania calling her his spring. It all started way back when Stella was just a little kid and stole some bread to survive. But this wasn't some fairy tale, so she paid the price for stealing. She wasn't some noble princess of high birth or a saint hearing voices from above. She was just a regular orphan, despised by the whole village. That night, completely exhausted, she fell asleep on the bare ground, only to suddenly wake up to a touch. The boy who found her in the alley didn't mean to scare her. He just wanted to see if she was still alive. Suddenly, he looked like something spooked him, and he ducked under his hood. Wielding magic, the kid decided to heal the poor girl's wounds. Stella couldn't believe it, seeing that her body was completely free of the old wounds and bruises. As a thank you, she shared half the loaf of bread she'd worked so hard to acquire. That's when Stella first met the boy from the Phissian people. He got separated from his family when they were running from some serious trouble, and that's how he ended up in this village. He cared about orphans like Stella, sharing skills they needed to survive. He taught the kids basic magic and was like a parent to them. One day, Nonan said there'd be a festival in the village tomorrow, hoping they'd get lucky and snag some leftover sweets. It was hard for him to describe what they tasted like. Kids who'd never had anything sweet probably wouldn't get it. Man, he really wanted them to try those. But the kid never showed up again. Back then, death was waiting around every corner. Nobody knew how to deal with the disasters caused by the miasma and the monsters. So, not many people mourned the boy's disappearance. Most were worried about their own hides. Eventually, Stella forgot about him too. A whole year just flew by. The village festival started up again, and that was the only chance to swipe something. Stella just wanted to grab a couple of apples, but she was immediately spotted by the merchant, who caught her. But instead of a beating and punishment, the kind sir offered the girl some hot food. Everyone felt bad for the poor girl. She was so skinny. They let her eat whatever she wanted. Usually, they just beat her. So Stella figured it was only happening because it was a holiday. But the thought kept nagging at her. Were they really plotting something? That evening, when everything seemed normal, the girl fell into the clutches of some real lowlifes. Right in front of the whole village, they tossed her out the gates. So many people watched, but nobody objected. They were convinced it would protect the village, believing this cursed kid was the reason they'd suffered so much misfortune. They branded the girl a witch, blamed her for everything, and wished her a quick end. Time to pay the piper, they said. Stella tried desperately to get back, to return to them, but the gates slammed shut right in her face. That was her fate. But the thing was, she was determined not to die. Utterly alone, the poor kid ran through the forest, where she came face to face with some seriously nasty monsters. You'd think that might save her from her bitter end. But she didn't want to die, thinking of Shannon. Now it was clear. The festival was a trap to lure kids out. That meant he was gone because of it too. The kid didn't get why they were the only ones suffering, but she just accepted her fate. Staring death right in the face, all she could dream about was them getting what they deserved. At that moment, she had no idea that everything in her life was about to flip upside down. Somehow, Stella miraculously survived. But from that day on, she was a completely different person. A godlike power awakened within her. But things didn't exactly get easier. Back then, unlike now, a lot of nobles could tap into that kind of blessing. Divine power was the only real weapon against the monsters and the miasma. The only way for commoners to survive was to turn to the nobles and the aristocrats. Well, they started acting like gods themselves. And then this pathetic orphan shows up with divine power, and the nobles just couldn't ignore someone like Stella existing. They were scared that this kid, with her abilities, would undermine their authority. Shannon wanted those leftover candies so bad, the stuff everyone else tossed, that he died for 'em. That's when Stella started wondering why there's so much garbage out there, why it's always the good ones who bite the dust. Getting powers didn't stop the bullying. She just started getting smacked around by the fancy folks instead. They saw her as some commoner, but without her God-given abilities, she's just dead weight to them. That's when Stella finally stood up for herself and punched the creep who was trying to make her feel worthless. She grabbed the first thing she could find, a fork, hungry for payback, wanting to make that lowlife pay. So this girl with powers wounded some big-shot duke, and they ordered her thrown in the slammer. She only ever saw useless nobles, so Raven didn't exactly make a great first impression. That day, seeing the mark on her face, the kid got seriously worked up. But Stella, all fired up, just slapped him across the face, fueled by pure rage. She hated him calling her Stella, and she'd told him that a bunch of times. It was because she was sure he was faking it. 'Cause nobles only see their own kind as human. Everyone else is lower than dirt to them. They don't give a damn if some commoner kicks the bucket, and that really ticked her off. Even though Stella unleashed all her anger on him, the kid hugged her tight, giving her his warmth and kindness. He felt guilty that he couldn't protect her, that he was so weak. But the young prince promised he'd get stronger, no matter what, to protect Stella. So no one else would become a victim, so Stella wouldn't have to lose anything else. He swore he'd do it, and if he broke his word, he'd do absolutely anything she told him to. Later, Stella found out that commoners had left his little brother to die. He should have hated commoners as much as Stella hated nobles. But Rania still wanted to protect people. He didn't give in to the hate. He didn't want anyone else to go through that. He was trying to stay strong. It's been 10 years since Stella entered the temple. They've given her the title of Grand Saint. Soon rumors started flying that the Grand Saint was a witch. Some believed it. Others said she wouldn't be able to use her powers if she was. Then people started saying she was a witch pretending to be the Grand Saint. But not everyone thought that way. Some defended her reputation, saying they shouldn't waste time on that kind of garbage. There were those who wanted to keep Stella under control. That's why they started spreading rumors, to undermine her authority. Right when those rumors were at their peak, Master Rania shut that crap down. He insisted that it didn't matter if she was a witch or not. He convinced everyone to remember how many lives she'd saved, and that's what they should focus on. Turns out, one of the priests caught wind of a rumor that the Grand Saint would be participating in a monster hunt. Shortly after that, Master Rania finally met up with his sweetheart. He set up a surprise for her. Judging by her reaction, though, Stella wasn't exactly thrilled to see him. And plus, he was being a real pain. The guy's always been pushy and determined, just like when he decided to kiss her. But Stella shot him down then too, smacked him good across the face. Truth is, he was beat. He'd wrapped up all his work and just wanted to chill here. Stella told him to just go home then, saying he wouldn't get anything good out of being with her. She was about to walk away when Rania suddenly grabbed her and pulled her back. It's not about what I get. Stella's the reason I'm getting stronger. On this beautiful day, Rania confessed his feelings. He really loved this girl. In that moment, it felt like they were inseparable, like he didn't need anyone else but her. Years later, the Great Saint was finally allowed to participate in monster hunts as a full-fledged combatant. The Holy Saint's attention was growing, and her existence was becoming less and less convenient for the aristocrats. They started worrying about their own protection and introduced a new knight to participate in the monster hunts. To protect Stella, Rania gave up his noble title and became the Holy Saint's guardian knight. After hearing this, Stella decided to ask him personally why he decided to become a guardian knight. That's when she met Rania's second younger brother, the future first Duke Deer. After the introduction, he left right away, wishing his brother farewell and to enjoy his new life. The truth is, Rania just does whatever he wants, and that really ticked off the Holy Saint. She never heard anything about him planning to give up his title and become a holy knight. It's not uncommon for noble children who don't inherit a title to become priests, but they never participate in hunts. Usually, they aim for the next archbishop title and get rich off the church. So Rania, this high-ranking nobleman, the dude who was supposed to be the next Grand Duke, just joined the Holy Knights. Rania was hoping Stella understood what she was getting into by hunting monsters. That's why he needed to know what she thought would happen if she kept going it alone out there. Stella actually knew exactly what Rania was trying so hard to tell her. The nobles didn't just let her join the hunt out of the goodness of their hearts. They've got an angle. Rania says she has incredible power, but that power's meant to protect people from monsters, not hurt anyone. If someone attacks Stella during the hunt, you know some jerk is going to try to make it look like an accident. Rania swore he'd protect her, and now he's doing it because he flat out wants to. Plus, he had another reason to give up his title. That day, Rania, straight from the heart, asked her to marry him. Up until now, knights who were basically blue-blooded aristocrats were the main force fighting the monsters. But the common-born knights risked their necks the most. They were always sent in first. The casualties were insane. Ever since Rania joined the knights, though, the death tolls dropped big time. 2 years later, people started calling him the Guardian Knight. He totally won them over. The aristocrats' plans were falling apart. The names of the Great Saint and the Guardian Knight were on everyone's lips all over the continent. Rania officially popped the question. Honestly, Stella was stoked to hear it. She wanted to tell him she loved him, but she couldn't let her feelings get the best of her. Then, rumors started flying that Mr. Rania was marrying the Great Saint and would become the next pope. Otherwise, why would he give up his title? Rania loves her because it's a power play. Stella looked for any excuse not to get hurt. So, she soon made the call to break off the engagement. She realized it was all a lie and was glad she never believed him in the first place. Back then, the Great Saint didn't know she should fear not pain, but endless sorrow and despair. The pain of betrayal is nothing compared to the emptiness after losing someone you love. Those wounds never heal. Her world turned upside down when she heard that Lord Rania had perished in the line of duty. Everyone had a hard time believing it. even though he often got carried away during battles. Still, Stella couldn't fully accept that he was really gone. She learned from a maid that a memorial service would be held in 3 days for those who died during the hunt, but Stella just couldn't bring herself to attend. 3 days later, the maid asked again if she wanted to participate, but Stella refused again. She didn't know if there would be anyone there who truly loved him. The only thing the saint realized was that they weren't connected anymore. After the funeral, a huge thunderstorm rolled in, like the sky itself was mourning and weeping for the departed. That's when Stella ran into the knights. They asked why she hadn't been there, but she didn't get why she should have been. Everyone was super surprised. It seemed like Stella wasn't grieving for Rania at all. Thing is, they weren't linked anymore, so the lady didn't understand why she was supposed to be sad. The knight, crushed by grief, told her not to talk like that, saying she should have been the one in the captain's place. That's when Stella learned the truth. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times she had prayed for this. The truth is, Rania loved her more than anyone and wanted to protect her. Right up to the end, he was only thinking about her. If Stella just had one more shot, she'd want to go back to the day they said goodbye. If things could change back then, if she had just reached out her hand back then, things could have turned out so different. Rania could have found the love of his life, and Stella could have been happy. Rania was just a commoner. He wasn't entitled to his own grave. His name was only etched on the memorial monument. But not everyone agreed with that, so the knights made a grave for him in the public cemetery. There wasn't anything left of his body, so it's just a headstone. Only then did Stella finally come to him herself, regretting what she'd done 1,000 times over. Suddenly, the rain stopped falling on her face, and she saw Rania standing right in front of her. Miracles don't happen. It was just a foolish vision. In reality, it was his brother who came to the grave. He noticed Stella looked terrible, and said his brother would be upset to see her like that. The young man assumed she'd probably heard that they couldn't recover Rania's remains, and then he decided to ask one important question. Did she ever wish she could see his brother again? This magic circle's keeping the barrier up. Rania finished it, but it cost him his life. Inside, Stella sensed the same magical power that Rania had. My brother said that once the magic barrier was complete, only the sword remained here. Soon, everyone will know about the barrier, and they'll credit the great saint for it. She totally disagreed with that, thinking Rania deserved the credit. But the real reason is they want to control neighboring countries using the great saint's influence. Once the monsters are gone, the war will start, and the Empire, with its protective barrier, can just sit back and watch. Like Stella figured, then the Empire and its barrier become targets for other countries. That's why my brother set a few conditions when he set up the protective barrier. Only his blood relatives and the great saint can control the protective barrier. If the whole damn empire goes down, all its loyal soldiers will bite the dust, and the barrier will start crumbling. That's the limiter, right there. But there's always going to be some boneheads who refuse to listen. That's why Lord Dyer wants to protect the magic barrier, the one his brother gave his life for. After all that, he suddenly wants to know why Lady Stella even bothers living. Whatever she wants to do, the kid's telling her to go for it. Life's a drag if you don't do what you want. He's not blaming her for anything. After all, his brother lived the life he chose. Only thinking about her dead lover, the great saint decided to take a desperate gamble. She wants to protect the magic barrier too, so this never happens again. Suddenly, Raven throws open the door and sees his darling wife standing there. He figures she's here to meet everyone. His buddies are going to be stoked to meet the missus. Once everyone cleared out, she suddenly felt like throwing one back. Raven noticed the girl had just crashed out, so he gently woke her, worried something was up. Barely cracking her eyes open, Estella immediately went for his lips, making it even harder to hold back. Being close to him and kissing him is a total rush. She doesn't even know why she digs it so much. Which you can't say about Raven. Of course he likes it. But this girl makes his heart pound like crazy. After thinking for a sec, he figured it's probably because she's into him. That's totally it. She's been crushing on the Duke forever, and he's saved her butt so many times. But deep down, Estella's got some doubts about whether he actually likes her back. Of course, Raven's into Estella, and he's ready to shout it from the rooftops every single day. Estella got so wasted she passed out on his shoulder again, and now things just got a whole lot more complicated. Meanwhile, back at Count Akuto's mansion, things were heating up. The master just can't wrap his head around why it had to be him of all people, His Excellency. Maybe he can still get a meeting, so he's talked the Count into apologizing one more time. But Count Akuto's all like, why should he apologize? He's not even head of the house. The thing is, the bigwig nobles down south and the merchants already know about this beef. Local tribute only carries weight in this country because of House Deer's backing. They already owe him big time, and this fight just makes things between the two houses even messier. Anyway, the guest's offer is still on the table. As he left, he told the Count to just give up if he's after the barrier, 'cause no one's cracked it in centuries. The master's convinced this guy's greed is going to be his downfall. The only logical choice is to surrender, but that sounds like bull. This barrier's the only thing protecting them from monsters and the miasma. Getting that kind of power means control of the whole damn empire, and this miracle fell into the hands of the Dyers, the empire's loyal dogs. The Count could use the barrier way better than they can. That's why he's now willing to do anything to get his hands on the key to that protective barrier. After the guest left, the butler apologized and asked if he could release the young master from the dungeon. But it turned out the Count had no use for that good-for-nothing trash. If the kid had managed to get in the Duke's good graces, the Count wouldn't be in this mess. Meanwhile, Naru's father, Viscount Shabest, realized he'd be swimming in gold by now if the boy hadn't run off to Duke Dyer. The Viscount's not just gonna sit by and do nothing. He gave him his precious son, and he's got to get something in return. Soon after, Count Akuto turned to Marquis Drain for advice. The Marquis could tell his guest had it rough. The Count just needed a hand. Better to join the big shots in the capital than rot in the south. He'd get way more out of it. All he had to do was somehow get on the Marquis's good side. According to Mr. Drain, nobles often disagree, but it usually doesn't come to outright brawls. Offering the Count help outright is like admitting there's a beef between him and the Duke's house. If the Marquis helps settle the dispute between them and young Lord Dyer, some people might get the wrong idea. But the Count's convinced that if they leave things as they are, their family's toast. This is seriously bad news. The Marquis was thinking it would be nice to have some kind of excuse to get involved. Right then, the Count realized he needed to set up a situation where the Marquis stepping in wouldn't look weird. He said he was the main one being wronged, so he could be asked to provide evidence. Raven looked especially flustered today. Estella noticed right away that something was up with him. The last thing she wanted to think about was that she'd screwed something up last night. He'd been watching her all morning, so Estella figured he thought she'd gotten wasted yesterday. The Duke was really bummed out by that. He'd hoped his wife remembered what he'd said last night. He couldn't deny it bothered him, wondering if she remembered her confession. And the worst part is, this wasn't the first time this had happened. Looks like nothing's changed this time either. And even though Raven thinks they haven't met before, that's not true. Sometimes when he talks to Estella, it's like she's looking through him, seeing someone else entirely. It felt especially strong at the beginning, so he figured she didn't like him. It was something he never considered before. Looking at his pensive expression, Estella thought he was sulking, so, just in case, she decided to make up for it with a passionate kiss. She thought he seemed down about something, so she hoped that would cheer him up. But Raven started acting like he was plotting something, suddenly wanting to know what would happen if she said no. And again, their lips met in a kiss. The whole vibe changed, and you could practically smell the love in the air. Even that wasn't enough for the greedy Duke. He's all worked up, and it didn't make him feel any better. He's still upset, so he told her not to touch him until he says it's okay. Tender kisses moved from her lips down her neck, his kisses landing on Estella like snowflakes on a frozen window. Things were heating up. It's the best feeling in the world when desire takes over. Soon after, the Duke got a letter that sent chills down his spine. When his friends showed up, he decided to find out the real reason they came. Look, the nobles in the capital are backing Marquis Drain, and it stinks to high heaven. It's got Dad worried sick. They came to give an old friend a heads up. Best to watch your back right now. But they also wanted to get together. All three of them come from noble houses in the capital. But they're playing it neutral since they've got ties to the provincial nobles too. But if Marquis Drain goes after the Dyer family, it'll affect everyone. Things will never be the same again. Soon after, they held a council where they brought up how the young Lord Dyer had gone too far. The capital nobles think snatching a kid without the parents okay looks like a total slap in the face. But the southern nobles don't see a problem. It was agreed he'd live at the Dyer estate temporarily, as a student. The reason they're arguing is the young Lord Dyer's selfish behavior. So now everyone's on pins and needles waiting for the Duke of Dyer to make a decision about this. In the past, they brought up the situation of women in society and suggested ways to support noble women. That subject caused quite a stir back then. But I don't get why this guy's bringing it up now. Clearly, they're just having a hard time accepting change, or they want to keep women under their thumb. Unlike them, Duke Dyer never needed to control anyone like that, so he doesn't get it. This guy actually thinks women can't handle life on their own, that they need a man to guide them. From what he's saying, His Majesty figures he thinks a woman's worthless without a man. So, he decided to ask if they even knew who he values most in this world. As everyone knows, that's Her Majesty the Empress and Her Highness the Princess. This Earl's so caught up in his own stuff, he can't even keep his own house in order. The Marquis feels bad. He thinks this whole thing's got everyone so worked up. They're not thinking straight. But he doesn't see any problem with supporting talent that could be a real asset to the country. The nobles are worried the young lord's gonna get caught up playing guardian and forget about his real duties. Word is, he even took Lady Atella monster hunting with him. Hearing that, Lord Dyer officially gave his daughter the okay to join the hunt. He figured they're all adults, but somehow the young lord's decisions make more sense to him. According to one noble, they only ever sent the guard out hunting before, and now the young lord's dragging their sons into it. This made the emperor realize some people are questioning the young lord's abilities, so he suggested they join the monster hunt themselves. It's weird the nobles are so surprised, considering they're not happy with how things are going now. His Majesty's convinced they should show everyone how it's done right. They're all so useless. Guess we're sending the sons who joined the guard. Maybe then they'll finally get how lucky they are to have Lord Dyer watching their backs. After everything that went down, Raven suddenly felt this crazy pain inside, like his whole body was being ripped apart. The pain in his chest, burning right through him, was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. A cool breeze helped a little. The pain faded into this empty feeling. When he got home, he went out to the garden and saw Estella in the gazebo. Knew he'd find her there. She was so into that book, she couldn't even look up. Even when Raven sat down next to her, she was totally lost in the story. Just watching her, even when she's quiet and lost in thought, is amazing. While planting, all of Raven's thoughts are about Estella. Up until now, he hadn't been scared. He knew he wasn't going to live long, and just went with the flow. But now that the Duke knows he's in love with her, death scares the crap out of him. He's terrified of losing this bright light in his life, the one who changed him. Estella didn't get what was suddenly up with him, but she didn't say no, so Raven decided to kiss her again. Maybe the lady wasn't saying anything, but she definitely wasn't against the kissing. 2 letters arrived at the estate, one from His Majesty to the young master, and one from Duke Sharon to Lady Estella. Henry decided to deliver both letters right away, not thinking anything bad would happen. But the moment he got closer, he walked in on a seriously heated moment. The Butlers served the Dyer family for decades, and finally, spring has sprung for the young master. Henry's been waiting for this for so long, he'll protect their privacy with his life. Seeing him, the Duke and Duchess immediately knew he was at it again. Then they took the letters. 2 days later, Prince Raven Dyer paid a visit to the Imperial Palace. The Emperor mentioned they dispatched several squads of the Imperial Guard to hunt down monsters. If Raven was too lazy to deal with it, His Majesty offered to help, but the young man thinks he shouldn't get involved. Speaking of which, there's still one issue they haven't sorted out. But Duke Dyer claims he sent a letter. The Emperor finds those two insufferable. It's ridiculous, especially since Raven's sitting right across from his dad. Since the Duke won't talk, His Majesty decided to ask himself. He's fed up with the father-son squabbling. So, in that very moment, Raven received an offer to inherit the dukedom. He immediately remembered that his marriage to Estella would last until the moment he received the title. Under those conditions, Prince Dyer agreed, and they signed a magical contract. Now the decision rests solely with him, because the Emperor is ready to hand over the title right now. By the laws of the Raven Empire, he's got to get hitched to inherit the title. So, the prep for inheriting the title starts after the wedding. But his wedding with Estella was less than a month ago. The kid doesn't get why the rush. Usually this takes at least, half a year. And it bugs him that his old man used Swan's marriage as leverage. Clearly, there's some reason he wants to hand over his title ASAP. Honestly, Raven wasn't ready for this convo at all. He needs time to think it over. That's why His Majesty told the Duke to discuss everything with Raven beforehand. But no sweat. If the kid doesn't have an answer right away, the Emperor said he can come back when he's thought it through. Meanwhile, Duke Charlemagne summoned Estella, and Naru was brought to the villa in the capital. The princess doesn't understand why they decided the guard would participate in the hunt after all. Besides, She's betting there's another reason why her old man called her in. Like maybe Dad doesn't want his little girl playing Monster Hunter. The Earl gets that she's worried about his grace. But this time, he really can't let it slide. Estella knows it already. She doesn't want to be stuck under Raven's wing forever. If she joins the hunt, the city nobles will throw a fit, so she's got to work with what she's got. To keep her dad from stressing, she agreed to sit this one out. But all she wants to do is give them a few pointers on the cleansing ritual. Dad let her show them what their family's famous for. About that time, something happened that spooked the estate staff. The Viscount hadn't been around in ages. The butler greeted him politely and said the head of the house was out for the day. That's when the ticked-off Viscount smacked the poor servant across the face and told him not to tell him what to do. If his brother's not home, he'll wait, so he told the servant to hurry up with the tea. If it were up to him, he'd never bother meeting with that stubborn mule. But the Earl just told me that his lordship is really pushing it, taking custody of the Viscount's son without permission. That kind of move is practically a stain on his reputation. At the very least, the Duke should show him some respect. Earl Akuto is right. Viscount Chebest deserves some kind of reward. As soon as he entered the estate, he heard a voice that was way too familiar. At that moment, Naru was playing in the garden with the maids, blowing bubbles and popping them. The kid's actually happy here, not afraid of getting punished. He's living the good life. But all that childhood joy vanished in an instant when he saw that ominous figure standing there. Naru snuck away from home and ended up here. Luckily, his father showed up just in time. He told the kid to come home now, hoping he'd stop acting like a brat. But just then, the maid stepped in, saying she couldn't let him take the little guy without permission. Master Naru is being taken care of properly here. Ma'am is personally overseeing it, so the maids asked the Viscount to leave. Every word they said felt like a knife twisting in his gut, and he was filled with a rage he'd never known before. They clearly don't know who they're talking to. To the Viscount, they're just commoners. They can't order a nobleman around. He was so pissed, he decided to teach them a lesson for disrespecting a noble. Looking into the eyes of this monster, the scared little kid agreed to go home. He'll do whatever Dad says, just so Dad doesn't hurt them. The Viscount was starting to calm down, thinking Naru was a good boy, when BAM! He got clocked in the jaw. Looks like Lady Estella hit him a little harder than she meant to. The Viscount slid across the dirt for a few yards, then declared this was an insult to the head of his family. Judging by the look on her face, though, the lady wasn't sorry in the slightest. Revenge is a dish best served scorching. Still the most ruthless woman in the Empire, she coolly set his clothes on fire. Now she was curious if he had anything else to say, so she suggested he watch his mouth. If Lady Charlene doesn't like something, this time she might just really make him regret it. Mr. Charlene showed up right away, drawn by the commotion, and demanded an explanation for what was going on. The Viscount was immediately thrilled, thinking he was saved now that his brother saw he was the victim. But at that moment, a tear rolled down Estella's cheek, and she claimed her uncle had said so many awful things to her. The Earl's precious daughter was hurt, so he believes his brother should be held accountable. That morning, as soon as Naru woke up, Raven and Estella took him from his room so they could all sleep together. He's not alone anymore, and if he ever feels lonely, he can always go to them. Soon, 2 knights on white horses rode up to the palace. They were greeted with honor. They had been expecting Lord Rudia. Looks like everyone's here. They pulled the captains out of leave early because the Emperor's guard's going to be involved in this hunt. The guard's known for being spineless, so knowing they're going to be there, Dynel can't help but worry. At least Rudia's going to be in charge of them. He's one of the Imperial Knights, and he's strong. Theo used to lose to him all the time. It's going to be tough, but Prince Raven's counting on their help. After that, Kate brought Sir Rudia and Amelie into Master Dyer's office. It's been ages since they last met. They'll be working together for a while, so Rudia's hoping they can cut him some slack. Rudia's probably swamped, but Daniel's glad he agreed to take part in the hunt. Amelia said the captain just got back from a mission, and they shipped him straight here. He agreed without even thinking, so the rumor's going around that he's got a special reason for being here. Like a sweetheart. Turns out, Her Grace managed to snag the heart of such a famous knight. Everyone was stunned. They were seriously hoping they misheard that. Rudy's not wrong. He's talking about Captain Raven's wife. That's a shocker. Usually you keep those kinds of feelings under wraps. Rudy's just a straight shooter. He figured it'd all come out eventually anyway. Besides, Captain Raven hates being lied to, so the knight figured he'd just lay it all out there. Raven decided to deal with it later. And for now, sent the guests to their rooms to rest up after their trip. The next day, all the ladies were buzzing non-stop about how the 3 most eligible bachelors in the empire were all gathered at the mansion. Swan told Estelle not to act like she didn't care, and asked how she could possibly keep her cool after all this. Top of the list, the empire's greatest heartthrob, an unattainable lord with killer looks and a gaze that could melt steel. Number 2. Rudia, the emperor's younger brother, an imperial knight with a smile that hides a whole lot of secrets. And then there's the heir to the earl's family. Stare at his smile too long, and you'll get completely lost in it. Surprising, Lord Rudia's only second place, but he's not even nobility. Swan says he's known as a sword-fighting genius, and the emperor himself trusts him completely. He's been granted the title of baronet for now, but he'll be one of His Majesty's closest confidants in the future, and tons of ladies have their eyes on him. Swan's convinced that once he becomes the emperor's sword, he'll get a title that's way more fitting. She's not just into gossip, she's got a real head for politics too. Raven's sister is seriously impressive. But the main thing is, Swan's obsessed with his look. There's just this aura of mystery swirling around him. This sparring match is supposed to show us what they're really made of. Honestly, I was expecting these knights to be knights in name only. I thought they'd be so bad it's laughable. But his soldiers are pretty good. You can tell they're well-trained and ready for a real fight. Out of the blue, Rudy wants to know if the Duke's still ticked off about yesterday. Truth is, Raven's not exactly thrilled, but he's not going to lose his cool over it either. The thing is, when Rudy heard about him and Madame getting engaged, he thought they were a perfect match. Sir Dyer and Grandpa are the only 2 he respects. He trusts them completely. That's why Rudy has no intention of getting in their way. But first, he wants to know if his and Madame's marriage is still just for show. Looks like it is. They seem to get along, so why the heck would they get engaged for convenience? Sadly, Raven can't tell him that. Rudy needs to make it clear he had no intention of telling the Madame about his feelings. He respects the young Duke with all his heart, so he has no desire to get in his way or take anything from him. But if a window of opportunity opens up, anything could happen. So Rudy advised the older man not to get complacent. Maybe the Madame will find someone better than him. Besides, he's 2 years younger than Raven, and everyone knows young lovers stealing ladies' hearts are all the rage right now. Just then, Estella arrived. She asked Rudy to step away to discuss the details about the medics. The young man quickly bowed and left to talk. As a goodbye, he stuck his tongue out at the older man. Sometimes Raven thinks he's really messing with him. Soon, Viscount Sebeste found himself in a very sticky situation, and he paid the price. Hard to believe he showed up at Duke Charlemont's place without a plan, and then caused a scene. The court nobles are already pissed about young Lord Dyer's behavior. The Viscount should have used this to get some support. Count Akuto heard he was drowning in gambling debts, but didn't think he was this much of an idiot. And now this knucklehead shows up at Count Akuto's place to ask what he should do now. The Count advised him to start by meeting with people who see things his way. Like Mr. Akuto, Sebeste has suffered from his Grace's selfish behavior, and there are many like them he should talk to. All in all, everything's going according to plan in the Dyer Duchy. No problems so far. With that, Raven thanked Nathan for helping with the move, and told him to reach out if any issues came up. They didn't travel all this way from their lands to the capital for nothing. Among the knights who are traveling with them, there might be someone looking to get their hands on that barrier. They just got home and immediately took off for the capital. Estella figures it's because Raven's worried about the barrier. That's part of it, but it's not just the barrier. The Duke doesn't want anyone he doesn't trust hanging around the main house. After all, from now on, that's going to be his and Estella's place. She swore she'd protect their home, and she's not letting any outsider set foot in there. Either way, Raven still can't shake Rudy's last words. Even if it's true, there's nothing he can do about it, really. Meanwhile, down at the training grounds, 2 of the junior guys are already there. It's kinda weird, but they're strikingly similar. Both junior assistants, both got cute faces, and both are shorties. When Raven showed up, he noticed Rudy wasn't there yet. Daniel said he went to clean the practice swords, but that dude's got zero sense of direction. Since the guest might get lost, Raven decided to go fetch him. On the way, he heard a familiar voice around the corner and saw Rudy talking to Estella. Actually, Raven understood everything. It was just a normal conversation. He realized his jealousy was just childish. First of all, he knows Rudy doesn't have any ulterior motives. But for some reason, when it comes to Estella, he starts acting rashly. Just then, Rudy was saying there's a really good restaurant in the west side of the Commoners District. Suddenly, the Duke's voice boomed from behind him, reminding the young man that the meeting was about to start. He arrived just in time. Estella was just showing the young man the way. Sir Raven took over from there, making sure Rudy got where he needed to go. The kid realized that was jealousy he just saw. And yeah, so what? No big deal. Rudy knew the old man wouldn't let that slide without a fight. According to him, nobody likes a guy who can't keep his cool. When those two finally showed up at the training arena looking all messed up, the knights just rolled with it. Seeing the commander of the first squad, the Imperial Guard member thought he was just some greenhorn. Word is, this punk got the commander title because of his crazy power. Just got lucky being born with some rare ability. Now they get it. If some kid like that can be a commander, then monster slaying is going to be a piece of cake. Right in front of everyone, the Imperial Knight said if he had that kind of power, he'd definitely be in Duke Dyer's order. Guess he didn't think that through, saying that in front of the Duke's actual knights. The day of the joint monster hunt finally rolled around. Raven Dyer ran through the rules one more time, just to make sure everyone was clear. Magic attacks can weaken the monsters, but they won't kill them. Our job's to soften up the enemy and fall back. The other Dire Knights will finish him off. This time, we're not going after the most aggressive monsters. But that doesn't mean we can let our guard down. And last thing for today, you follow the squad leader's orders. Raven warned them they had to listen to those three if they wanted to make it back home in one piece. Daniel reported that the gate to the Forbidden Zone was ready. They could teleport any time. The plan is, each squad moves to its assigned zone and starts the sweep. Before the sweep, Estella came to wish her husband good luck and asked him to be careful. With no one around, Raven grinned and gave his sweetheart a big hug goodbye. Before the sweep, Captain Theo told the knights to stay sharp, even after weakening the monster. He'll be watching, so let's split into teams and get this cleanup started. For the rest of the time, the knights bravely stuck to the plan, wiping out monsters in the Forbidden Zone. The Imperial Knights were thinking this was all a little too easy. That's because they're stuck dealing with the small fry, and they're even annoyed they're being looked down on. It was expected. It's not even about the first squad's commander. They take anyone hunting, even the ladies. Just like Dad said, his radiance barely lifts a finger, just using his protector status however he pleases. Suddenly, a member of Dyer's squad reminded them they were told to retreat right after weakening the monsters, or they'd all be toast. The Imperials felt like they hadn't even broken a sweat, but they're so full of themselves just because they were born with divine power. One of them decided to teach them a lesson. He's got a potion that'll send the monsters into a frenzy. The potion evaporates on contact with air, so nobody will ever know. The kid's sure these monsters are weak anyway. A little stirring up won't hurt. Suddenly, they got orders to move out, and the kid accidentally got the potion on his gloves. Figuring he'd change them later, he had no choice but to hurry on ahead. The empty flask from the potion he dumped in the woods drew the attention of the local monsters. After that, Captain Theo noticed the miasma was thicker than before. He gathered the whole team and ordered everyone to evacuate, because the situation was getting out of hand. Just then, a huge crazed monster charged toward the Imperial Knights. Leaping into action, Captain Theo desperately jumped in to defend them and took down the monster in one hit. That was a high-level monster. There's no way it should have just been hanging around here. Captain ordered everyone to evacuate, while squad leaders head out to help Raven and the others. Seeing the knights scared stiff and still sprawled out, he yelled at them to get their butts in gear. Now they're starting to suspect this whole thing's because of that, but nobody's ever going to find out. The fools had no clue they were unleashing ravenous creatures from the deepest, darkest depths with a simple prank. Just then, a mighty divine power, coalescing in the sky as a lightning storm, came crashing down to Earth. All the merciless creatures were hit with a devastating lightning attack, leaving them paralyzed and doomed. This cold warrior, the Empire's great heir, Captain of the Knights, and Prince Dyer is gonna set things right here. Lord Rudia arrived to help right away. He's starting to get used to this. If that guy had divine power, Raven would definitely recruit him. He made Rudia a trainer for the new recruits, so they'd be better at fighting monsters. Raven drilled into him everything about fighting monsters. Their weaknesses, attack power, the danger of the miasma. He had to remember it all. But today they're hunting small fry, so Rudy's hoping he can get in on a boss-level monster hunt sometime. Guess he's in luck, 'cause the real nasty stuff is about to show up. Rudy's laser focused now on this weird thing happening in the environment. He needs to pay close attention, because this is how you take down boss-class monsters. No way, Captain Dyer just one-shotted that beast. He said you need some seriously powerful magic, or a ton of divine energy just to weaken a monster like that. That's why Raven's itching to see if the newbies got what it takes. The captain's always unbelievable, but that's exactly what Rudy digs about him. Mr. Dyer called it. He's ordering all squads to begin the sweep. Daniel's been waiting for this forever. His unstoppable sword's been itching in its sheath. All right, let's get this show on the road. All squad captains ready to roll out for the sweep. Their strength is unmatched. They're the embodiment of willpower, fearlessness, and loyalty. They're ready to protect the weak, serve their empire, and fight evil, even if it costs them everything. Raven figured he and Rudy could do with mopping up the remaining boss monsters too. That was a blast. Everyone did great. Now Theo's just starving. Lady Estella arrived at the tail end of the sweep to lend a hand and told anyone who hadn't been cleared to wait over there. Seeing her sweetheart, the girl's face lit up with a smile, her gaze as warm as a summer breeze. Rudy, standing right in front of her, couldn't believe his eyes. He actually thought she was happy to see him, but his heart just sank when Estella ran right past him and threw herself into her husband's arms. They were out on that op for so long, she started to sweat it. A lot went down. After saying they needed to be cleansed too, Emily noticed Rudia looked bummed. During the sweep after the takedown, they found a vial. Even before the op, Raven warned his people that if anyone started acting out of pocket, just let them think they're getting away with it. And now the captain wants to know if Theo's cool with having some city guard in his squad. Since Theo's good with it, Lord Dyer's counting on him. Theo only didn't stop them because of orders. Those boneheads did the one thing Captain Raven hates most. A bunch of morons. Guess it's time to move out. Actions have consequences. When Lord Dyer made the accusations, the Imperial Guards demanded proof they did it. Raven showed them the empty vial, hoping they'd recognize it. 7 years ago, a similar incident went down. A couple of high society types forced some contestants to spread around, something. House Misha, House Claire, House Shogun. 7 years ago, their houses suddenly went to ruin. Out of the blue, Raven decided to find out if they knew what happened to those aristocrats afterward. Hearing that, the guards immediately started apologizing, swearing they didn't want things to go that far. Their only hope rested on Master Theo. They said they didn't want to let anyone down. They were just cutting loose a little. But the captain of the first squad just remembered them saying the monsters were like, way too weak. Remembering them saying they were sent to wipe out some small fry, Theo decided to ask where they found that small fry. Realizing it was over, the knight started yelling that his father and the court wouldn't stay quiet if anything happened to them. The fact that even a duke's son can't avoid punishment? Sounds interesting. Raven suggested putting it to the test. He's super curious to see what those court nobles can actually do to him. The guards' actions were seen as a deliberate attempt to sabotage the hunt, with potentially deadly consequences, so they were immediately reprimanded. Naturally, the other guards who were sent on the joint hunt found out all the details about what went down. After that whole mess, the guards started taking their training way more seriously, and the next hunt went off without a hitch. Turns out, those guards have got some real grit. Now they just have one more area to clear out. The captain noticed that Rudia stood out the most. He's got a real knack for keeping the guards in line. Even Daniel agreed. Honestly, he doesn't want to send Rudia back to the capital. Then, Theo suddenly remembered that tomorrow's finally a day off. He needs to get everyone together for a drink. That's a solid plan. But the captain can't make it. He's got plans for the weekend. Truth is, Raven's got a date with his girl tomorrow. The weather's perfect in the city today. Where's Raven taking Estella? She's looking at everything kind of funny. Speaking of which, she was checking everything out on our first date too. The city's especially buzzing today, like something's about to go down. Raven knows there's a flower festival next week. They're having fireworks at night, so he suggested we go watch them together. That sounds fun. Swan and Naru would probably want to come too. Suddenly, the girl got the idea to pick up a couple souvenirs to take home. She's gonna get gifts for Naru, Swan, and Henry. They're all at the main house right now, and maybe some sweets for the staff. Also, Estella wants to grab a nice handkerchief for Lady Angela. They were just talking about them in their letters. There are a bunch of little shops for ladies not far from here. Oh, and a candy store, and a shop with cute stuff. Estella totally knew Raven had a sweet tooth. But hey, no big deal. They picked out some sweets for their loved ones, and the store promised to deliver them soon. They got the souvenirs, but there's one more place Raven wants to check out. The best jewelry store in the whole empire. That's where he's headed. Lady Estella got to browse their top-tier collection. All their jewelry is made with the highest quality stones. Estella figured Raven just liked jewelry, but he actually wanted to get her a gift. She picked out souvenirs for everyone back at the main house, and this is his gift for her. It's almost too much, but Raven's just happy to see her smile. The Duke decided to clasp the delicate gemstone pendant around her slender neck himself. Lady Charlene looks absolutely stunning. That new pendant makes her truly breathtaking. Out of everyone Raven knows, Estella's got that something special, you know? After hitting up the jewelry store, they kept strolling through town, just enjoying each other's company. Lady Estella didn't even have time to figure out what was going on before she looked up and saw a freaking horse charging at her. Good thing the Duke reacted fast, throwing up some kind of magical shield just in time. All that mattered to him was that the lady was okay, and Estella was fine. That's when Raven noticed this shady-looking dude in a hood disappearing into the crowd. And just around the corner, two masked guys were waiting. They were with him. Soon after that, Prince Dyer called Keith in for a super urgent chat. Turns out they didn't get any real intel from that guy. He was just ordered to make a move on Lady Estella. But when they tried to find out who was pulling the strings, it wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Looks like he's under some kind of spell, one that's rigged to off him if he spills the beans. A contract spell with a kill switch? The mage who cooked that up had to be from the magic tower. Raven spotted a mark on the perp's hand and told Keith to check it out ASAP. And also dig up dirt on any mages who bounced from the magic tower, especially the ones who got kicked out. Before long, Raven finally got back to the estate, where Estella was already waiting with any updates. All he could find out was that she was the target, most likely someone from the Dyer family's enemies. The prince feels real bad for dragging her into this, because this attack was a warning shot aimed at him. Hearing that, Estella just wrapped him in a big hug. She doesn't think it's his fault at all. Suddenly, the dude felt a sharp pain in his chest. He was in desperate need of a kiss from his beautiful princess. Not long after that, Raven dropped by a salon for the capital's elite, the kind of place you need an invite to get into. Kate was right. The nobles are throwing a party in the salon. Odds are, Count Akuto and Viscount Sebeste will be there. He wasn't sure if they'd be involved in all this, but he wanted to know if Raven would fit in. Of course, he decided to go. Either way, the court nobles need to blow off some steam. Now the question is, which noble got Prince Dyer an invite to this salon? Marquis Drain was thrilled to see such a rare guest. He and Raven hadn't seen each other in ages. Every time they meet, Raven reminds him more and more of his father. You wouldn't know it to look at His Majesty, but he's really stirred things up. Raven came here precisely to talk about that. The thing is, he's really sorry he acted alone and didn't even consult anyone. However, the nobles sure it's too late to apologize now, since it won't change a thing. First off, Prince Dyer blew off the Central Council. Total disrespect. Truth is, the kid kept quiet about it, not because he was being a jerk, but because he was embarrassed. Thing is, first love hits you hard, and he finally admitted it. That night, the sky was super clear, and all the stars aligned so Estella would run into Lord Rudia again. Shutting down that circus, Viscount Sebeste couldn't swallow that ridiculous explanation. The young lord inducted a kid into the Knights without permission? That's practically kidnapping. Looking that fearless dude in the eye, Raven told him to watch his mouth. I mean, this whole thing is officially under His Majesty's review. Calling it absurd? The Viscount's basically questioning the Emperor's judgment. And another thing, the patron of Naru is the Emperor, not Raven or the Dyer house. According to the kid, the only job the Dyer estate has is to train the young'uns. Anyone born in the Empire can't escape their duty to hunt monsters. But Raven wants as many people as possible to make it back home to their families. That's why they're taking in anyone who wants to join, no matter where they come from, or if they've got any divine power. Lord Dyer just wants as many people to survive as possible. That moron's already pushed Count Akuto over the edge. Now all he can do is admit defeat. Honestly, Arid agrees with what Master Raven said. It's definitely an unusual situation, so it's understandable if it caused some confusion. But the Barrier Guardian is known as the strongest, not just in the Empire, but on the whole continent. No one would pass up a chance to learn from him. Besides, let's not forget that all noble kids are required to attend the academy from the age of 14. Arid's convinced that training with the Dyer Knights since you're a kid is priceless. Before leaving, Raven thanked Arid for his help. But the way Arid sees it, compared to the Lord, he didn't really do anything special. Then, Lord Dier kinda spaced out, wondering if the kid was all right, if he was doing okay, and that they should just say their goodbyes. That evening, when Estella ran into Lord Rudia, she guessed he was out for a night stroll too. Actually, he was just about to head in, so he made to move aside, but she asked him to talk. First off, she apologized for pulling him away from his business. But honestly, she's curious what Raven was like back in his academy days. Rudy first met him at the academy, and back then, they thought he was way too cocky for a commoner. Back then, the guys told him that poor folks should know their place and not get too big for their britches. They figured they'd teach this commoner some manners and challenged him to a duel. That was a good idea. Those guys were gonna beat him so bad he wouldn't be able to hold a sword again. Seeing how much fun they were having, young Raven asked if he could be the second. That made the guys happy, since anyone who caught Mr. Raven's eye didn't usually last long at the academy. Still, if this was a duel, Raven figured this kid wasn't afraid to, kick the bucket. He asked about it, not the guy getting his butt kicked by those jerks, but the one doing the kicking. Mr. Raven was sure that if someone died, it would definitely be him. Afraid of getting wasted by the strongest student in the academy, the guys chickened out and ran. That's when Mr. Raven decided to find out if the kid had any kind of special power. Since the kid said he didn't have anything, Raven decided to bail real quick. But he gave him some advice before leaving. Rudy was strong and had nerves of steel, so he'd definitely make it through the academy. But young Dyer asked him to remember that his grandfather wasn't like that at all. Like nobles do, they look for each other's weaknesses and exploit them. Clearly, Rudy hates nobles, and he's got a temper, but his actions could hurt the people he cares about. Then, the young man asked if his grandfather would be safe if he just silently endured it all. At that, Raven laughed. This kid sure knows how to get right to the point. He decided to ask his name, and that's how they became friends. Back at the academy, Rudy loved to slack off, not like now, and he was way more cynical. Rudy figures it was some kind of teenage rebellion. Raven always looked out for him, and Rudy could always go to him for advice, and he's grateful for that. Now, Estella finally found out what Raven was like when he was younger. But now, the Duke's jealousy at the sight of them together wouldn't let him stay. For the first time, he left without a word.